Hey everyone, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. I'm so excited to be here and share some of my paranormal experiences from around the world with you. Drop a comment and let me know where you're watching from. And thank you so much for sending in all of your paranormal stories. With that said, let's get started. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. I've had this story in the back of my mind for years, and even now, I still don't know exactly what to make of it. When I was very small, maybe still a toddler, my family took a trip from Villarrica up to Santiago. Since we're from the south, that felt like a huge journey at the time. My parents were looking through those shops that sell ropa americana, secondhand clothes, old toys, random things that somehow end up here from other places. You can find all kinds of stuff in those piles. That day, they bought a few plush toys for me, mostly characters from cartoons I loved back then. But while they were looking around, my mom noticed an old rag doll and pointed it out to my dad. She said something like, "Look, Javi, what a cute little bipona." For some reason, they thought it might make a nice gift for one of my childhood friends. I'll call her Amalia. So they bought it. The doll stayed stored away in a back room at our house for a few weeks, maybe even longer, until one day my parents remembered they still had to take it to Amalia's family. Eventually they did. I remember that doll more clearly than I probably should. Under its dress, sewn into the chest area, there was a little fabric heart. Amalia and I used to play with each other's toys all the time, so I noticed details like that. I even remember once asking if she would just give me all her dolls, since she barely played with them anymore. Then the strange things started. Her family began saying the doll would show up in different places around the house. They heard noises too, little sounds that didn't make sense, especially when no one was nearby. At some point, they checked the label and realized it was apparently from the same line or series people connected to the original Annabelle doll. I don't remember the exact date, but I was told it was something like the 1960s. The weird part is that none of us knew anything about Annabelle at the time. This was years ago, and our parents weren't the kind of people constantly online or reading spooky stories on social media. One memory still stands out so sharply that I can picture it right now. I went with my family to Amalia's house one day, and I remember heading toward the dining room. At the time, when you opened the door, you could see straight to the table. And there it was, that doll, sitting at the head of the table, facing the entrance. I froze. What made it so unsettling was that the chair was much too high for Amalia or me to have placed it there ourselves, and I had been told the doll had been upstairs earlier. I know that now, as an older person, some people would probably try to explain it away. But to me, as a little kid, it was horrifying. I burst into tears and ran right back outside. After that, the adults started taking it more seriously. I was told they looked into what to do with it. They didn't want to burn it, and apparently when they tried getting rid of it, it somehow kept turning up again. In the end, Amalia's older brother, who was a teenager then, took it to his school. The unsettling part is that it happens to be the same school I attend now. My family is Catholic, and we were never the kind of people who went around believing in ghosts or paranormal stories. So that's part of why this has always stayed with me. Nobody wanted to believe it was anything strange. But strange things kept happening anyway. Then years later, sometime around 2023, I had another experience that brought everything back. All the chairs were turned inward, facing the center of the room, almost in a circle. And in the middle, there was this shadow. It didn't look right. I can't explain it better than that. I called one of my friends over, let's call her Camila, so she could see it too. The second she looked, she panicked. She started crying, and we both ran downstairs to the patio as fast as we could. Later, one of the cleaning ladies told us she often saw and heard odd things in that building, especially late at night when she stayed until midnight. So honestly, I still don't know what it was. Maybe it was coincidence, Maybe it was fear making everything feel bigger than it was. Or maybe some objects really do carry something with them. Something heavy, something that lingers. I still remember that doll sitting at the end of the table, waiting there before I even stepped inside. And out of everything, I think that's the part I've never been able to explain. I've gone back and forth for years about whether to tell this story, but I think I'm finally ready to say it out loud. This happened about 15 years ago, somewhere around 2 in the morning. My mom and I were driving south on Interstate 5 in San Diego, getting close to the SeaWorld Drive exit. We were almost home, and the whole ride had been... At that point in my life, everything was a mess. I had lost my husband suddenly when I was still very young, and the grief completely unraveled me. I lost my job. I didn't really have a place to stay, and my mom, as much as she wanted to help, didn't know what to do. She had made this desperate decision to leave me with someone a couple hours away, hoping somehow I'd recover there. It didn't work. I begged her to come get me, and she did. So we were on our way back, exhausted, emotionally drained, and barely speaking. I was sitting in the passenger seat with my head resting against my hand, looking out the window into the dark. It was a road I knew by heart. I'd driven that stretch so many times, I could picture every curve of it without even trying. We were coming up on the exit, and I remember watching the black sky and the silhouettes of palm trees sliding past. And then, without warning, everything changed. I didn't blink. I didn't fall asleep. 1 second I was looking out at the freeway at night, and the next, I was seeing something completely different. It was like the whole world outside the car had been replaced. Suddenly, I was looking at this huge open desert. Flat land, endless sand, distant mountains way off on the horizon. We were still moving, or at least it felt like we were still moving in the car, but we were no longer on the freeway. And it definitely wasn't nighttime there. It was bright. So bright it almost hurt. The sky was this harsh, unnatural white, almost violet white, like nothing I had ever seen before. Not sunlight exactly. More like the whole sky was glowing from within. I remember seeing a tumbleweed roll across the ground in front of me, but I didn't feel any wind. That detail has always stayed with me. And then, I realized there was someone, or something, standing out there. Not too far away, I saw this dark figure shaped like a person. It looked like it was wearing oversized clothes, maybe a beanie or some kind of cap, with long hair hanging down around the neck and shoulders. I say he, but honestly, I have no idea what it was. It could have been anything. What made it even stranger was that the darkness of the figure didn't look normal. It almost looked like fabric or smoke pulled tight into the shape of a person. And the outline of it was glowing with that same eerie white light as the sky. The figure was holding something rectangular out in front of it, almost like someone hitchhiking with a sign. That sounds ridiculous, I know, but that's exactly what it looked like. It was so strange and so specific that even now I can still picture it clearly. The whole thing probably lasted 7 or 8 seconds, maybe 10 at most, but in the moment it felt stretched out, like time had slowed down. And then I had this sudden thought. My mom is in the car with me. The second that hit me, I turned my head toward her, and just like that, everything snapped back. The desert vanished. The sky went black again. The freeway was back. The exit was there. The palm trees were there. Everything was normal. But when it switched back, I heard this sound. The only way I can describe it is like a vacuum sealing shut, or air being sucked inward all at once. It was quick and unnatural, and it matched the feeling of everything collapsing back into place. Then I turned toward my mom, ready to ask if she had seen any of it. Before I could say a word, she looked at me and asked, "Did you see that man?" I still get chills saying that, Because up until that moment, I could have explained it away. I could have told myself I was exhausted, grief-stricken, sleep-deprived. Maybe my mind had cracked for a second under everything I was carrying. I would have had a dozen ways to rationalize it if it had only happened to me. But it didn't. So I told her, "I'm not saying anything until you tell me what you saw first." And she did. She described the same scene, the same figure, the same impossible moment. We never discussed it in depth after that. In fact, she refuses to talk about it at all. Every time I've tried to bring it up over the years, she shuts down completely. Total silence. And that's part of why this has stayed with me for so long. I don't know what happened that night. I really don't. I've had theories, of course. Maybe some kind of slip in consciousness. Maybe some bizarre shared hallucination, though I don't even know how that would work. Maybe something spiritual. Maybe something I don't have language for. At times, I've wondered about things like astral projection, or whether it felt like my mind somehow stepped into another place while my body stayed in the car. Because that's the strangest part. I never felt like I physically left. It felt more like my awareness was pulled somewhere else, like I was seeing through something deeper than my eyes. And when it ended, I had this powerful sensation of being pulled back into myself. I'm not someone who goes chasing paranormal stories. I'm not out hunting monsters or trying to make everything mysterious. I've always considered myself a grounded, logical person. That's exactly why this experience has bothered me so much. I can't explain it, and I can't dismiss it either. It took me years, 15 actually, to even talk about this publicly. Not because I wanted attention, but because I genuinely want to know if anyone else has experienced something like this. A sudden shift in reality, a shared vision, a place that felt real but impossible. Maybe there's an explanation. Maybe there isn't. But I've never forgotten that exit, that white sky, or that still figure standing there like it was waiting for us. And even now, after all this time, part of me still wonders what I was looking at, and whether somehow it was looking right back at me. Honestly, I used to be the kind of person who didn't really buy into paranormal stuff. I wasn't totally closed off to it or anything. I'd listen when friends shared their stories, but I'd never had an experience of my own, so I stayed pretty skeptical. Even now, I still don't know exactly what I believe. But there was one night a few years back that I still can't explain, and, to this day, it makes my hands shake just thinking about it. At the time, I was stopping by my cousin's house one evening to check on her dogs while she and her husband were out. I'd done it plenty of times before, and it was always completely normal. Same routine as always. I let the dogs outside, topped off their food and water, played with them for a bit, and turned the TV on just to have some noise in the house. Everything felt fine at first, really normal. Then, out of nowhere, this overwhelming feeling hit me, like someone or something was staring at me through one of the back windows. It was so sudden and so strong that I froze. The dogs started barking, and I called them back to me, but I would not turn my head. I can't explain it any better than this. Every instinct in me was screaming, "Do not look over there." So I didn't. I kept waiting for the feeling to pass, telling myself I was just freaking myself out. But it didn't go away. If anything, it got worse. I finally got the dogs settled back into their crates, and by then I was trembling. I remember locking everything up and hurrying to my car, trying so hard not to panic. The second I stepped outside, it felt like whatever had been watching me was no longer at the window. It felt like it was right behind me now. Close. I still refused to look. I got into my car, shut the door, and somehow the feeling followed me in there too, like it was sitting in the back seat. I grabbed my phone and called my friend Mara, because she was way more familiar with spiritual stuff than I was. My voice was shaking while I told her what was happening. She stayed calm and told me to say, "Nothing with harmful intent is allowed to follow me or enter my space." She also told me to pick up a cleansing spray the next day and clear out both my car and my apartment. So I did exactly that. I said the words, bought the spray the next morning, and followed all of her instructions. And after that, nothing. The feeling never came back. I never had another experience like it, before or after. I didn't even tell my cousin until much later, after they'd already moved, because she had a newborn at the time and I didn't want to upset her. What makes it even stranger is that this wasn't some isolated farmhouse or creepy wooded area. It was a completely ordinary neighborhood I'd been in plenty of times, day and night, and nothing had ever felt off before. I still have no idea what happened. I don't know what it was, or if it even was something paranormal. But I do know that the fear was real. It lasted maybe 10 minutes, if that, and years later I can still remember exactly how it felt. Like something was there, watching me, and like I absolutely was not supposed to meet its eyes. Let me tell you something that still gives me chills when I think about it. I live in a fairly isolated apartment building, in a quiet area away from the main road. There's always been this rumor that the fourth floor is haunted, but you know how those stories go. People say things, and most of the time it's just gossip that grows over the years. Not far from where I live, there's a highway that's seen some horrific accidents, including one major disaster in 2024 that shook everyone in the area. Ever since then, the whole neighborhood has felt a little heavier at night, like something in the atmosphere changed. Anyway, this happened one night in November 2025, close to midnight. I stepped out to buy cigarettes. The second I entered the corridor, I noticed all the lights were off, which was unusual, but I didn't think too much of it. I just walked toward the elevator. The elevator happened to be sitting on the fourth floor. I pressed the button to call it up to the seventh, where I live, and while I was waiting, I heard something hit the floor behind me. I froze for a second, but then I told myself it was probably nothing. A dropped object, maybe. Then it happened again. This time I turned around, and I swear for one split second, I saw this tall, unnatural shape standing at the far end of the corridor. It looked like a shadow, but thicker somehow, almost like smoke was curling off it. I couldn't make out a face. I just remember staring at it and immediately trying to explain it away in my head. My mind was racing, but I kept telling myself, "You're imagining things. It's dark. Relax." Then I turned back toward the elevator and glanced out toward the neighboring building, and there was another shape, just standing there on the rooftop, completely still, watching. Again, I tried to brush it off. In the dark, anything can look strange if you stare at it long enough. So I got into the elevator, went down to the ground floor, and stepped outside. That's when I saw a motorbike parked near the entrance. I'd never seen it before, and I know the vehicles around my building pretty well. What caught my eye was the number plate, 6666. Now, that number doesn't really have religious meaning where I'm from, so it wasn't some cultural trigger or anything like that. But after everything that had just happened, seeing it there felt wrong. Not proof of anything, just wrong. Enough to make my stomach drop. I told myself it was coincidence. It had to be. Then, a few months later, almost the same thing happened again. Same late hour, same dead, silent corridor with the lights out. Same elevator sitting on the fourth floor, like it was waiting. And again, outside, the same bike with the same number plate, 6666. Oddly enough, that almost reassured me at first. I remember thinking, okay, good. This means there's probably a normal explanation. This is just one of those weird patterns my brain is clinging to. So I left the building and kept walking. It's really dark around there at night. The kind of dark where you need your phone flashlight just to avoid potholes or not wander into the road. As I'm walking, I see 3 men coming toward me. Totally ordinary at first. Then my flashlight lands on one of their shirts. The moment I read it, every bit of relief I'd felt disappeared. I wanted to turn around so badly, but I'd already come too far, and honestly, I was determined to get those cigarettes no matter what. Terrible habit, I know. So I kept going. A little farther up the road, I passed a group of stray dogs I see all the time. They're usually calm around me. They never bark, never act aggressive. But that night was different. The second they noticed me, they started barking wildly, but not like they wanted to attack. They sounded terrified. They backed away from me, tails low, and then ran. That part unsettled me more than anything else. Because shadows can be explained. Strange people can be coincidence. Even the bike, maybe. But animals reacting like that stayed with me. So, was it all just a chain of bizarre coincidences? An overactive imagination fueled by darkness, rumors, and nerves? Or did I really brush up against something I can't explain? Honestly, I still don't know. And the strangest part is, beneath all the fear, there was this tiny part of me that felt weirdly thrilled. Like after hearing ghost stories all your life, something finally looked back at you. Maybe that's the creepiest part of all. So, this is one of those stories I still replay in my head, even now. And honestly, I hate that I do, because I never want to go through anything like it again. Back in 2017, when I was 22, I traveled to Germany with my friend Maya and my cousin Lena. The whole trip started because Maya wanted to visit relatives on her dad's side of the family, but she was nervous about going by herself. I told her I'd come along so we could travel around first and help her ease into being somewhere unfamiliar. Lena decided to join us too, which made it feel like this fun little adventure. We flew into Germany, then ended up taking a train over to Paris for a few days. We spent our time doing all the usual tourist stuff, wandering around, taking pictures, figuring out the train system as we went. It was chaotic, but in a good way. A few days later, we headed back and stopped in this tiny town outside Munich. It was the last stop on the line, and by the time we got there, it was close to midnight. We were exhausted, dragging these huge suitcases over quiet streets, trying to find somewhere to stay. Eventually, we found this small hotel and got put in room 14. The room had one larger bed and a smaller twin tucked off to the side behind a half wall. Maya and Lena took the big bed, and I took the twin. That first night, I slept terribly. I had nightmare after nightmare, the kind where you wake up feeling like you never really slept at all. By morning, I was drained and jumpy, but I tried to brush it off. The next day was actually beautiful. The weather was warm and clear, and the town looked like something out of a postcard. It was small enough that we clearly stood out as tourists, but people were kind about it. A few locals stopped to greet us, some practiced their English with us, and everyone was strangely warm and welcoming. We walked around, shopped a little, explored the streets. It felt peaceful. At one point, we even watched cows being led down the road, which felt surreal in the best way. That evening, Maya cooked us a simple German-style meal back at the hotel, and we sat there watching a storm roll in. Thunder, rain, that cozy, dim light inside the room. It should have been one of those perfect travel memories. That night, though, everything changed. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night and looked toward a mirror that reflected part of the room from where I was lying. I could see Maya sleeping. Then suddenly this pain hit my head, sharp and pulsing, and I heard this awful sound, like a power saw whining somewhere nearby. When I looked back, Maya was gone. The blankets were thrown aside, and on the nightstand there were a few personal things, but she wasn't in the bed anymore. I turned toward Lena. Same thing. That horrible sound again, the same splitting pain in my head. And when I looked, she was gone too. In her place was a woman I had never seen before. Blonde hair twisted up in a bun. She was lying there staring straight at me, and I cannot explain this properly except to say her face was full of hatred. Pure hatred. It was the most terrifying look I've ever seen. Then I caught sight of myself, only it wasn't me. I looked younger, blonde, frightened in a way that didn't even feel like my own fear, more like I was looking at someone else's last moment. And then suddenly, that woman was on top of me. She had her hands over my mouth and nose, and I could not breathe. I was fighting with everything I had, trying to pull her hands away, trying to shove her off me, and I remember thinking very clearly, I'm going to die here. I saw this bright light for a second. Then I was pulled back into the struggle again. Then the light again. And then I finally sat bolt upright in bed. My chest was burning. My lungs felt raw, like I'd really been suffocating. My head was pounding so hard I could barely think. I climbed out of bed and started digging through my backpack for ibuprofen. I couldn't find it, and I panicked. I dumped everything onto the floor while I was kneeling there, shaking so badly I could barely move. Then it hit me. Maya wasn't actually awake. That was the moment I completely lost it. I started crying so hard I could hardly breathe. I woke both Maya and Lena up, and by the time I found the bottle, my hands were shaking so much I couldn't even open it. Maya had to help me. She hugged me, got the cap off, and stayed with me while I took some. After that, I climbed into bed with both of them because there was no way I was staying alone on that side of the room again. I told them everything, every detail. I was so scared I wanted to leave that same day. They tried to calm me down and convinced me to stay just one more night since we had nowhere else arranged yet. But the next night, I refused to sleep in that little bed. Maya took it instead. And sometime around midnight, she woke up and came straight into bed with us. She said she felt like something had been pressing down on her chest. After that, none of us really slept. We waited for morning and left on the first train out of town. I've never had another experience like that. Not before, not since. And I truly hope I never do again. So every night, right before I turn in, I let my dogs out one last time so they can do their business. Lately, now that the nights have gotten softer and warmer, there have been more critters wandering around out there. Raccoons, skunks, even coyotes now and then. So I've gotten into the habit of standing on the patio while they're out, just to keep watch and make sure nothing comes too close. Our backyard gets unbelievably dark at night. There aren't any streetlights back there, and the porch light we do have barely gives off anything. I can see as far as the back fence, and after that, it's just blackness. The kind that makes you feel like the night is hiding something. The strange part is, for the last few nights, while I've been standing there, I've heard this slow, wandering whistle drifting from somewhere just beyond the fence. Not loud, not rushed, just this low, uneasy little tune in a minor key, like someone is absent-mindedly whistling to themselves. And it sounds human. That's what gets me. If it happened during the day, I'd probably brush it off and assume it was a neighbor, maybe Nolan from 2 houses down, out messing around in his yard or dragging branches or something. But this is late at night. No footsteps, no rustling, no porch lights on anywhere nearby, no glow from windows. just me standing there in this small half circle of weak yellow porch light, with everything else swallowed by the dark. The whistling usually lasts maybe 10 seconds or so, though it always feels longer when it starts. And every single time, my dogs lose their minds. They start barking like crazy, racing along the back fence, circling, darting back and forth like they know something is there that I can't see. The second they start up, the whistling stops. And then everything goes still. Not regular nighttime stillness either. I mean a deep, unnatural silence. No dripping from the gutters, no breeze in the branches, no distant traffic from the highway a few miles off. Nothing. It's so unnervingly quiet that I find myself backing toward the door without turning around, because some part of me is afraid that the moment I look away from that fence, something will step out of the dark. I usually have to call the dogs in with Chicken, because that's about the only thing valuable enough to pull their attention from whatever has them so worked up. Once they're inside, I lock the door, slide the bolt, shut the blinds. But even then, they don't settle down. They run straight to the front window and keep barking with this wild, frantic energy, like something has circled around the house and is standing just outside the glass. And when I look, nothing. Just an empty road and darkness. What really gets under my skin is that my grandparents were raised in the Appalachian Mountains, and I grew up hearing all those warnings about hearing whistling at night, about what it means, about what you're supposed to do, and what you're definitely not supposed to do. I always thought those were the kinds of stories that belonged deep in the hills, not somewhere like this, not in a quiet neighborhood backyard. And the way it happens feels wrong too. It's never already going when I step outside. It always starts after I'm out there, like something notices me first, like it's waiting. So now I keep wondering whether I'm supposed to do something. Maybe bless the yard. Maybe line the fence with salt. Maybe say a prayer my grandmother would have known by heart. Or maybe the only thing to do is stay quiet, keep the dogs close, and hope that whatever's lingering out there eventually decides to move on. So, this all started in the autumn of 2023, and for a few weeks, it happened so regularly that I honestly didn't know what to make of it. I never found a normal explanation for it, and then one day, it just stopped. I pushed it to the back of my mind for a while, but recently, I started thinking about it again. It lasted maybe 3 or 4 weeks. I'd be lying in bed at night, just about to fall asleep, and I'd hear it, one soft, unmistakable knock on my bedroom door. Then, after a pause, maybe another one. Some nights it was 2 gentle knocks close together, then silence for several minutes, then another one later. There was never any real pattern to it. The timing changed, the spacing changed. Nothing about it felt predictable. At first, I assumed it had to be my mom. I live with my parents, and my first thought was that she was teasing me for some reason. But that would have been really unlike her, and when I asked, she genuinely swore it wasn't her. What made it stranger was that her room is right beside mine, and she never heard the knocking at all. Just me. The second night it happened, I tried to convince myself I was half asleep or imagining things. So I stayed still and listened carefully, wide awake this time. And then I heard it again, clear as anything. I remember this cold rush going through me, like my whole body suddenly knew something wasn't right. Still, I said nothing and just tried to go back to sleep. After that, I started noticing this odd little routine with my cat, Milo. Every night, he'd wake up from the foot of my bed and start meowing to be let out of my room. I'd open the door, let him into the hallway, and then sometime within the next hour, the knocking would begin. Not long after, I'd hear him meowing outside my door, like he wanted to come back in. But once that started happening, I wouldn't let him back in. The worst night, by far, was when the knocking came with the sound of my doorknob rattling. That was the moment it stopped feeling eerie and started feeling truly terrifying. After that, I couldn't just ignore it anymore. Whenever it happened, I'd start speaking out loud, basically saying that I was protected, that I belonged to Christ, that nothing harmful was welcome near me. And every single time, the knocking would stop immediately as soon as I spoke or even acknowledged it. Then, after a few weeks, it ended completely. No warning, no big final moment, just gone. It never started up again. When I was growing up, this house always had a strange feeling to it, and there were plenty of creepy stories tied to that bedroom. I still don't know how much of that was real and how much was just childhood imagination. But this was different. This was the only thing that ever happened here while I was fully awake, fully aware, and able to say with certainty that I heard it. It was so weird. Honestly, it got to the point where my mom and I started joking that my cat was secretly turning into some kind of skinwalker every night. Part of me has always wondered whether something attached itself to me somehow, or maybe followed me back to the house. I wasn't in a great place mentally at the time, and I had only recently moved back in, so that's the only explanation I ever halfway came up with. I still don't know what it was, but I think about it now and then, and every time I do, it gives me that same cold feeling all over again. I've never really been able to shake this story, even now as an adult. From as early as I can remember, maybe around 3 or 4, up until I was about 10 and we moved to a different house, I used to see the same thing over and over again. It would always happen late at night, after everyone else had fallen asleep. I shared a room with my 2 younger brothers, but I was always the one still awake, just lying there with my mind racing. And then, it would appear. This dark, hooded figure would drift silently through my bedroom door, carrying something that looked a bit like a hooked blade, maybe even a small axe. It never rushed, never made a sound, and never once turned to look at me. It would just float steadily across the room and disappear straight into the wall that connected to the next house. I was absolutely terrified every time, but I never screamed. I never made a sound at all. I remember lying completely still, just watching it, because in my child's mind I thought if I stayed quiet enough, maybe it wouldn't notice me. The strange thing is, my parents still remember me talking about it the next morning. I used to tell them exactly what I'd seen, again and again. I was far too young then to know anything about Grim Reapers or anything like that. We didn't have books about it in the house, and I definitely hadn't seen anything on television. The closest comparison I could make as a child came later, when we learned about historical executioners at school. I remember seeing an illustration and thinking, that's it. That's what I saw in my room. For years, I tried to convince myself it must have been childhood imagination, that maybe I was half dreaming or just seeing shapes in the dark. But then something happened much later that really unsettled me. My cousin, who was born years after me, actually on the same birthday, had her own experience when she was around 4 or 5. One evening she was in the living room screaming in absolute panic. Her mom couldn't calm her down at first because she was so frightened. When she finally managed to explain what she had seen, my aunt asked her to draw it. And what she drew was almost exactly what I had seen as a child. My aunt was so shaken by it that she rang my mom straight away because she knew all about what I used to describe when I was little. Neither of them could believe it. What made it even stranger was that for a long time, people in their house used to say one of the bedrooms felt wrong somehow, like there was something uneasy about it. But after that sighting, it was as if whatever had been there was gone. The room never seemed to bother anyone again, and one of the girls sleeps in there now without any problems. I know how unbelievable all of this sounds. I've spent years going back and forth, wondering whether it was coincidence, fear, imagination, or something else entirely. But the fact that someone else in my family, years later, described and even drew the same figure. That's the part I can't really explain away. So honestly, I still think about it now, and I still wonder what it was. I've been carrying this story around with me for most of my life, and even now, I still don't know what to make of it. I've told a few people over the years, usually half laughing by the end because nobody ever really believed me. After a while, I started brushing it off too, like maybe it was just some strange childhood memory that got bigger in my mind. But deep down, I've never been fully convinced it was nothing. It didn't feel like a dream. It didn't feel imagined. When I was about 7, maybe closer to 8, I had a really hard time sleeping. I used to be scared of going to bed, though I honestly couldn't tell you why now. So by the time I finally did fall asleep, I'd be completely drained. I slept so heavily that once I was out, I was gone. Even now, I'm still the kind of person who's hard to wake. But one night, for no reason I can explain, I opened my eyes all at once. My bed was pushed up against the wall, and from where I slept, I could see straight through my open bedroom door into the hallway. Usually, everything was pitch black. But that night, the very first thing I saw wasn't the doorway or the dark hall. It was a face. It was right there, impossibly close to mine, only a few inches away. I remember freezing for half a second, then pulling my knees up toward my chest without even thinking. That's one reason I've never believed it was sleep paralysis. I could move. I know I could. And that face stayed there, hovering in front of me. I couldn't make out a body or even the room around it. Just that face. It had this strange blue tone to it, almost glowing against the dark, like it carried its own color. Its eyes were yellowish, bright enough that I could see them clearly, and its teeth were this odd, shiny white. What I remember most, though, is the smile. It was wide and unnatural, almost playful, in a way that made it even worse. Years later, when I saw the Cheshire Cat in Alice in Wonderland, that smile instantly brought me back to that night. I don't remember screaming. I don't remember calling for anyone. I just remember the fear settling into me so fast that I squeezed my eyes shut and stayed like that. At some point, I must have fallen asleep again. Then, years later, when I'd pretty much stopped thinking about it, something happened a second time. This time I was around 10, and I was sleeping in my parents' bed. It was early morning, just before sunrise, when everything has that pale gray light. The shutters were closed, but enough light slipped through to make the room dimly visible. I woke up suddenly and, for some reason, turned toward the open bedroom door. Standing near the frame was a tall figure. It wasn't just tall in a normal way. It seemed stretched somehow, long and thin, with that same bluish color I remembered from before. And again, there was something yellow, around the face maybe, or where the eyes should have been. I can't say for sure, but I had the same immediate feeling that it was looking at me, and that it was smiling. I was terrified, but I didn't move much. I just turned away, pulled the blanket over myself, and shut my eyes like that could somehow erase it. Eventually, I drifted back to sleep. Those are the only 2 times I remember it happening. At least, the only 2 that stayed with me. But every now and then, I still think about that blue face. That smile. The way it felt so real in the moment. And I can't help wondering whether it really was only in my head, or whether, somehow, I saw something I was never meant to see. I grew up hearing this old story about the land my neighborhood sits on. Long before the houses went up, it was all part of a family farm. People used to say the farmer's young daughter, Clara, died somewhere on the property. It was one of those stories everyone knew, but nobody really talked about for long. As a kid, I never gave it much weight. It just felt like local folklore. But looking back now, I think maybe that story stayed closer to me than I realized. When I was little, I hated sleeping in my own room. I could never explain it properly, but I always felt watched, like someone was standing just outside my line of sight. Most nights, I'd end up dragging my blanket into my parents' room and sleeping on the floor beside their bed because it felt safer there. One night, I must have been about 10, I woke up in the dark and looked toward my mom. And there, right behind her, was a little girl curled up close, almost like she was trying to hide beside her. She was holding this old-fashioned doll in her arms, the kind with the stiff little face and lace dress. What scared me most was that it looked almost exactly like a doll we kept stored away downstairs. She wasn't moving. She was just staring straight at me. I screamed so loudly I woke both my parents up. They turned on the light, checked the room, and of course, nobody was there. They told me I'd had a bad dream, that I was half asleep and imagining things. And maybe that should have been the end of it. But it wasn't. I never saw that girl again after that night. At least, not face to face. Still, strange things started happening around me as I got older. Small things at first, but oddly personal. Jewelry would disappear. Certain clothes that meant something to me would vanish for weeks or months, and then somehow show up again in plain sight, folded neatly or placed carefully where I knew they hadn't been before. My parents always insisted they hadn't touched any of it. Then there were the other things. My TV turning on by itself when the remote was nowhere near me. Lights flicking off and on for no reason. The kind of stuff that sounds easy to explain away until it keeps happening over and over again. The weirdest part was that for more than 20 years, no one else in my family really experienced anything. It felt focused, like whatever it was, it had chosen me. And I wasn't the only one who noticed something strange about the area either. Neighbors would talk about hearing a little girl laughing outside when there were no children around, or hearing footsteps in empty parts of the house. So part of me always wondered whether this thing was tied to the land, or tied to me. Lately, though, it feels like whatever this is has started reaching beyond just me. About 6 months ago, I was back at my parents' house, and the bathroom connected to my old bedroom was locked. No one had been inside. I unlocked it, walked away for maybe a minute, came back, and it was locked again. My boyfriend was there that time, and he saw the whole thing happen. A while after that, he and I were trying to leave through the garage, and the door handle just would not work. We both tried everything, turning the lock, jiggling the handle, pulling and pushing like idiots for several minutes. Then all of a sudden, it opened like nothing had ever been wrong. A month later, the exact same thing happened again, this time with my dad. And there's nothing wrong with that handle. It's never had issues before. And then tonight, something happened that really shook her. She got into her car, reached for her seatbelt, and the second she clicked it in, she said it felt like someone behind her grabbed the belt and yanked it hard. She spun around, thinking maybe someone was in the back seat. There was no one there. For years, I convinced myself this was just one of those unexplainable things that seemed to happen around me. But now other people are seeing it too, and that's what unsettles me the most. It feels like whatever started all those years ago isn't fading out. It feels like it's getting bolder. And honestly, I don't know what to make of that anymore. I don't know if this is something tied to a place or something that can stay with a person. I don't know if these things can build over time. I just know that after all these years, it still doesn't feel like it's over. So, I want to tell you about something that's followed me for most of my life, and even now, I still don't know how to explain it. I grew up in a neighborhood that had been built over what used to be open farmland. People in the area used to whisper that long before the houses went up, a little child had died somewhere on that land. I don't know if that story was true, but ever since I was young, my bedroom always felt wrong. I can't describe it any better than that. I just hated being in there alone, especially at night. When I was about 10, I had one experience that stuck with me harder than anything else. I'd fallen asleep on the floor in my parents' room because I was too uneasy to sleep in my own. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up and looked toward my mom, and there was what looked like a small girl lying right behind her, almost curled up against her back. She was holding a stuffed toy, just staring straight at me. I remember freezing for a second, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, and then I screamed. My mom jolted awake, turned around, and there was nobody there. Nothing. No little girl, no toy, nothing at all. After that, I told myself it had to be my imagination. Maybe I was half asleep. Maybe I dreamed it. I tried to let it go, but then other things started happening. As I got older, little belongings of mine would go missing for weeks or even months, and then somehow turn up again in my room, sitting out in plain sight like they'd been there the whole time. Devices would switch on by themselves. Not constantly, not in some dramatic movie way, just enough to make me stop and wonder if I was losing it. The strangest part was that it seemed tied to me. Nobody else in my family really experienced any of it, so of course they didn't believe me. To them, things were misplaced, lights were faulty, electronics were glitchy. There was always some normal explanation. But lately, that's changed. About half a year ago, I came back home and found the bathroom attached to my old room locked, even though no one had been using it. I unlocked it, stepped away for maybe a minute, came back, and somehow it was locked again. Then, a few months after that, my boyfriend and I were trying to leave through the garage, and the door handle just would not work. Both of us kept trying it over and over, and it wouldn't budge. Then suddenly, without any reason, it opened like everything was perfectly fine. Later on, the exact same thing happened again when my dad was there. My mom has even started noticing things now. She sent me videos of lights flickering in different parts of the house for no clear reason. And then tonight, something happened that honestly scared her more than anything else so far. She got into her car, reached for her seatbelt, and right as she clicked it in, she said it felt like someone from behind grabbed the belt and yanked it back. She turned around immediately, but there was no one there. For a long time, I really believed all of this was just random, isolated weirdness that happened around me. But now that other people are starting to experience things too, I can't shake the feeling that whatever this is didn't stay in one place. It feels like it attached itself to me somehow, and maybe now it's getting stronger. So, I've had experiences my whole life that I honestly can't explain. And over the past several years, they've only gotten more intense. There's been this strange spiritual shift happening in me lately too. Like something deep inside is being cleared out or rearranged. Along with that, I've been noticing odd little patterns, uncanny timing, weird coincidences. The kind of things that make you stop and wonder what's really going on. A few weeks ago, I noticed a damp spot spreading across my bedroom ceiling. At first, I brushed it off because the weather had been awful, and I figured there was no point reporting it until the rain let up. But a day or two ago, I looked up and realized it had gotten noticeably worse. I remember thinking, okay, I really need to put in a maintenance request. But I didn't. The night before all this happened, I worked late and stayed up until around 2:30 in the morning. The whole day had felt heavy, emotionally and energetically, like I was carrying something I couldn't quite name. There had already been a couple of strange moments that day too, little things that felt too perfectly timed to be random. Then, around 8 the next morning, I got woken up by the doorbell. At first, I thought it was part of a dream, but it kept ringing, and I realized it was real. So I threw on some clothes, still half asleep, and went to answer the door. Standing there was the maintenance supervisor from my property office, someone I recognized because he'd been to my apartment before. He looked at me and said he was there to check the leak in my ceiling. I just stared at him. Because yes, I did have a leak in the ceiling, but I had never reported it. I told him exactly that. He looked confused too and glanced down at the paper in his hand, then asked if maybe he had the wrong unit. So I looked at it with him, and no, it had my exact building and apartment number on it. I ended up showing him the damaged spot, and after taking a look, he said he'd come back once the rain had passed and things had dried out a bit. After he left, I immediately logged into the property portal, and there it was. A maintenance request had been submitted under my account the day before, sometime just after 5 p.m. I know for a fact I didn't file it. I wasn't even home around then, and when I usually submit requests, I include photos and extra details. This one was bare bones, just something like, repair ceiling leak. I started trying to explain it away. Maybe someone on staff had entered for some reason and noticed it. But that didn't make sense. Why would they submit it under my account? And if someone had already gotten into my place without permission, why bother creating a work order that could draw attention? What made it even stranger was that the request was marked, "Do not enter if resident is not home." If someone had created it just to gain access, you'd think they would have selected the opposite. And the maintenance guy himself didn't act like someone who already knew anything. He genuinely needed me to show him where the leak was. Plus, if he'd wanted to enter without me, he easily could have tried. But instead, he rang the bell and waited like normal. That's what's been sitting with me. This isn't even the first unexplained thing that's happened in this apartment, and it's definitely not the first one recently. But this one shook me, because it was so practical, so specific, so verifiable. A real work order, under my account, for a problem I had been thinking about constantly, but never actually reported. I didn't file that ticket. So, last autumn, my granddad passed away, and not long after that, my parents inherited his house. They'd been trying to sell it for ages, and just when it finally looked like everything was falling into place and they'd found a buyer, something else went wrong. About 6 weeks ago, a pipe burst up in the loft and caused a huge amount of damage. Everyone assumed insurance would take care of it, but it turned out it wouldn't. A few days ago, my dad asked me if I could go round and have a look at the place, just to see how bad the damage was and give him a rough idea of what it might cost to sort out. I'm an electrician, so I said yeah, no problem. My girlfriend came with me. The minute we stepped inside, the whole place just felt wrong. It was absolutely freezing, for one thing, but it was more than that. You know when somewhere just feels off, and you can't really explain why? That was exactly it. We started in the kitchen, then moved through into the sitting room. The house had been stripped out ready for sale, so there was barely anything left in there at all. Just empty rooms, really, apart from my granddad's old armchair still sitting there. The curtains at the front and back were closed, and there was this little lamp plugged into a timer socket, just to make the place look lived in from the outside. When we walked into the sitting room, that lamp was on, and I made this stupid joke to my girlfriend. I said something like, "I can just picture Granddad sitting there in his chair having a good laugh at all this." The second I finished saying it, the lamp went out. Honestly, we both just ran, straight out the front door. We didn't even say anything, we just bolted. After a minute or so outside, I started trying to explain it away. I mean, the lamp was on a timer, right? So I told myself it had to just be bad timing. Creepy, sure, but still just a coincidence. So we went back in. That's when my girlfriend noticed a door standing open that neither of us remembered being open before. I told her we probably just missed it the first time, even though, if I'm honest, I wasn't so sure. I got on with testing the electrics, but my tester was acting strangely. The readings were all over the place, nothing steady, nothing that made any real sense. By then, my girlfriend was already saying she wanted to leave, and I was starting to feel uneasy myself. I decided I'd just pack up and go. Then I realized my voltage pen was missing. And this is the thing that really gets me. The house was empty. Properly empty. There was nowhere for it to disappear into. No clutter, no furniture, nothing. We checked the kitchen first. Just bare worktops. Nothing there. Then the bathroom. Nothing. Then we went back into the sitting room. By now, I was on edge enough that I asked my girlfriend to stand behind me while I looked around. I pulled the curtains wide open to let more light in. Still no sign of it anywhere. Then I checked the timer socket because I wanted to see exactly what time the lamp had switched off. That's when I noticed it hadn't switched off on the timer at all. It had been turned off by hand. I just stood there looking at it for a second. Then I switched it back on, closed the curtains again, and we went back into the kitchen. And my voltage pen was sitting right there on the kitchen counter. I'm telling you now, it was not there before. We had both looked. Properly looked. There is no doubt in my mind about that. At that point, my girlfriend had had enough and stepped outside. I grabbed the rest of my tools as fast as I could, locked up, and went round to the front of the house just to make sure I hadn't left any lights on. I got in the car immediately. From inside the car, both of us looked back at the house, and the curtains were open by maybe half a meter. They had definitely been closed when we left. I'm really not someone who scares easily, and I don't usually believe in stuff like this. I'm the kind of person who always looks for a logical explanation first, but I honestly can't explain what happened in that house that day. And even now, thinking about it, it still shakes me up. I've never really been someone who believes in the paranormal. And honestly, I don't believe in God anymore either, even though I was raised Christian. Leaving that faith was a long process for me, and once I started digging into the history behind it all, I ended up letting go of those beliefs completely. Still, even now, I can't say I've ever ruled out the possibility that there might be something dark or unsettling in this world. Not in a religious sense exactly. Just something. Some kind of presence. Because for as long as I can remember, my body has reacted to certain things in ways I can't fully explain. I get these intense chills in my upper body, starting in my face, running down my arms, sometimes all the way to my lower back. It happens when I think about powerful ideas, overwhelming moments, certain music, or anything that feels eerie or deeply unsettling. People might describe chills like that as exciting or meaningful, but for me, they've never felt pleasant. They feel invasive, uncomfortable, and they happen a lot, sometimes every day. About 5 months ago, I moved into a small apartment by myself, and ever since then, I've felt uneasy every time I walk through the door. The feeling hits almost immediately. It got bad enough that I set up cameras facing the living room and the entryway, because every time I came home from work, I felt like I had to check every corner and every door just to convince myself no one else was inside. I can't really sit in silence there either. I always need the TV or something playing in the background just to calm my nerves. There's one place in the apartment that affects me more than anywhere else, and that's the bathroom, especially when I look in the mirror. The second I step in there, I feel it. That same wave of cold unease, those chills down my spine. And lately, it's gotten so much worse. The bathroom is arranged in a way that makes it feel even stranger. There's a mirrored medicine cabinet right above the sink when you walk in, and off to the side, there's a tall standing mirror positioned so that I can kind of see both mirrors at once, depending on where I'm standing. I've had that mirror set up like that for months, and something about it has always bothered me, even before I consciously admitted it. I've always hated looking into mirrors when I'm alone. That's not new. But over the last couple of weeks, it's become so much more intense that it started affecting my sleep. I don't even like closing my eyes when I'm by myself sometimes, because there's this irrational fear that when I open them again, something will be there that wasn't there before. And the frustrating part is, I've never actually seen anything supernatural in my life. Not once. So I keep telling myself it's just anxiety or exhaustion, or maybe all the creepy stuff I've read and watched getting into my head. But then today happened. I came home exhausted and decided to take a nap in the afternoon because I've been so sleep-deprived lately. I actually slept pretty well. But when I woke up and went into the bathroom, the chills hit me the second I stepped inside. For the past few days, I've been reading other people's stories about mirrors and strange experiences, and it got me thinking maybe I should turn the standing mirror around. So I did. And weirdly, that helped a little. I felt just slightly calmer. But then I looked back into the medicine cabinet mirror, and all of a sudden my vision seemed to blur a little. That wasn't even the first strange thing that's happened recently. A few weeks ago, I had sleep paralysis twice in the same week, which hadn't happened to me since I was a kid. In one of those episodes, I was lying there, unable to move, when I saw my bedroom door open, and I felt someone, crawl into bed beside me. It felt completely real. But when I finally snapped out of it and could move again, the door was shut and I was alone. Not long after that, I saw a disturbing image online one night that hit me so hard I had to leave the apartment altogether. I'm not exaggerating. I felt so deeply unsettled that I couldn't stay there, and the feeling didn't really ease up until the next day. That's part of what makes all of this harder to sort through. Disturbing imagery really stays with me. It gets under my skin and settles in my mind, so I usually try to stay away from horror and anything too dark. Though, if I'm being honest, I'm also weirdly drawn to it sometimes. But even with all that, I still have never actually seen anything I'd call supernatural. What I experience is more like this crushing sense of dread, these physical chills, this growing paranoia that seems to have gotten worse ever since I moved here. And I really don't know what to make of it. Part of me wonders if it's tied to everything I went through before moving, the fallout with family, losing people I loved, being pushed away over my decision to leave my faith. That kind of thing does something to you. Maybe my body is holding on to more fear than I realized. Maybe this apartment just became the place where all of that finally surfaced. But another part of me can't completely shake the feeling that maybe it's something else. Something I can't see, but my body is reacting to anyway. And I know how irrational that sounds, especially coming from me. But when you're standing there, cold and shaking, staring into a mirror and feeling like you're 1 second away from seeing something terrible, logic doesn't always win in that moment. So that's where I am right now, trying to figure out whether this is trauma, exhaustion, anxiety, or something I can't explain. And honestly, I don't know which answer scares me more. So something genuinely unsettling happened to me the other night. I was staying over at my dad and older brother's place. They'd already gone up to bed, and I was downstairs alone in the living room, half watching some late-night show while stretched out on the couch with my brother's cat Miri curled up beside me. Then, out of nowhere, this really loud metallic clang came from the far corner of the room. It was the kind of noise that makes your whole body jolt before your brain even catches up. Miri and I both snapped our heads toward it at the exact same time. We just stared, waiting to see what had caused it, but there was nothing there. Nothing had fallen, nothing looked out of place, and the room was completely still. A few seconds later, Miri slowly got up from the couch, stretched, and jumped onto the coffee table. That's when things got even worse. She sat there completely focused, her body still but her tail making these tiny, rapid little tremors against the table, like she was intensely locked onto something. Her eyes were huge, and she was following something across the room. Not low to the ground either, at about the height where a person would be standing. And she kept doing it for way longer than felt normal. Just tracking something I couldn't see, back and forth, like there was someone moving around in front of us. I kept trying to explain it away. Maybe the clang came from the radiator, even though I've never heard it make that kind of sound before. Maybe she was following a bug, except it was cold out, and there really aren't many insects around in winter. And whatever she seemed to be watching was moving too smoothly, too deliberately. At one point, I finally said out loud, as calmly and firmly as I could, "You're not welcome here. Please leave." I love scary movies. I love ghost stories. I love all of that when there's a screen between me and it. I do not need any of it happening to me in real life. And there's one part of this I almost didn't want to admit, because even now I'm not fully sure I believe it myself. Before I said that line, I had stood up from the couch and sharply said, "Hey!" And I swear, very faintly but close, like right near me, I thought I heard a quiet, "Hey," back. That was the moment my stomach dropped. Later, when I tried to describe how Miri was acting, I realized it wasn't the usual cat behavior people picture. She wasn't flicking her tail side to side or getting playful. It was stranger than that. She had settled into this still little loaf on the coffee table, tail stretched straight out behind her, almost perfectly straight, flat against the surface. And these tiny, fast shivers were running through it. Her ears were forward, her eyes were wide, and she was staring toward the doorway beside the couch. Not at the floor, not at the wall, at eye level, human eye level. And when I stood up and said, "Hey!" she turned her head and looked directly at the doorway like somebody was standing there. That's when I decided I'd had enough. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was a weird house noise and a cat being a cat. But for those few minutes, sitting there alone in that room, it really did feel like something had wandered in, and Miri could see it a lot better than I could. Okay, so something strange happened again, and this time it was the radio. My dad has this tiny old portable radio, about the size of a grown man's palm. It's honestly a pretty awful little thing. The radio in his truck hasn't worked in ages, so every now and then he brings this one along just to have some background noise. The problem is, it barely picks up a signal and sounds absolutely terrible. So this happened really early in the morning. The house was quiet. My dad was asleep on the couch downstairs, and my little brother was still out cold too. I was coming down from upstairs when I heard this soft rushing sound. At first, I thought it was the kettle in the kitchen, like maybe Dad had gotten up to make coffee. But the closer I got to the first floor, the louder it got. And I mean way louder. Loud enough that I stopped halfway down the stairs and just thought, no, that's not the kettle. It was the little travel radio. It was sitting on the shelf in the dining room, blasting this harsh white noise. Not music, not voices, just that loud static hiss. And somehow the volume was turned way up. I just stood there for a second thinking, what on earth? Then I grabbed it and tried to switch it off. I found the off button, pressed it, and nothing. The static kept going like I hadn't touched it at all. It was still blaring, and I couldn't even figure out how to lower the volume. So I carried the thing over to my dad, who was still half asleep on the couch, with this ridiculously loud radio hissing in my hands. I asked him, "Were you using this?" Which, honestly, was a dumb question, because right above his head there's a much nicer radio he always uses when he actually wants to listen to something downstairs. He opened his eyes and just said, "What?" I told him, "I can't get it to turn off." Then he finally noticed the noise and where it was coming from. I handed him the radio, and he started pressing the off button over and over. Still nothing, just static. Then he handed it back to me and said, "Take the battery out." And I was like, "Oh, right." So I opened the little battery cover, pulled one of the batteries out, and immediately the sound stopped. Just like that. Then I put the battery back in, closed it up, and the display came back on showing the time, so clearly it still had power. But the noise never started again. And I'm telling you, I'm convinced it was the house ghost. That's what I call it now. I really think it was messing with that radio. Part of me wishes I'd stayed calm enough to actually listen to the static for a moment, just to see if there was something hidden in it. But instead, I got freaked out and ran straight to my dad. Afterward, I said to him, "See, that was the house ghost." And he gave me that look and said, "Why do you keep saying that?" Like I was being ridiculous. And I said, "Because you have a ghost." Then later, when I was telling my brother the story, I realized I never even checked whether the off button worked properly after that. So I went looking for the radio and asked my dad where he'd put it. Do you know where it is now? Hidden away in a drawer in the dining room, batteries taken out. So yeah, he knows. He absolutely knows I'm right. So this happened in the summer of 2007, when I was 17. My family and I were spending a few weeks back in our hometown. Around that time of year, nearly everyone would head off to the beach, so the town always felt strangely quiet, almost abandoned. Back then, my routine was pretty simple. Every afternoon, I'd go over to a friend's place and we'd spend hours playing video games, just wasting time the way teenagers do. Then later in the evening, we'd head to the town square, sit around talking about nothing and everything, and usually stay out way too late. That particular night, though, we stayed longer than usual. I think it was around 3:30 in the morning when we finally called it a night. My friend smoked cigarettes, but that was it. We weren't drinking, we weren't doing drugs, nothing like that. It was just another quiet summer night, or at least I thought it was. After we said goodbye, I started walking home alone like I always did. But that walk was nothing like the others. When I reached this narrow little intersection, I turned my head to the right before crossing, and that's when I saw someone coming toward me. They were only a couple of meters away. The figure was wearing a long, dark red robe with a hood, and they were limping slightly with each step. The whole area was brightly lit. There was a street lamp almost directly above us, so I could see everything clearly. And I remember getting this immediate, uneasy feeling. The robe looked old-fashioned somehow, almost theatrical, like something from another time. Then I looked where the face should have been, and there was nothing. Not a face in shadow, not a face I couldn't quite make out. Just darkness. Complete darkness where a head should have been. The second I realized that, pure panic hit me. My chest tightened, my heart started pounding, and I picked up my pace without fully meaning to. I crossed the street, and I kept glancing back, expecting to see it following me. But I didn't see anything. And honestly, that should have been the end of it. But it wasn't. About halfway down the street, I started hearing something call my name. Not out loud, not with my ears exactly, but inside my head, clear as day. "Come here, Danny." That's what really shook me. Danny was what only my friends called me. My full name is David, so hearing that familiar nickname made it feel personal, like whatever this was knew exactly who I was. The voice was soft, almost whispering. I couldn't tell if it was male or female. Every few seconds I heard it again. "Come here, Danny." By then I was terrified. I started walking faster and faster, almost breaking into a run. And the closer I got to home, the stronger it became. This is the part that's hardest to explain, because it wasn't just a voice anymore. It felt like it was pulling my attention in a certain direction, almost like I could feel where it wanted me to go. At the end of the block, I had to choose. My house was down the street to the right, but whatever was calling me wanted me to keep going straight. Even now, I still think about that moment. I still wonder what would have happened if I'd gone the other way. But I was so scared that I turned right without hesitating. And halfway down my street, I heard it one last time. Then it stopped. I barely slept that night. I just lay there replaying everything in my mind, trying to make sense of it. The next morning, or really closer to noon, I was still in bed when I heard a scream right next to me. Not in my head this time, an actual scream. Loud, sudden, and so close it felt like it came from just inches away from my face. I froze. I've told people about it over the years, and most of them don't believe me. My friends never really did, and even now, people usually just laugh it off or try to explain it away. But I know what I saw, and I know what I felt. I'm 36 now, and I still think about that night more often than I'd like to admit. I still wonder what that figure was, why it called me, and what might have happened if I'd followed the path it was trying to lead me down. Hello to everyone watching the Paranormal M channel. Welcome back. Join us as we dive into real paranormal experiences from around the world. Thanks so much for your continued support and for sending in so many incredible stories. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Now get into bed, put on your headphones, switch on your nightlight, and let's listen to tonight's paranormal experiences. Good night. So this happened when I was about 14, and I was out with my two older brothers, Eli, who was 16, and Gage, who was 17. My grandparents had this big stretch of land with a couple horses and some cattle. I wouldn't call it a full-on ranch, but honestly, it kind of was one, in everything but the name. There was a spot we loved down by the river where we'd go to mess around, shoot rifles sometimes, build little campfires, just hang out and feel like the whole world belonged to us. But this particular day, we'd brought our bows instead. To get to our usual river spot, the easiest way was to cut through a gate into the neighboring property and follow this narrow, forested trail. The problem was, my grandpa had been dead serious about us not going that way. He was in the middle of a nasty feud with the neighbor. Property lines, respect, the whole thing. Technically, the trail was on the other guy's land, even though it was the cleanest route and shaved off a good 15 or 20 minutes. And look, we weren't dumb. We knew we shouldn't. But we were kids, and kids are experts at convincing themselves rules are flexible. Still, I remember something really specific before we even got going. I got this weird feeling, not fear exactly, more like awareness. Like the woods were paying attention. Like there were eyes on us in a way that didn't make sense. The crazy part is, we'd taken that trail plenty of times and I'd never felt that before. But that day, it was like my skin knew something my brain didn't. We went anyway. We got to the river spot, and for a while everything was totally normal. We shot for a bit, joked around, retrieved arrows, did all the usual brother stuff, light trash talk, pretending we were better shots than we were. Then the sun started to sink, and once that light changes in the woods, everything goes from warm and familiar to sharp, shadowy, like the forest turns its face away from you. We packed up and started back. The trail felt darker than usual, like the trees were leaning in. I told myself I was just being dramatic, but my stomach didn't buy it. About halfway back, we stopped because I had to pee and, yeah, being a girl in the woods means it's not as simple as turn around and go. I had to squat near a tree and try not to be annoyed about it. My brothers stepped a little ways off, giving me the world's most impatient version of privacy. And right as I was fixing my clothes and standing back up, we heard it. A deep, ugly growl, loud enough that it didn't feel like it was coming from far away. And then, almost immediately after, that sickening crack of wood splitting. Not a twig, not brush, a solid tree limb, big enough to make the sound carry like a gunshot. Then we heard hooves pounding through the tree line. Hooves. That's the part that still doesn't sit right, because our brains went straight to the obvious explanation. Horse. Cow. Something got loose. Wouldn't have been the first time. But none of us stayed long enough to see what it was. We grabbed what we could and ran. And when I say ran, I mean full panic. No pride, no jokes, no pretending we were tough. Just 3 kids booking it down a dark trail like something was on our heels. We ended up ditching half our gear without even thinking about it. We hit the gate, and we practically slammed into it. Eli started fumbling with the chain, hands shaking so bad he kept missing the latch. Gage was scanning the woods like he expected something to burst out any second. And I was just standing there, breathing too hard, trying to listen over my own heartbeat. And that's when we saw it. At first, my brain tried to label it as a person. That was the only category it wanted to use. But it was wrong. Too tall, too still, too shaped in a way that didn't feel human. And then I saw what made my blood go cold. Horns. Not huge, like a cartoon demon or anything, but unmistakable, curving up from its head in a way that caught what little light was left. And the eyes. I swear to you, the eyes looked red, like someone had taken 2 coals and pressed them into a face. Eli was the only one who actually said something out loud. His voice cracked when he did, like he didn't even recognize his own words. He just whispered, "What is that?" None of us answered. We couldn't. He got the chain on the gate, and we backed away without turning our backs on it, moving fast, half stumbling, heading straight for the barn like it was the only safe place left on earth. We made it back, and my grandpa, he didn't fully believe us, but he also didn't laugh. He had that tight, thoughtful look, like he was filing it away somewhere. Like maybe he'd heard enough in his life to know that sometimes people see things they can't explain. My grandma didn't really respond at all, just went quiet and busy, the way some folks do when they don't want a thing to exist. And Gage? My oldest brother didn't say anything. Not that night. Not the next day. Not for years. It was like he refused to give it reality by putting words on it. Here's where I land on it now. I believe in the supernatural, but I also believe in the rational. I'm not someone who wants every weird noise to be a monster. Most things have explanations. Animals, shadows, adrenaline, the way fear edits memory. But I can't neatly box this one. Because even if I can explain the growl and the branch snap and the hooves, there's still that figure in the clearing. The horns, the eyes. And there's one more thing that makes it harder to ignore. My grandparents always claimed that on the neighboring property there was an old indigenous ceremonial mound, a place used a long time ago for gatherings or rituals. I've never seen it myself, and I can't prove it's real. It's just something they said with a strange seriousness, like you didn't argue with it. Maybe it has nothing to do with anything. Maybe it was an animal, and our fear filled in the blanks. Or maybe, just maybe, we were somewhere we weren't supposed to be, at a time of day when the woods stopped feeling like they belonged to people, and something noticed us noticing it. I honestly don't know. All I know is that I still remember that clearing, that gate, and that feeling, like the dark was watching back. So, this happened when I was about 7 or 8. Old enough to notice when something feels off, but still young enough that my memories from that time come in these little broken flashes, like snapshots instead of a full movie. My cousin Maddie and I were playing upstairs at my grandparents' house, and I need you to understand something before I tell you what happened. That entire upper floor has always had this unsettling feeling, like the air is heavier up there. My older brother used to stay upstairs for a while, and even now he'll tell you the same thing, that the creepiest energy was strongest on that floor, especially around one specific room. Upstairs had a few rooms, and each one had its own kind of wrongness. There was this huge bedroom, almost too huge, like the size didn't match the shape of the house. That's where my brother stayed. Then there was the old childhood room, where my mom and her brother slept when they were kids. That room felt heavy in a way I can't really explain, like it was carrying old emotions in the walls. It was packed with their old toys, still sitting there like someone might come back and start playing any second. And later, years later, my mom's brother disappeared. Not like lost touch, I mean vanished. He was in his 40s, and one day he was just gone. No calls, no clues, no goodbye. That room felt wrong even before that happened, but after, it felt almost cursed. There was also this gross upstairs bathroom split into 2 little sections, sink in one, toilet in the other. The tub had this old curtain that always made me feel like somebody was standing behind it. Like if I pulled it open, I'd catch someone who wasn't supposed to be there. But the worst room, no contest, was the old upstairs kitchen. Nobody used it anymore. It had this stale, sour smell, and the floor always felt tacky under your feet. My brother had a ginger cat that lived up there for a while. Sweet cat, but at night it would yowl in this awful way, like it was warning everyone about something. And then one day it just died. No illness, no slow decline, just gone. That kitchen had 2 rooms connected to it. On the left was this makeshift dressing room stuffed with old clothes, like old. Coats, dresses, things that looked like they belonged in another century. There were even uniforms that reminded me of wartime photos you see in history books. On the right was the room I hated the most, a space filled with grave candles, like the kind people leave in cemeteries, glass jars, wax, that faint, dusty scent of dried flowers. The whole kitchen area smelled like old fabric, mothballs, and something else I still can't put a name to. So, one afternoon, Maddie and I decided to explore up there. We went into the left room first, the one packed with the clothes. We were doing that kid thing where you touch everything even though you know you shouldn't, whispering and giggling and daring each other to open another drawer. We were digging through old outfits and strange little antiques, half fascinated, half nervous. And then, bam! The kitchen door slammed. Not a gentle close, not a breeze. A slam that made both of us jump like someone had just shouted in our faces. We froze, and right after that, we heard the key. The sound of metal turning in a lock. Fast, over and over. Like someone was standing on the other side, hurried and angry, trying to lock it properly, trying to make sure it caught. We ran to the door and yanked the handle. It wouldn't open. We screamed, we cried, like real, panicked, ugly crying, because we weren't playing anymore, and we knew it. We were yelling for our parents, for anyone downstairs. And the worst part was realizing how far away they felt. Everyone was in the living room below, talking and laughing, and we were up there in that dead kitchen, locked in like we'd been put away. I don't know exactly how long it was. In my head, it felt like forever. If I'm guessing now, maybe a couple minutes. But when you're a kid and you're terrified, time stretches. It becomes this thick, awful thing. And then, just like that, the door opened. Not with a fight, not with force, just a simple twist, and it swung like it had never been locked at all. We stopped crying for half a second because our brains couldn't even process it. There was no one in the kitchen. No footsteps. No shadow moving away. No adult acting confused. Nothing. Just the stale air and that dim, disgusting kitchen staring back at us like it had done nothing wrong. And Maddie and I didn't hesitate. We bolted down the stairs so fast I almost slipped, and we ran straight into our parents, sobbing, trying to explain through hiccups that someone had locked us in. But of course, no one had. I've only told this story to a couple people, my partner and my brother, mostly because it sounds like the kind of thing people roll their eyes at. And honestly, I get it. I don't have proof. I can't rewind time and show you. All I can offer is the memory and how clear it still feels in my body. Even now, just talking about that upstairs kitchen makes my skin tighten. Like my nervous system remembers it before my brain even finishes the sentence. I've got a few more stories from that house, 2 or 3 at least. And there's one I've been saving because it's the most personal and the most messed up. And I already know it's the one people will least believe. But this one is real to me. Because I still remember the sound of that lock turning. Fast, frantic, deliberate. Like something upstairs didn't want us leaving. So, I've never been the kind of person who grew up seeing ghosts or having those obvious horror movie moments. Most of my life I've been pretty skeptical, pretty grounded. But there are a few things that happened, little pockets of time, that still sit with me, like a pebble in a shoe you can't shake out. The first one was when I was about 13. I was staying over at my aunt's place with my cousin and a friend, just the 3 of us crammed into the same bedroom, giggling and talking like kids do when they should be asleep. My aunt's house was surrounded by these tall walls, like the kind that make you feel tucked away from the world. Safe. Sealed in. We had the window open because it was warm, and the room had this soft, nighttime glow, street light spilling in, maybe a porch light outside, something like that. And then we saw it. A shadow moved across the wall. Not like a flicker from a car passing by, not like tree branches shifting. It was shaped like a person, like a man's silhouette, and it moved the way a person moves when they're walking, steady and casual, like someone just strolling through the yard. The 3 of us went dead quiet. You know that kind of silence where nobody even wants to breathe too loud? I remember staring at my cousin like, "Are you seeing this too? Please tell me I'm not alone in this." We didn't hear footsteps. We didn't hear a gate. We didn't hear anyone talking outside. And as far as we knew, there weren't any men there that night, just my aunt and us. We never figured it out. To this day, we'll bring it up sometimes, and all we can do is shrug and get goosebumps all over again. Then, a few years later, late teens, I had another moment that felt different, less spooky, more unsettling. I was out at night with 2 friends, waiting at a bus stop. It was one of those nights where the street feels too quiet, like the air is holding its breath. And then a car pulled up in front of us. A police car. At first I thought, okay, maybe they're checking on us. But when the officers got out and started talking, something about them didn't sit right. Their tone was off. Their questions were weirdly personal. The way they looked at us made my stomach tighten. The 3 of us had heard stories, enough stories, to know that sometimes a uniform doesn't automatically mean safety. And then, this man appeared. It's so strange to describe because it wasn't dramatic. He didn't come running in like a superhero. He just stepped out from the shadows nearby, like from behind a tree or a signpost, and walked right up like he belonged there. Like he'd been there the whole time, even though he absolutely hadn't. He started talking to us, and he spoke to the officers too, calm but firm. Not aggressive, just present, grounded. He stood close enough that I suddenly felt less exposed, and almost immediately, the cops backed off. They got into the car and drove away like they'd lost interest. I remember turning to look at the man, ready to thank him, but this is the part that messes with me. He was already gone. Like he'd vanished into the night the second the car pulled off. We scanned the sidewalk, the street, the little patch of trees. Nothing. No footsteps fading, no figure walking away. I'm not someone who throws spiritual explanations at everything, but that night planted something in me. This tiny, stubborn thought. What if that man was sent to protect us? Not in a cheesy way, just what if? My family, though, my mom and my grandmother especially, they've had experiences that are harder to explain away. She'd be sitting there, and suddenly she'd hear it. Shouting, angry voices, this crashing noise like dishes being hurled across the kitchen. Sometimes it sounded like it came from her bedroom, where my grandpa used to sleep too. And every single time, when she'd rush in, heart pounding, bracing herself, everything would be normal. Plates stacked neatly, nothing on the floor, not a single broken thing. She always tells it like she's not trying to convince anyone. She's not dramatic about it. It's more like she's tired, like it's something she has to live with. And I'll be honest, their marriage wasn't gentle. It wasn't healthy. So hearing her describe those angry sounds after he was gone always made my skin prickle in a way I can't fully explain. My mom has her own stories too, from when she was growing up on a farm. She told me that some nights, when she'd be lying in bed, she could see straight into the kitchen because her bedroom door would be left open. And she'd watch this light, like a small, floating glow, start in the kitchen and drift toward her room. Not a flashlight beam, not a car headlight, a little orb of light, moving like it had intention. And every time, it would reach the doorway and just blink out, like it refused to cross that threshold. After my grandpa passed, my mom also started having weird experiences at my grandma's house, things that made her avoid staying overnight. The one she talks about the most is this buzzing sound, like a fly trapped right near her ear, all night long. Imagine trying to sleep with that, your nerves just getting sanded down hour after hour. She'd turn on the light, sit up, check the room. Nothing. No bug, no source. Just silence until she'd lie back down, and then the buzzing would start again. Over time, she got so uncomfortable that she stopped visiting as much, because if she went, she'd have to stay the night, and she didn't want to. And then, there was something that happened to me. This was maybe 5 or 6 years ago. My husband and I were going through a rough patch. Just a lot of fighting, tension hanging in the house like smoke you couldn't air out. One night, we were asleep, and I woke up suddenly to the sound of something, this loud burst right in my ear. Not the ear facing him, the other one, the ear exposed to the room. It didn't sound like a bang across the house. It sounded close, intimate, like someone had leaned in and hit the air beside my ear. I sat up so fast my heart felt like it slammed into my ribs, and I knew it wasn't part of a dream. My sleep has always been light, and this felt like something intruding into the real world. I was terrified, but I didn't wake my husband. I didn't want to startle him or have him dismiss it in that sleepy, annoyed way people do when they don't understand something. So I just stayed awake. I looked around the room, checked the corners, stared at the shadows like they might rearrange themselves. Then I grabbed my phone and scrolled mindlessly for almost an hour, forcing myself to stay awake because I felt vulnerable. Like falling back asleep would be inviting whatever that was to come back. When I finally told my husband later, he shrugged it off, said I must have been dreaming. He's always been the skeptic between us. Maybe a little less than he used to be, but still. And then, recently, I had this dream that shook me in a different way. In the dream, I was being haunted. That's the only word that fits. There was an entity, humanoid, but wrong. Its energy felt dark, heavy, almost hateful. Demonic is the word that kept echoing in my mind even after I woke up. I felt cornered, alone. And then, in the dream, I said the name of Jesus Christ, and instantly, the figure vanished, like someone turned off a screen, like it never existed. And I woke up with my heart racing, my whole body hot and tense, and this lingering feeling that it hadn't been just a dream. Not in the normal way. It felt real, like something had tested the door and then backed away the moment I called on my faith. I still don't walk around claiming I have all the answers. I don't. But when I stitch these moments together, the shadow at my aunt's house, the stranger who appeared when we needed him, the sounds my grandma hears, the lights my mom saw, the buzzing, the blow in my ear, and that dream that ended the second I spoke Jesus' name. It makes me wonder if the world is a little thinner in places than we like to believe. And honestly, I think part of me is still that skeptical kid, but another part of me can't forget what I felt. So, a friend of mine reached out one afternoon and said, "Hey, can you check something out for me?" It was her girlfriend's sister's place, already a little removed, already sounding like the kind of message you read twice before answering. She told me they'd been having these weird experiences in a house they'd just moved into. Not a place they'd grown up in, not even somewhere they'd spent much time before. It was the husband's family home, his late grandfather's place, passed down to him after the funeral. They'd only been there a few weeks, and apparently, whatever was happening was escalating. I agreed to come by. When I got there, they looked exhausted in that very specific way people look when they haven't truly rested in days. The wife, her name was Marina, did most of the talking at first, but her husband, Evan, would jump in every now and then like he was still trying to convince himself it was real. And listen, the stuff they described was unsettling. Over several nights, both of them had woken up at different times and claimed they weren't wearing what they went to bed in. One night, Marina said she woke up in her old hospital scrubs, like the ones she keeps folded in a drawer, not something she'd ever sleep in. Evan said he woke up once with nothing on at all. And here's the part that made them both go quiet. Neither of them woke up in the same room they fell asleep in. Then there was the refrigerator incident. They woke up one morning and the fridge door was hanging open, like someone had stood there and stared into it for a while, deciding what to grab, and then just wandered away. They ended up throwing out an entire load of groceries because everything had warmed up overnight. Marina told me she'd been feeling heavy, like her body was dragging behind her brain. One afternoon, she lay down around 1 or 2 p.m. for what she thought would be a short nap, and didn't wake up until late the next morning. Evan swore she'd gotten up a couple times for the bathroom, but she had no memory of it at all. Not a flicker. Nothing. Evan, meanwhile, had been getting headaches in the house, but not randomly. He could point to where they happened. Certain rooms made his head throb almost on cue, and the worst one, he said, was the downstairs sitting room, the same room where his grandfather had died. At that point, he'd convinced himself it was a haunting. He even called a local priest to bless the house. And according to them, it didn't help. If anything, it made things feel meaner, sharper. Then Marina told me about the bathroom. She said she'd gone in late one night to wash her makeup off, standing in front of the mirror with the sink light on. At first, it was normal. Then something shifted. She said her reflection didn't look like her, not fully. The expression was off. The timing was off too, like the reflection was moving a fraction of a second behind her. And right before she turned away, she swore she saw someone, some kind of figure, standing behind her in the mirror. That was the moment they decided they were done. They started making plans to move back into their apartment, because every time they stayed away from the house, they felt fine. Clear-headed, normal, like themselves again. But after the mirror thing, they said they heard more. A woman's voice late at night, muffled, distant, like it was coming through a wall. And from what was meant to be their future nursery, they both heard what sounded like quiet crying. They told me, dead serious, that the blessing must have antagonized whatever was in there. They were at a loss. So that's where I came in. Downstairs, in the sitting room, the one tied to the grandfather's death, the windows were strange. They looked like windows, but they were double layered and sealed in a way that didn't make sense, like they were never meant to be opened. The sills were caked with old residue, grime built up like the room hadn't been properly aired out in ages. I tried testing one and ended up scraping off this hardened strip of old adhesive, like someone had laminated the edges shut years ago. That set off alarms in my head immediately, because when a house can't breathe, the people inside it start doing things that look supernatural. I told them, "I think you might be dealing with carbon monoxide." They blinked at me like I just ruined their whole story. But I keep a carbon monoxide detector in my car for situations exactly like this. Call it habit, call it paranoia, call it experience. I went out, grabbed it, came back in, plugged it in, and it went off. Fast. Not a polite little beep, not a low battery chirp. It went off like it had something urgent to say. And suddenly, so much of their haunting snapped into focus. Carbon monoxide exposure can mess with your memory, your sleep, your perception. It can make you confused, exhausted, irrationally afraid. People do things they don't remember. They wander. They forget. They wake up in odd places. They make connections that feel real because their brain is desperate to explain the blank spots. The changing clothes thing? That can happen if you're up and moving around while not fully conscious. Sleepwalking, disoriented, impaired, and you don't remember any of it. The open fridge? Same idea. You might do it and never store the memory properly. The long sleep, the bathroom trips she couldn't recall, the specific room headaches Evan kept getting, those fit too, especially if certain areas had worse airflow or higher concentration pockets. I still did a full sweep, just to be thorough. I checked for anything electrical that could explain sensations. I looked for obvious structural issues, and yeah, I brought my usual equipment. I didn't catch anything that screamed paranormal. There were a few electromagnetic readings, but every one of them had a normal explanation once I followed the wires and appliances around. Even the mirror story, probably the creepiest part when I first heard it, has a real-world explanation that people don't talk about much. If you've ever stared at your own face in a mirror for too long under low, steady lighting, like with a candle nearby or warm bulbs, you can trigger a distortion effect where your brain starts editing what you're seeing. Features shift, expressions change. Your mind fills in blanks in a way that feels wrong. Marina had a candle on the sink, right next to the mirror. Combine that with poisoning and fatigue, and you get something that can feel like a waking nightmare. And here's the part that's a little uncomfortable, but important. Once two people are living in that altered state together, they can reinforce each other's interpretations without realizing it. They compare notes, they validate each other's fear, and suddenly it's not, we're both confused and sick, it's, something is doing this to us. They weren't lying. They were poisoned. I let them keep my detector. Those things are cheap compared to what they prevent, And honestly, every home should have one. No drama, no debate. They aired the place out, brought in proper detectors, and, last I heard, the haunting stopped. And I'll be honest with you, I love a good ghost story. I do. I'm not above getting chills in the dark like anyone else. So if you take anything from this, take this. Sometimes the creepiest stories aren't spirits at all. Sometimes it's something silent and invisible and completely real. Stay sharp. Get detectors. Ventilate your spaces. And yeah, leave room in your mind for mysteries. Just make sure you rule out the ones that can kill you first. So, let me tell you about a rental house I investigated a while back. One of those places that doesn't start out loud, but slowly gets under your skin. Two close friends of mine were living there. I'll call them May and Kay. Both of them had partners. May was dating a woman, and Kay had a boyfriend. And at some point, every single one of them had something happen in that house that they couldn't explain. The weird theme? They kept hearing things that sounded like each other. Like, Kay told me this one moment that really rattled her. She was home alone and swore she heard her boyfriend come in through the front door. Footsteps, the door noise, the whole routine. Then she heard him call her name, like he was standing right inside the entryway. So she goes downstairs, annoyed, thinking, okay, he's trying to mess with me. Nobody's there. But she still hears movement, like someone shifting around in a back room on the lower level. She walks toward it, expecting him to jump out and scare her, and there's just empty space. No boyfriend, no prank, just this awful feeling of being played with. Then there was a night May had me text her about later. She and her girlfriend were in bed when May heard what sounded like Kay and Kay's boyfriend having a full-blown fight, like nasty, loud, vicious yelling. She told me she could make out insults, swear words, the kind of stuff that makes you sit straight up in bed. May throws the covers off, furious, ready to storm out and tell him to get out of the house. And when she checks, Kay is asleep in her room, dead asleep, completely peaceful. No argument, no boyfriend shouting, nothing. And Kay's boyfriend, he had his own story too. One night, he's downstairs when he hears May call out from the bathroom, asking him to run up and grab something from her dresser, something personal. He didn't want to make it weird, so he grabs Kay, like, hey, can you do me a favor? Because he's trying to be respectful. Kay is confused and insists May isn't even home, that she's over at her brother's place. But he just heard her voice. Kay goes upstairs anyway, finds the exact item, walks down, and the bathroom is empty. Silent. No lights. No May. So when May asked me to come take a look, I went fast. I love residential investigations. There's something about stepping into someone's normal life and realizing the rules don't always hold. First thing I did, like always, carbon monoxide check. I don't mess around with that. If there's a physical explanation, I want it ruled out immediately. Nothing. Then I did a slow walkthrough with my EMF detector. May does investigations too, but she leans more spiritual than I do. She mainly wanted another set of eyes, someone who's naturally skeptical, someone who's going to challenge the story instead of feeding it. I got readings, higher than I expected in a couple spots, but nothing I could point to as a clear source. And I'll be honest with you, I prefer nighttime investigations. You get fewer distractions, fewer explanations. The house feels more honest. I also carry a bug detector. I usually keep that quiet because it can offend people, but I'm not interested in getting played. If someone's faking activity, I want to know. I found nothing. No devices, no obvious trick, No external factors that made me think anyone was staging this. That night, we did a spirit box session. Not the kind where you force meaning into every little noise. I'm careful about that. But I heard a few things that stuck. I got something that sounded like K, then something like May, and then the word doctor. And then came the part I still think about when I'm alone in my own house. I slept on their pull-out couch. I wasn't even asleep yet. It was around 1:10 a.m., and I was reading on my tablet with the brightness turned low. The basement door was maybe 10 feet away, and in the quiet, I heard it open. You know that slow, heavy creak old doors make? The kind that feels 10 times louder at night? That's what it sounded like the house wanted me to hear it. And then, out of nowhere, clear as day, I hear a voice say, "Hey, come here." Not a garbled whisper, not a half sound. It sounded close, intentional, like someone standing just inside the doorway. Every hair on my arms lifted. I'm not exaggerating. My body reacted before my brain could talk me out of it. And yes, I got up. I know. But that's who I am. If I'm there to find the truth, I'm not going to hide under a blanket pretending I didn't hear it. I walked over, turned on my phone's flashlight, and stood at the top of the basement stairs. The air felt wrong, thicker almost. I stepped down onto the first stair, and the basement door swung shut behind me. Then I heard the lock, that sharp, final click. I spun around and tried the handle, locked. I started banging on it, hard, but after a few seconds I stopped and did the smartest thing I could do in that moment. I called May on my phone and told her, very calmly, to come open the basement door. While I was waiting, on the other side of that door, I heard something I can only describe as a whispery little laugh. Not loud, not dramatic. A thin, breathy cackle, like whatever was there was amused that it worked. May opened the door a minute later, and I came out trying to play it cool, but I didn't sleep after that. I just stayed awake, thinking about how certain things don't fit neatly into a box. When I left, I told May and Kay I'd come back if they wanted to investigate further. They tried a cleansing. It didn't help. So eventually, they moved. And the part that still sticks with me? Since leaving that place, neither of them, or their partners, have reported anything else. Like the whole thing was tied to that house, or whatever was inside it. So yeah, that one still sits with me. Anyway, please take care of yourselves this week, all right? Stay grounded, stay observant, and if something feels off, don't ignore it. Be safe out there. You know what's funny? For as long as I can remember, people have told me I look just like my grandpa. My hair, my eyes, even the way I smile. They'll pause sometimes, like they're seeing him and me at the same time. I never really got to know him. He passed away not long after I was born. Cancer. The way my family tells it, he held on as long as he could while my mom was pregnant. Like he was determined to meet me first. Like he had one last thing to do before he let go. There's only one picture of us together. I'm tiny, newborn tiny, and he's holding me like I'm something fragile and sacred. And his face, I don't know how to explain it. His smile isn't forced. It's not the kind you do for a camera. It's calm, almost relieved. Like, for a moment, whatever pain he was carrying didn't get to touch him. I grew up in a Christian home. Faith was just part of the air in our house. But it wasn't the kind of faith that made me scared of people. My family always taught me to love, even when someone believed differently, even when I didn't understand them. I've carried that with me. But my childhood itself? It was complicated. My parents split when I was still a baby, and because they were both young and trying to figure life out, I bounced around a lot. My mom's place, my dad's place, my grandma's house. Different rooms, different routines, different versions of home. And still, I never felt as alone as I probably should have. It's hard to put into words, but I always felt like someone was close. Not in a scary way, more like a steady presence. Like there was someone walking a half step behind me, quietly making sure I didn't fall apart. When I was a kid, my anxiety got intense. Panic attacks that would come out of nowhere, like my body was ringing an alarm and I couldn't find the off switch. As a teenager, depression found its way in too. But even then, even on the worst days, I still had that strange feeling that I wasn't completely by myself. Until I wasn't sure anymore. Early in high school, things got really dark for me. I barely slept. I cried constantly. Quiet, exhausting crying that feels like it lives in your bones. I started thinking, I don't know if I can keep doing this. And what scared me most wasn't even the sadness. It was that the comforting feeling I'd always had, that someone's with you, seemed to disappear. So I started praying. Not fancy prayers, just honest ones. The kind you whisper into your pillow because you don't know what else to do. I asked God for a sign, for peace, for anything that felt like I wasn't drifting out to sea alone. And then this one weekend in the spring, my grandma asked if I could help her out with something. She needed to pack up a few boxes in the barn, some old storage, some things she'd been avoiding going through. And she wanted help in my grandpa's workshop too. I hadn't spent much time in there before, not really. It was one of those places that still felt like him, and that can be hard to step into when someone's gone. But that day, she'd cleaned it up, organized it, like she was trying to breathe in there again. When she opened the door and flicked on the lights, I swear, something happened in my chest. Warmth. That's the closest word I have. Like my whole body exhaled at once. The air felt different, lighter, almost gentle. And all of a sudden, I didn't want to leave. I just stood there, taking it in like I'd been thirsty and didn't know it. I asked my grandma what she needed help with, and she said, "There's a light in here that won't turn on, and I can't figure out why." That's what brought us there, a single, stubborn light. The thing is, my grandpa, his name was Gramps Ray, was an electrician. He wired that whole workshop himself back when he built it. So for a light to not work in his space, it didn't make sense. My grandma was genuinely confused. So we got to work. She started boxing up things at a slow, careful pace, like each item held a memory with sharp edges. And I started tracing wires. I followed every line I could see, checking corners, looking for a hidden switch, a loose connection, anything. I was convinced there had to be some clever little trick he'd built in. Hours went by. We never found the switch. That light never turned on. But something else did. While I was searching, I started finding pieces of him. Little artifacts tucked in drawers, shelves, old tins. A playlist scribbled on a scrap of paper. Tools arranged in that particular way someone does when they know exactly what they're doing. Random band stickers I actually liked. Old hobby stuff that matched things I'm into now. And it hit me so hard, I had to stop and just stand there. I remember thinking, we would have been friends, not just family, friends. Like, if cancer hadn't stolen those years, we would have had the kind of bond you don't even have to explain to people. And the weirdest part is, that heavy fog I'd been living under, it started to lift. Not all at once, not like magic, but like a door cracked open and fresh air finally got in. I walked out of that workshop feeling renewed, like my prayers had been answered, just not in the way I expected. Because the sign wasn't the light turning on. The sign was the way I felt standing in that room, the way peace washed over me without me forcing it, the way my heart settled, like it was being reminded, you're still held, you're still watched over, you're still not alone. Even now, my mom gets emotional around the time he passed. Sometimes she'll look at me for a second too long, and her eyes get glassy. She says I remind her of him so much it almost feels unfair, like she misses him and sees him at the same time. And honestly, it's an honor. To carry a face that makes people remember someone good. To feel like a legacy didn't end, it just changed shape. And to believe, deep down, in the quiet places, that Gramps Ray might still be walking beside me, not as a ghost story, but as something gentler. Like love that didn't leave, just became invisible. So I live down in southern Illinois, not too far from the Missouri line. It's one of those towns that's big enough to have everything you need, but it's not a city, and it's definitely not out in the sticks either. Just comfortable. This happened on a normal day. I just pulled into my driveway, and the way I parked, I was facing straight toward my backyard. We've got this white fence back there. You know the kind, where you can see right through it. It's not for privacy at all, more like a polite little boundary that says, this is where the yard ends. Along the fence are a few shrubs, nothing fancy, and there's a small back porch and a deck. And the backyard really is pretty. There's this flowering tree in the back, more of a pink bloom than anything, and it only shows off for a short time each year. I'd been looking forward to it, so I was kind of just sitting there for a second, taking it in. I took my glasses off to wipe them on my shirt, because, you know, that's what we all do even though we probably shouldn't. And I want to be clear, I'm not blind without them. I just can't make out fine details far away. But here's the thing. I was only maybe 10 or 12 feet from the fence line when I saw movement. Something darted out from behind one of the shrubs and shot toward the underside of the deck. At first, my brain tried to do the normal thing. Cat, raccoon, possum, whatever. But immediately, I knew it didn't move like any of those. Because it wasn't on 4 legs. It ran on 2. And not in that awkward, animal briefly standing up way. No. This was a full-on sprint, upright, balanced, like a tiny person making a break for cover. And I know that space under the deck. It's low, ridiculously low. Years ago, my cat squeezed her way under there, and I spent forever trying to coax her out. I actually had to pull up part of the decking to get her back. So I'm telling you, it's not a space a person could just crawl under. Not a normal-sized one, anyway. What I saw was pale-skinned. Not fur, not feathers. Skin. And I could tell it had clothes on, like it was dressed, not just some bare creature. The best way I can describe it is, it looked like a very small man. Proportioned like a man, not like a child or a doll or anything weirdly shaped. Just tiny. Maybe a little over 2 feet tall. And I swear it had hair. On its head. And this is the part that makes me feel ridiculous saying it out loud, but I'm being honest. My gut reaction was that it even had a bit of facial hair, like a shadow of a beard or something. I just froze, because my mind couldn't file it away into any normal category. After it disappeared under the deck, I leaned forward and tried to look, but you can't see much from that angle. The deck blocks most of the view, and the shadows under there make it worse. I moved a little, tried to get a better look from the side, but still, nothing clear. And then I heard it. Breathing. Not a little sniffing noise like an animal, more like heavy breathing. Like it was winded, almost like panting, but not in a dog way, in a human way. Like something had just run hard and needed a second. I stood there, feeling my heart thumping, and I did the dumbest thing. Well, maybe not dumb, but it felt dumb. I quietly spoke toward the deck. Just a soft, "Hey, are you okay?" Like that made any sense at all. So I backed up, went inside, and shut the door behind me like I could lock the whole moment away. I didn't sleep great that night, I'll tell you that. And I've never seen anything like it again. But every once in a while, when that tree blooms and I'm looking out back, I think about how it moved, how clearly it ran on two legs, and I get that same cold little feeling in my chest. Because I still can't explain what I saw. Okay, so I've never really known how to talk about this without sounding a little ridiculous, but I'm just going to tell you the way it's always been for me. Ever since I was a kid, I'd hear someone call my name. Always a woman's voice. Sometimes it almost sounded like my mom, but not quite. Like the voice was borrowing her tone for a second, and then slipping back into something else. It never sounded exactly the same twice, but it always had that same familiar softness to it. And it only ever happened when I was alone. So for years I just told myself, okay, cool, my brain is being weird, moving on. And honestly, I did move on. I didn't tell anyone. I ignored it. I got used to it in the way you get used to a creaky floorboard or a neighbor's dog barking at night. Then there was the missing things problem. Stuff would vanish and then reappear right where I swear I'd already looked. Like I'd tear apart a drawer for my keys, give up, and then 2 days later, boom, sitting right there like it never left. I blamed myself. I'm absent-minded. I craft a lot. I lose track. Easy explanation. Except, it started to feel less like forgetfulness and more like being gently messed with. A few years back, my friend said something strange happened when we were on the phone. She told me she could hear another woman's voice behind mine, like someone standing next to me trying to talk over me. She couldn't make out the words, just the presence of it. I didn't hear a thing on my end. I laughed it off like it was my phone glitching, but it stuck with me in that itchy little corner of my brain. And then there was this tiny bottle I had, like a little glass vial with a cork. I used it for odds and ends, except it would disappear and come back with new little offerings inside. Bits of thread, scraps of faux fur from my dog's brush, stuffing from the little plushies I sew. Nothing dramatic, just stuff. Like someone was borrowing it and returning it with a souvenir. I kept it in a side table drawer and started checking it all the time, like I was trying to catch the world in the act. I even thought for a while, maybe my husband was pranking me. But he's not really that type. He's more forget to text back than commit to an elaborate haunting. So again, I ignored it. Fast forward to recently. I'm staying with my parents for a bit, just one of those in-between seasons of life. My mom and I are sitting in the living room, talking about nothing and everything, and I hear it. Clear as day, right by my ear. A voice says my name, plain as anything. And I just freeze. I look straight at my mom and I go, "Did you hear that?" And she goes, "Someone saying your name?" And I'm like, "Yes, exactly that." And she nods and says she heard it too. Listen, This was the first time in my entire life that it happened, and someone else confirmed it. No one else was in the house. The TV was on, so we rewound what we were watching. Nothing. Not the show, not a weird sound effect, not the neighbors, just that. And in the most on-brand way possible, I still tried to shrug it off. Like, okay, not dealing with that right now. But it didn't stop there. I've got a friend who sometimes stays on call with me overnight, just on Discord, like background company while we sleep. I use a little desk mic for streaming, and sometimes Discord picks it up instead of my headset. And I'm like, what? No, I'm a light sleeper. If someone breathes too hard near my door, I wake up. He tells me he hears me snoring. Great, love that for me. But also hears my door open, and then hears a little girl talking. And he swears it sounds exactly like my sister's voice, like she's playing or chatting to herself. He couldn't understand the words, but it was loud enough that he couldn't believe I didn't wake up. So I ask my sister the next day, and she's like, no. She's not getting up in the middle of the night. She's half asleep until the last possible second in the morning and does most of her routine downstairs anyway. Which made my stomach do that slow little flip. But still, here's the thing. I didn't feel threatened. That's what's weird about it. Nothing about it felt angry. It felt present, curious, maybe even kind of playful. Then a couple nights later, I wake up to my dog's kennel door slamming open so hard it smacks the wall. It scared me so bad I swear my soul briefly left my body. My dog was in bed with me, and he snapped awake, stared at the kennel like he was seeing something I couldn't, and then crawled under the bed to hide. And I just sat there blinking in the dark like, okay, cool, great. And I went back to sleep. Because what else do you do at like 3 a.m.? Start a TED Talk with the air? A few days after that, I watched my bedroom door open by itself. Like I heard the latch click, and the door slowly swung inward. No one was home, just me. The puppy was in the kennel while I was getting ready for work. That was the moment I finally went, all right, fine, I'll play. So I downloaded one of those apps that records sounds in your room while you sleep. I figured worst case, it's nothing. And best case, it's something creepy and fun, and I get a spooky little story out of it. The recordings were unsettling in a quiet way. Footsteps, light like someone pacing in socks. Knocking that sounded like something tapping wood. And the one that really got me was this small sound, like a kid gasping, just once, like they'd seen something surprising. None of it is like movie-level proof. I'm sure someone could explain it if they tried hard enough. Houses make noise, apps glitch, audio gets weird. But when it's layered on top of years of hearing my name, losing things, other people hearing voices around me, it starts to feel less like coincidence and more like a pattern. So at this point, I kind of decided, if I really do have some kind of ghostly housemate, I'm just going to name her B, like Beatrice, but softer, and let her do her thing. Because honestly, if it's real, and not just my brain playing tricks on me, then I guess I have a weird little companion. A quiet, mischievous presence that likes to call my name and borrow my stuff and stand too close to microphones. And if it's not real, then at least I get to enjoy the mystery. Either way, I'm going to keep recording, and if I ever catch something that sounds like more than a tiny gasp or a couple knocks, something unmistakable, I'll share it. And if you have any theories that aren't just, it's the wind, I'm listening. I like spooky stuff. I like wondering. And apparently, something out there likes me enough to keep saying my name. Okay, so I was dog sitting this weekend for my mom's friend. and I do dog sitting pretty often on the side, but this was my first time with this family and this house. About a week before the stay, my mom and I stopped by so I could meet the dogs. Sweet, friendly, totally normal. But a couple nights after that, I had this really strange dream about the house. I can't even remember what happened in it now. I just remember waking up with that gross, unsettled feeling, like, why do I feel weird right now? And I'm gonna be honest, this is an older house, the kind with creaky stairs and that history in the walls vibe. So during the stay, I'd been leaving the back door cracked open sometimes because the weather was really nice, and it made it easy for the dogs to wander out into the yard whenever they wanted. Then last night, things got weird. There was a storm earlier, so the dogs were already a little clingy. At one point, they followed me into the bathroom like, yeah, we're staying with you. When I walked out with one of them, this little girl dog who's usually pretty confident, she suddenly stopped and stared toward the stairs. And not just a quick glance either. Like, she kept looking up the staircase, then pacing a couple steps away, then turning back and staring again like she was tracking something. And I'm standing there thinking, please don't do this to me. Because the only thing my brain could focus on was, what if someone came in through the back door earlier? My boyfriend, Eli, was already on his way over after work, but he was still like half an hour out. So I did the only thing my scared brain could handle. I went back into the bathroom and waited. I literally stayed in there with the dogs until he got there, because it felt like the safest place in the house. When Eli arrived, I let him in and we did a full search. Upstairs, downstairs, closets, the whole thing. Nothing. No open windows, no weird signs, nobody hiding. It was quiet. We were starving after that, so we left for a bit and grabbed pizza. And honestly, once we got back, everything felt normal again. Like, okay, maybe the dog heard thunder echoes and I spiraled. So we're back, pizza eaten, and we're stretched out on the couch. But we're laying opposite directions, both on our phones, barely talking. And then, out of nowhere, the entire room lights up in this intense, clean white flash. Like someone took a professional indoor photo right in our faces. It was so bright it felt like it happened inside the living room. We both jerked up like, what the? And immediately we each assumed the other did it. Like, did you just take a picture? Nope, neither of us did. Eli grabs his phone and tries to recreate it with his camera flash, but his flash looked pathetic compared to what we saw. This wasn't a dim little phone flicker. This was a full room, quick white blast. And the storm had already passed by then. Plus, lightning usually has that bluish-purple tint, you know? This was white, and it didn't feel like it came through a window. It felt like it happened right there with us. I tried to be practical, so I texted the owner, like, hey, do you have any indoor security cameras or anything that flashes? And she was like, no, we don't have anything like that. So now we're just sitting there with zero explanation, both pretending we're fine while also not really wanting to look toward the stairs. A little while later, Eli texts me, while we're sitting right next to each other, which tells you how tense it felt. He goes, I hear something upstairs, like movement. I think someone might actually be up there. We should leave. We go out to the car and he's ready to just go back home, but I'm standing there thinking, I can't just leave the dogs. So I call my dad, he's a retired cop, and I ask if he can come over and check the house. But then I'm also like, I don't want him walking in alone if there really is someone inside. So we called the police. They came, they searched everything, every room, upstairs, downstairs, closets, the whole deal. And they found nothing. No one was there. After that, I basically insisted Eli stay the night because I was not about to be in that house by myself after all of that. And once he stayed, the rest of the night was calm. No more flashes, no more sounds, No weird dog staring contests with the staircase. But I'll tell you this, I'm usually not that paranoid when I dog sit. I've stayed in strangers' houses plenty of times. It just felt like too many odd things stacked on top of each other. The dream, the dog acting like something was upstairs, the flash, the noises, the way both of us felt that tension at the exact same time. Eli doesn't even believe in ghosts, and even he was like, nope. I asked the owner if they've ever had anything creepy happen there, and she said no, which, honestly, thank goodness. And also, thank goodness I'm leaving today. But I'm still stuck on that flash. Like, what even was that? Because everything else you can kind of explain away. The flash is the one thing I can't stop replaying in my head. So, I'm just going to say it out loud, the way I'd say it if you were sitting across from me at the kitchen table. I think my house is haunted. And the weird part is, I still don't even know what I mean when I say that. I grew up Christian, like from the beginning Christian. The kind where you're taught early to be careful about the spiritual realm, even if you don't fully understand what that means yet. As I got older, my faith kind of loosened. These days I'd call myself more agnostic than anything. I'm not out here trying to prove or disprove ghosts. I just want my family to feel safe in our own home. The first time anything happened was right before COVID, back when life still felt normal. My partner, her name's Marissa, shook me awake in the middle of the night. She was terrified, like wide-eyed, frozen terrified. She whispered that she'd seen the shadow of a man in the doorway. I jumped up and checked the whole house, closets, corners, the living room, even outside. Nothing. No broken window, no weird noises, no sign that anyone had been there. Marissa was pregnant at the time, barely sleeping, and we convinced ourselves it had to be that. Stress, exhaustion, your brain playing tricks. We laughed it off the next day, like we were closing a door on it. And for a while, that actually worked. For a couple years after that, I don't remember anything unusual. No shadows, no footsteps, no strange feelings. Then, within this past year, it started again. The moment that kicked it off, honestly, still messes with me because of the timing. Marissa and I were in our bedroom having a bad argument. One of those heated, ugly ones where you're both talking too loud and saying things you regret. And right in the middle of it, we heard it. Heavy footsteps. Not downstairs, not outside, above us, in the attic. It wasn't a creak. It wasn't the house settling. It sounded like someone pacing, slow and deliberate, like they had weight, like they were choosing where to step. Both of us just stopped talking, like somebody hit pause on us. Marissa leaned close and whispered, "Please, go check." I didn't want to. Every instinct in me was screaming, "Don't go up there." But I did it anyway because I'm a dad, and that's what you do. You go look, even when you don't want to. I climbed up, flashlight in hand, heart pounding like I was about to find someone hiding up there. Nothing. No person, no animal, no signs of anyone ever being there. Just insulation and stored junk and that stale attic smell. After that, months passed, and those footsteps would come back every now and then. Not constant, just enough to keep you on edge. Eventually, we started joking about it because sometimes joking is the only way to live with something you can't explain. We started calling it the guy upstairs. But the joke doesn't really land when you're lying in bed at night and you hear it again. Then there's this other piece, and I swear, this is the part I can't shake. One night, my younger brother stayed over. He's around the same age as my oldest kid, so all the kids were hyped, staying up a little later than usual. They piled into one of the bedrooms and started playing some little game they'd seen online, something like a yes-no spirit thing. I didn't even pay attention at first. It sounded like harmless kid stuff, like the kind of nonsense kids do when they're bored. A little bit later, Marissa and I were in the living room, and the lights started flickering. And then, all at once, every kid came flying out of that bedroom, crying, screaming, tripping over each other, full panic. They were all talking at once, trying to explain what happened, saying the lights in their room flickered too, right in the middle of the game. They were shaking, like they'd seen something they didn't have words for. And you know what? If it was just the lights in the living room, I could blame wiring. If it was just the kids, I could blame imagination. But it happened in both rooms, at the same time, and the fear on their faces was real. That wasn't pretend. Since that night, the atmosphere in our house has felt different, like something got invited in, whether you believe in that kind of thing or not. And the hardest part of all this is my youngest son, because now he sees things almost every day. He talks about shadow people like it's normal, like it's just another thing you deal with, like homework or bedtime. He's described a tall man in a hat more than once, and he's started giving them names, little names, kid names, like he's trying to make them less scary by turning them into something familiar. And that breaks my heart, because I don't know what to do with that. I don't want to brush him off and teach him that nobody believes him, but I also don't want to feed into something that could be fear or anxiety or nightmares. On top of that, we get knocking. Not inside the walls, on the windows. Sometimes it's light, like a tap-tap. Sometimes it's harder, like someone's knuckles hitting glass. We'll look, and there's nothing there. No neighbor kids, no branches, no animals, just empty dark outside the window. So yeah, that's where we're at. A house with footsteps overhead we can't explain, flickering lights that hit at the worst possible moment, a little boy naming shadows so he can sleep, and knocking on windows that makes your stomach drop every time it happens. And I know how this sounds, I really do, but I'm living it. And when you live it, the biggest question isn't even, is it real? It's, what do you do when the people you love are scared and you can't prove they're wrong? So, a little background, just so this all makes sense. I moved into this house back in October of 2019. At the time, my brother Evan owned it and lived here. I stayed with him for a couple years, and then he got married, bought a new place with his wife, and I just kind of kept living here. I rented from him for a while after that, and then earlier this year, February, I finally closed on the house myself. Which is a big deal because I'm turning 40 this week, and I'm throwing a birthday party at my place on the 3rd. So this past weekend, I went into full-on panic cleaning before guests arrive mode. Like the kind where you're not just wiping counters, you're opening cabinets you haven't touched in forever, pulling things out of corners that have basically become part of the architecture. And honestly, it felt kind of satisfying. Like, okay, this is my house now. I should probably know what's in all these random spaces. Funny side note, I actually found the key to the backyard shed, the same shed my brother and I ended up breaking the lock off of shortly after I moved in. So, you know, very on brand for us. Anyway, when I first moved in, I remember Evan joking, or maybe not joking, that there was a ghost in the house. I shrugged it off. I've lived here for years and never experienced anything weird. No cold drafts, no footsteps, no creaking doors at 3 a.m. Nothing. Until last Saturday. So there's this hidden pantry area in the basement, tucked under the front entryway. The door is blended into the wall so well that if it weren't for this random doorknob sticking out of nowhere, you'd never even know it was a door. And that door is always closed. always. The water meter is right next to it, so I've been down there before to check the meter for the bill, and I don't remember it being open then. But on Saturday, I'm cleaning like a man possessed. I boxed up a bunch of old computer parts and cables that were cluttering my kitchen table, and I head down to the basement to stash the box away. I turn the corner, and the hidden pantry door is wide open. I'm not exaggerating when I say I got chills immediately. Like the kind that hit the back of your neck before your brain even has time to form a thought. Because here's the thing, that door does not swing open easily. It's fitted into the wall really tight. You have to give it a pretty solid pull to get it moving. So even if it somehow wasn't fully latched, which I'm pretty sure it was, it still wouldn't just drift open on its own. It's not that kind of door. I just stood there staring at it like, okay, no. Nope, absolutely not. But I forced myself to move. I put the box away, walked over, and checked it out like I was being very brave and normal. Nothing was out of place. No broken hinge, no weird draft, no fallen items, nothing. Just open. So I closed it. Then I opened it again just to confirm I wasn't losing my mind. Yup, still sticky. Still takes effort. Still very much a you have to mean it door. I stood there for a few seconds longer, every hair on my arms standing up. And then I did what I always do when I don't want to deal with something unsettling. I shook it off and kept cleaning. Later that night, things got even weirder. By then, I was a few beers in, feeling productive, feeling proud of myself. I had music blasting, something dramatic and old school, like it belonged in a movie, and I'm happily dusting, tidying, doing my thing. Around midnight, I step outside for a smoke. When I came back in, and my Roomba was running. Now, I don't have any timer set on the Roomba. I ran it earlier that day, sure, but afterward it was parked where it always parks, on its charger. And where is its charger? Directly above that hidden pantry door. I swear the same full-body, hair standing up feeling hit me all over again. That instant gut-level, something is off feeling. I shut the Roomba off and just kind of stood there, looking between the vacuum on its side and the little robot like it was going to explain itself. And I know what someone might say. Maybe the vacuum fell over and hit the Roomba and turned it on. Except it wasn't right next to it. It was several feet away, like not even close. Could the Roomba have bumped the vacuum and knocked it over? Sure, that seems possible. But the idea that the vacuum just toppled over and somehow activated the Roomba from that distance? That feels very unlikely. So yeah, that's the whole story. It's now a couple days later, and nothing else has happened since. I even went down to the basement again before telling anyone, and that hidden pantry door is still closed, like it never did anything at all. Which, honestly, somehow makes it creepier. So, I'm going to tell you something that still makes my stomach drop a little, even now. I'm 18, and I grew up way out in the woods in rural Maine. Still live up here, just not on that exact same piece of land anymore. But I know those kinds of woods. Thick trees, long driveways, the kind of quiet that feels like it has weight to it. As a kid, our house sat back on a big chunk of property, not too far from the coast, but far enough that at night it felt like the world ended at the tree line. When I was maybe 6 or 7, my brother and I started hearing my mom calling for us to come inside. Only, it wasn't normal. It would be loud, like sharp loud, and it never sounded like it came from the porch. It sounded like it was coming from behind the house, or even above it, like the voice was floating somewhere over the roofline. And every single time, we'd run inside, expecting her to be irritated or impatient. and she'd look at us like we had two heads and go, "I didn't call you." At first we thought she was joking, then we thought maybe she forgot. But it kept happening, on and off, for a long time. Long enough that we started treating it like weather. Like, oh, that again. And there were other little things too. Weird noises in the woods, crunching footsteps when nothing was there, branches snapping. Sometimes this faint whistling that didn't sound like a bird. Once in a while there'd be a smell that hit me out of nowhere. Rank and sour, like something spoiled. But then you'd take 2 steps and it would be gone like it never existed. The creepiest part, though, wasn't any single sound. It was when the woods would go silent. Not peaceful silent. Not, "it's getting late" silent. I mean that dead, unnatural silence where it feels like even the insects have decided to shut up all at once. Like the entire forest is holding its breath. I learned to explain most of it away. Animals. Wind. My imagination. Kids get scared. Rural life is full of strange noises. But there was one thing I could never explain away, because it wasn't just a thought. It was a full-body event. Out of nowhere, I'd get this overwhelming terror, like I'd just stepped too close to the edge of something. And the feeling that I was being watched, so intensely it made my skin go tight. When that happened, I didn't look around. I didn't investigate. I didn't even think. I just ran inside as fast as I could, like my life depended on it. And I never looked back because I couldn't handle the idea of seeing something looking at me. And then there was the day I actually saw something. I was in 2nd or 3rd grade, somewhere around there. I can't pin it down exactly. I just know I was little enough that the world still felt half magic. Let me paint the yard for you, because it matters. Our driveway cut the space in front of the house, and to the right there was a wide lawn, some scattered trees, and this worn little swing set that squeaked when you kicked off. Behind that lawn was more forest. On the left side was a skinny strip of grass, and then woods again, with a couple little walking trails my family used. It was autumn, late enough that the trees were mostly bare. The ground was layered in dead leaves, that coppery brown blanket that makes every step loud. I was out by the swing set in the late afternoon, when the sun gets low and everything looks golden and a little sad, when I heard this massive crashing sound from the woods across the driveway, like something heavy moving through branches, like multiple limbs snapping at once. I turned my head, and I swear to you, I saw it. A polar bear. And immediately, my little kid brain didn't go, "That's impossible." It went, "Oh my God, a polar bear." Because I loved animals. I was the kind of kid who would get excited about seeing a weird bug. So my first impulse wasn't fear, it was wonder. It was this breathless, stupid excitement that made me feel like I'd been chosen by the universe to witness something incredible. So I ran. I sprinted over toward where that trail opened up around the bend in the trees. There was only a second, maybe 2, where the white shape was out of sight as I rounded the corner, and I was expecting to come around and see it again, closer this time. But the second I hit that opening, everything changed. The leaves on the trail exploded upward like something had kicked them from underneath. There was this frantic flurry, and suddenly a huge turkey came charging down the path toward me, gobbling like it was losing its mind. Not just walking, not just startled, charging. I froze for half a heartbeat because my brain couldn't fit the pieces together. And then I stumbled backward off the trail, scrambling out of the way so it wouldn't slam into me. The turkey barreled past in this chaotic rush of feathers and anger, and then it was gone, vanishing into the trees like it had never been there. And the polar bear? Gone. Just gone. I remember standing there in the leaves with my heart hammering and my throat tight, staring down that trail like the answer might come walking back out if I waited long enough. But instead, the woods just stared back at me, quiet again, like they'd reset. I ran inside and burst into the kitchen, out of breath, trying to explain it all at once. And of course, my family didn't believe me. Because how do you say, I saw a polar bear and then it turned into a turkey, without sounding like you're making it up? My brother, Eli, looked at me like I was insane. My mom kind of laughed in that gentle way adults do when they're trying not to scare you or encourage you. And eventually I stopped insisting, because the more you try to convince people of something unbelievable, the more you start sounding like you're convincing yourself. But here's the thing. Even now, years later, every once in a while, something happens that drags me right back to that day. It's not constant. It doesn't happen when I'm with people. It happens when I'm alone, driving at night on back roads, or outside doing chores like feeding our chickens when nobody's home. I'll see an animal, usually a deer, once it was a fox, and it'll look normal at first. Totally normal shape, normal movement. But then it'll stop, and it'll stare at me in a way that feels wrong. Like it's not just looking, like it's aware of me in a way animals usually aren't. Sometimes it's far off, half in shadow, and it'll tilt its head slightly, just watching. And something about the eyes will hit me like ice water, this strange, uncanny presence I can't put into words. And every single time, I get that same sickening rush of terror. Not nervousness, not creepy feeling. I mean bone-deep, body-screaming fear. Like if I stay where I am, something terrible will happen. Like I'm standing in front of my own death and my instincts are begging me to run. So I leave, immediately. I don't stare back. I don't try to prove anything to myself. I just get inside, lock the door, and wait until my heartbeat stops trying to punch through my ribs. And there are other things too. Little threads that make it harder to shrug off as coincidence. I'm not even someone who grew up believing in the paranormal. I'm not the kind of person who sees a shadow and calls it a ghost. But I can't shake the feeling that something was in those woods, and that maybe it didn't stay there. And I guess that's why I'm telling you this, instead of keeping it tucked away like a weird childhood memory. Because whatever happened that day, whatever I saw, whatever I thought I saw, it left something in me. A sense that there's a line in the woods you're not supposed to cross. A sense that something noticed me noticing it. And I keep wondering the same thing. Was it just a kid's imagination colliding with wildlife and fear? Or was that the first time something in those trees looked back? So, let me tell you about the weekend Ryan and I decided to go camping. Because to this day, I still get that little chill in my stomach when I think about it. We were bored, scrolling around for somewhere easy to drive to, and we landed on the Uwharrie National Forest. We're in North Carolina, so, look, we both know the stories. We've heard enough weird Appalachian stuff to be respectfully paranoid. But the Uwharries aren't technically part of the Appalachians. So we were like, okay, different woods, different vibe. We'll be fine. First night? Totally normal. Nothing spooky, just brutally cold. Like, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones and makes every little sound feel sharper. We struggled to keep the fire going, and by around 4:30 or 5 in the morning, we finally gave up, crawled into the car, and drove home to warm up. We told ourselves we'd come back when the sun had a little more mercy. Second night was almost the same. Cold, quiet, mostly peaceful. Except this time, Ryan heard whistling. Just a few notes, drifting from somewhere out in the dark. We immediately did that thing where you try to be logical because the alternative is to panic. We figured it had to be other campers messing around. Still, it put us on edge. You know how it is. Once your brain notices something creepy, it starts filling in blanks you didn't even know were there. Then came the last night. We actually had a good time at first. We caught a handful of crawfish earlier in the evening, enough to justify a little makeshift seafood boil over the fire. It felt cozy for once. The kind of moment where you start thinking, okay, see, we were overreacting. This is fun. And then the neighbor campers packed up and left. Not long after that, while the pot was boiling, it started to rain. But here's the thing, the forecast said clear skies. So I'm already annoyed, right? Like, of course it rains the night we're trying to do the one cute campfire dinner. But then I look up, and the sky is absolutely packed with stars. I mean, a full-on glittering ceiling, bright and open. No clouds, not even a thin haze. So now I'm confused. I'm standing there with rain tapping my jacket, staring up at this perfect sky like my brain can't make it make sense. I pulled up the weather radar, thinking maybe it was a tiny pocket passing over us. There was nothing. No storm nearby. No cloud cover. Nothing showing precipitation anywhere close. Like, not even in the general region. It was so wrong it made me laugh at first, like, okay, what is this? But the laugh didn't last long. We tried to shrug it off. We plated our food, acting casual, doing that forced normal thing, talking a little louder than usual, making dumb jokes, pretending our bodies weren't already tense. Then the rain stopped. And when I say it stopped, I mean it just cut off. Like someone turned a faucet. Everything got quiet. Not peaceful quiet, watching you quiet. The kind of silence where you suddenly realize you can hear your own breathing, and it feels too loud. Both of us got that same reaction at the exact same time. Hair standing up, shoulders tight, stomach dropping. That deep gut feeling that whispers, something is not right. And then, from out in the distance, we heard it again. A whistle. Clear as day. Not wind. Not an animal. Like a person doing it on purpose. And now the neighbors were gone, which made it so much worse. Because suddenly there was nobody left to blame it on. We pulled out and started driving, and the whole forest felt off. We passed several campsites that were definitely occupied. Cars parked, tents up, but not a single fire anywhere. And it wasn't late. It was like 9:30 at night. You'd expect at least somebody to have a lantern on, or a little glow, or something. Nothing. Then we passed a couple houses. Dark. Then a ranger station, also dark. Not a porch light, not a window light, not even that little someone's watching TV glow. It felt like we were driving through a dead zone, like the world was there, but nobody inside it. I remember gripping the door handle so hard my hand hurt, just staring out the window like I was expecting something to step out of the trees. Ryan kept his eyes locked on the road, jaw clenched. We barely spoke. And then, finally, we hit the edge of the forest, and it was like crossing an invisible line. We saw another car. We saw homes with lights on. Real life, normal, human lights. And I swear to you, I have never been happier to see strangers in my entire life. I wanted to roll the window down and yell, "Thank you for existing!" We laughed afterward, because once you're safe, your nervous system needs somewhere to put all that panic. But we also made an agreement right then and there. We are never staying out there at night again. Not us. Not ever. We went back the next day to pack up in daylight, thinking, okay, it'll feel different. And it did. Mostly. Until we were leaving and, like one last little jab, the car didn't start right away. It took 3 tries, 3 full cranks, before it finally turned over. And I know that could be nothing. Battery, cold, whatever. But in that moment, it felt personal. Like the woods getting the last laugh. So yeah, bye Uwari, you win. Hello Paranormal M family, and welcome back to the channel. We're so grateful to everyone who has shared their paranormal experiences with us. We truly enjoy telling your stories. and we also love reading your comments, so be sure to leave one below. We hope that every time you visit Paranormal M, you can relax, unwind, and drift off to a peaceful night's sleep. Good night, and don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. So this happened sometime around 2008, when my girlfriend at the time, I'll call her Maya, and I were both about 19, maybe 20. We were barely out of high school and in a pretty messy phase of life. Because of some rough circumstances, we were staying in this little 2-bedroom house with Maya's dad. Now, her dad was kind of an old burnout, but honestly, he was a decent guy. He had his flaws, sure, but he was doing us a huge favor by letting us crash there while we tried to get our lives together. The three of us probably didn't make the best impression on the neighborhood either. 2 cocky teenagers and one guy who didn't care much about appearances? Yeah, we were definitely that house. The yard was usually a mess. We were loud too late at night. Sometimes the cars were parked where they shouldn't be, and we'd leave the trash bins out way too long. So naturally, there was tension with the woman across the street. She was the kind of neighbor who seemed to notice absolutely everything and always had something to say about it. This was before people were calling someone a Karen, but that was exactly the energy. She and Maya's dad would get into these ridiculous shouting matches across the street, both of them telling the other to mind their business. She had 2 daughters. The older one was a teenager, and the younger one was maybe 6 or 7. The girls themselves were always nice enough. The little one especially loved to talk. Just one of those kids who'd happily tell you every detail of her day, whether you asked or not. And I should mention this happened in Colorado Springs. Anybody who's spent real time there probably knows what I mean when I say that place has a strange vibe sometimes. There's just weirdness there. Strange stories, unsettling moments, stuff you can't quite explain. I grew up around enough of it that this wasn't even the only bizarre thing I could tell you about. Anyway, this happened on a warm summer night, probably sometime in August. It was close to 11, maybe a little later, and the moon was bright enough that the street didn't feel especially dark. Between that and the street lights, you could see pretty clearly. Maya and I had just gotten back from hanging out with some friends. We were completely sober. No drinking, no drugs, nothing like that. On the way home, we'd been laughing and talking, and because the neighbor lady had apparently irritated Maya's dad earlier that day, we decided to be petty and park right in front of her house. Just immature teenager logic, you know? We got out of the car still joking around, and I was in the middle of talking when Maya suddenly went dead quiet and said my name in this, stop talking right now. I looked at her, and her whole face had changed. Her eyes were wide, and she was staring toward the front of the neighbor's house. She kind of motioned with her hand, and when I turned to look, I saw him. There was a man standing directly in front of one of the front windows. He had his back to us. He was wearing jeans and some kind of long-sleeved dark jacket, and he was just standing there, completely still, staring into the window. We were maybe 10 feet away, not far at all. We had just pulled up in a car, gotten out, and been talking loud enough that anyone nearby should have noticed. But this guy didn't react, not even a little. It was like we weren't there. What made it worse was that we were pretty sure that window belonged to the younger daughter's bedroom. She'd pointed it out to us before, all proud, like little kids do. So the second we saw this grown man standing there staring inside, both of us got this sick feeling. He was still awake. We told him what was going on, and he came out onto the porch to look. Sure enough, the guy was still there. So Maya's dad started yelling across the street. First just, "Hey!" No response. Then louder. "Hey! You hear me?" Still nothing. The guy didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't even turn his head. We watched him for another minute or two and finally decided to call the police. Maya's dad wanted no part of dealing with them directly, so he basically washed his hands of it and went back inside. Maya and I called the non-emergency line and explained everything. That there was a man standing outside the neighbor's house, staring into a child's bedroom window, that he'd been there a long time already, and that something felt seriously wrong. The dispatcher told us officers would come by as soon as they could and asked us to keep watch if it was safe. So that's what we did. And the whole time, while we stood on the porch talking out loud about him, describing him, saying the police were on the way, he just stayed there, motionless, like none of it mattered. That's when it started to feel truly wrong. About 10 minutes later, a patrol car turned onto the block. We were still on the phone with dispatch. The cruiser was moving slowly, and they had this bright spotlight sweeping across the fronts of the houses as they came down the street. I remember feeling relieved, like, finally, they're going to see him too. The beam passed over one yard, then another, then finally reached the neighbor's house. It swept over the porch, across the front wall, and landed right where the man was standing. And it stayed on him for several seconds. We could see his shadow clearly cast against the house. There was no question. The light was on him. He was there. Then, for the first time since we'd noticed him, he moved. Or at least, something moved. His shadow shifted, like he was slowly turning to his left. The spotlight started to drift again, and the instant it moved off him, he was gone. Not running, not ducking, not jumping a fence, not crouching behind a car. Just gone. I know how that sounds. I do. Even now, saying it out loud, it sounds impossible. But both of us saw the same thing. 1 second there was a man standing in front of that window, fully lit up. The next second there was nothing there at all. Maya and I completely lost it on the phone. We were shouting at the dispatcher that the man had just vanished. She kept trying to calm us down and get us to explain, but we barely knew how to describe what we had seen. The police car continued down the block, then circled back later and came to our door. The first thing the officers said was basically, "Can you show us which house?" And that confused us immediately, because we thought they'd already seen him. We told them it was the house directly across from us, the one they'd just shined the spotlight on. They looked at us like, "What are you talking about?" They said they hadn't seen anyone. So we walked back across the street with them and pointed to the exact window. We kept insisting, "You had your light on him, right there, for several seconds." They said they saw nothing at all. Eventually, they knocked on the neighbor's door and spoke to her. Then they came back and told us something that only made the whole thing worse. Apparently, she said it was probably her older daughter's boyfriend messing around, maybe trying to prank somebody. And we were just stunned. Because no. First of all, the man had been staring into the younger child's room. Second, who stands completely motionless outside a house late at night while people yell at him and call the police? And third, how does someone disappear in the middle of a spotlight? But I barely slept that night. Even if the man had just been some creep peeping into a kid's window, that would have been disturbing enough. But the way he vanished, that's the part that stayed with me. It wasn't just creepy. It felt deeply wrong. Like for a few seconds, we had seen something we were never supposed to see. And every now and then, even now, I still bring it up with Maya. I'll ask her if she remembers that night. She always says yes, so at least I know I didn't imagine it. So I live in Chicago, and lately the weather here has been doing that wild winter thing, where bitter, almost Arctic cold swings back and forth with these long, steady snowfalls. One day it's painfully cold, and the next, the whole backyard is buried under this smooth, sparkling layer of fresh snow. From our kitchen window, everything looked completely untouched, except for this one narrow path along the fence that my husband Mark keeps shoveled so we can get out to the garage and the alley. The rest of the yard was just this bright, glittering blanket of white, every now and then marked by little animal tracks. And in a city yard, you get all kinds of visitors. We've seen rat tracks, of course, and raccoons too. Sometimes stray cats come through, probably stalking whatever smaller creature was there before them. Every now and then there are rabbits. You start to notice that each one leaves its own kind of signature in the snow. One evening, we were eating dinner when Mark got up to grab something from the kitchen. A second later, he called out to me, all excited. "Hey, come here a second. We've got a rabbit out back." And sure enough, there it was. A big, healthy cottontail, sitting still for just a moment in the middle of all that white, its brown-gray fur standing out so clearly against the snow. It looked right at the house, almost like it knew we were watching, and then it bounded off. When it left, it made those familiar little 4-point rabbit tracks. Not long after that, the snow started coming down harder, and by the time I looked outside again later that evening, those tracks were completely gone. Then, around 9, Mark was back in the kitchen getting snacks while we were settling in to watch a movie. And this time, when he called for me, his voice sounded totally different. Not amused, not curious, more like confused, maybe even a little alarmed. He said, "You need to come look at this right now." So I went over to the window, expecting maybe another rabbit. But what I saw was nothing like that. There was this line of prints going straight across the yard, but not in any normal animal pattern. Not paired, not staggered, not clustered. Just one single line, as if something with only 1 foot had crossed the snow by hopping. It started maybe several feet out from the house and continued in a near-perfect straight line toward the garage, which sits well behind the house the way a lot of older garages do in neighborhoods like ours. The prints themselves were surprisingly large, about the size of a grown adult's shoe, maybe around a men's size 10. There was no tread pattern, no sign of a boot sole, nothing like that. And what really got us was this. If a person had somehow made those prints by hopping on 1 foot, there should have been some sign of support. A cane, a crutch, something. But there was nothing. Just these solitary impressions in the snow, one after another, crossing the yard and then ending. That's the part that really stayed with me. It honestly looked as though whatever had made them landed, hopped across our backyard, and then simply vanished. And before anyone says Mark was joking around, absolutely not. For one thing, the prints looked like left foot impressions, and his left knee is in no shape for hopping across a snowy yard. Not even once, let alone over that distance. And as far as we know, there's no one nearby who's missing a leg. So now I'm left wondering, what in the world crossed our yard that night? Because I still can't explain it. And honestly, part of me can't help thinking maybe Chicago has its own strange winter legend lurking around out there in the snow. I still remember the first time I met my son's father's family. We drove out to spend the day with them so everyone could get to know each other, and honestly, it went really well. We ate, talked, laughed a little, and before I knew it, the whole day had slipped by. By evening, his mom asked if we wanted to stay the night, and we did. The next morning, we were all sitting around the dining room table when his sister started talking about something that had happened in the kitchen during the night. For a little context, they were very, very religious, so anything strange or unexplained immediately got labeled as something dark or demonic. She said her youngest had woken up crying, so she got up to warm some milk for him. But when she stepped into the kitchen, she saw this big, hunched shadow filling the doorway near the room where her brother and I were sleeping. She was clearly shaken, and before I could even say anything, she and her mom were already praying over the house and blessing every corner of it. The whole time, I knew exactly what she had seen. And no, I didn't say a word. Because if I had told them the truth, or at least my version of it, they probably would have told him to leave me right then and there. Looking back, that honestly might have saved me a lot of heartbreak, but at the time, I kept quiet. Later, when we got home, I told him I was going out for a walk. What I actually did was make sure I was far enough from the house that nobody would hear me, and then I called out for the thing his sister had seen. I know this is going to sound strange, but I wasn't scared of him. I've had entities around me for most of my life, and this one had been with me for a long time. I used to call him Imri. He was never violent, never threatening, just mischievous and a little too comfortable startling people. He's small, maybe a foot tall, maybe a little more, but he has these oversized wings that make him look much bigger in shadow than he actually is. Most of the time he'd stay outside, perched in a tree or sitting on a balcony railing, almost like he was keeping watch. So when his sister saw that shape in the dark, what she really saw were his wings. I asked him why he'd scared her like that, and as calmly as anything, he told me, "She doesn't like you." As rude as that sounds, at the time, he wasn't exactly wrong. Eventually, she and I got along much better, and by the end of that relationship, she had actually become someone I cared about. But in those early days, there was definitely tension. And that wasn't the only time someone saw Imri. A lot of my old roommates noticed him too. One night, my best friend's husband got up half awake to check whether there was coffee for the morning. He happened to glance out toward the balcony and saw this tiny figure with huge wings just sitting on the railing outside the second-floor apartment, like it had every right to be there. When I told him who he'd seen, he basically said, "Please tell him to stay outside and stop terrifying people before sunrise." That, of course, only made Imri think it was funny. He loved messing with people who were already tired and on edge, and more than once I had to tell him to knock it off. My best friend saw him too. So did my mother-in-law once, in the hallway of our apartment. Eventually, I made it very clear that if he was going to linger around, he had to stay outside. There just wasn't room inside for that kind of energy, and honestly, he seemed to enjoy the reactions a little too much. Now, Imri is one thing. He's familiar. He's consistent. He's almost part of the background of my life at this point. Those are the little shadows people catch out of the corner of their eye. The ones that dart down hallways, slip around corners, or move low and fast when nobody's expecting it. Sometimes I can tell people it's probably a pet that passed on, just checking in. Sometimes that really does feel true. But other times, I honestly have no idea what they are. Most of the people I've lived with are night owls, and I'm not. I'm out by 9 o'clock most nights, so a lot of the weirdest things happen when I'm asleep. My husband has told me more than once that he's seen shadows moving through the hallway in this apartment and in others we've lived in. The ones shaped like people don't bother him as much. It's the crouched ones that move strangely, the ones that seem almost animal-like, almost like they're creeping along the floor, that really get to him. And I wish I had a good explanation for that, but I don't. Just the other night, my husband and I were playing a video game in the living room when he suddenly said something moved down the hallway toward the bathroom. He told me it wasn't one of the pets. He said it was low to the ground, kind of squatting. He's described that before, but usually after the fact, not while I'm sitting right there beside him. So I turned and looked, hoping maybe this time I'd catch it too and be able to explain it. But I didn't see a thing. At this point, I'm starting to think whatever they are, they just don't want me to see them. And honestly, that's frustrating, because I'm the one everyone turns to when this stuff happens. My brothers have seen them. My best friend and her husband have seen them. My mom has seen them. My mother-in-law has seen them. Enough people have described the same kind of movement, the same weird corner of the eye behavior, that I finally started calling them the creepers, because that's exactly what they do. They creep. Around corners. Along hallways. Just enough to unsettle somebody, never enough to fully reveal themselves. I've even tried staying up late to catch them myself, but my body just refuses. By 9, my brain is done. I'm sure I've seen them before at some point, but if I have, I don't hold on to the memory clearly enough to make sense of it. The strange thing is, I'm not truly afraid they're going to hurt me or my family. That's not the feeling I get from them. Mostly, they're just unsettling and incredibly irritating, especially for the people who have to keep seeing them night after night. I've done cleansings. I've pushed other entities outside. I've tried all the things that usually help. And they're still here. So at this point, all I can really tell the insomniacs in my life is to ignore them as best they can. Which, according to my husband, is a lot easier said than done when something keeps peeking around the hallway multiple times a night. And honestly, I get it. It's annoying for them. And at this point, it's getting pretty annoying for me too. I want to tell you about a story from Causeway Bay in Hong Kong, one that has unsettled people for years. Hidden away in a hotel stairwell, there's said to be an old spirit tablet with the words, "Ownerless Wandering Soul," carved into it. People have whispered for a long time that it was placed there for the restless spirit of a young woman, possibly a singer who died too soon, and that one of her devoted admirers left it behind so she wouldn't be forgotten. No one seems to know the full truth anymore, and maybe that's part of what makes the whole thing feel so eerie. Over the years, plenty of paranormal investigators and curious visitors have gone looking for that tablet. Some claimed they felt a sudden chill the moment they stood near it. Others said they heard strange sounds in the stairwell, or that unsettling things happened to them afterward. Whether you believe those stories or not, the place built a reputation that made people think twice before going near it. Then, in January 2026, everything took a darker turn when a controversial live streamer from mainland China, a man named Yang Deren, decided to visit the site. Unlike the others, he didn't approach it with any sense of caution or respect. He treated the whole thing like a joke. On camera, he laughed about the legend, brushed off the warnings, and mocked the spirit the tablet was meant to honor. At one point, he made remarks to the tablet as though he were speaking to someone invisible, and then, to the shock of many people watching, he took the tablet and stuffed it into his backpack. He even joked that if the spirit wanted to follow him home, that was its own business. To him, it may have seemed like harmless entertainment, just another stunt for views and attention. But for a lot of people, it crossed a line. The backlash was immediate. Many were angry not only because he had removed something believed to be sacred, but because his behavior showed such open contempt for beliefs that still hold deep meaning for many in Hong Kong. And that's where the story becomes even more disturbing. Not long after the incident, rumors began spreading that Yang Deren's life started to unravel. His followers noticed changes in him. He seemed more agitated, more unstable, less like the person they were used to seeing online. His content became stranger, and his public image started to fall apart. Some people dismissed it as stress or coincidence. Others weren't so sure. They wondered whether, by taking the tablet and mocking the spirit attached to it, he had invited something into his life that he didn't understand. In traditional Chinese belief, disturbing a wandering soul is not a small matter. A spirit without proper rites is thought to remain trapped, unable to rest, unable to move on. And if that spirit is provoked or disrespected, the consequences can follow the person responsible. So in the eyes of many, Yang Deren hadn't just stolen an object. He had interfered with something sacred, something already lost and unsettled, and maybe bound that unrest to himself. That's why this story still stays with people. It isn't only about ghosts or curses. It's also about respect, about the things people hold sacred, even when others don't understand them. Maybe what happened afterward was just bad luck. Maybe it was the pressure of public outrage catching up with him. Or maybe, as some still believe, the wandering soul in that stairwell refused to be mocked and forgotten. No one can say for certain. So, let me tell you about one of Hong Kong's most unsettling urban legends, a story that people still whisper about whenever the Ghost Festival comes around. In Hong Kong, the 14th day of the 7th lunar month is known as the Ghost Festival. It's believed that on that day, the gates of the underworld open, and spirits are allowed to return to the world of the living. For a lot of families, it's a time to honor the dead with offerings and prayers. But over the years, that tradition has also become tangled up with some deeply eerie folklore. And one story in particular has stayed with people more than most. Back in 2006, during the Ghost Festival, a woman named Yip Siu Lan, who was in her mid-50s, died after jumping from a high floor of Oi Ming House in Tuen Mun. That alone was heartbreaking. But what made the case so disturbing was the way everything happened. She was dressed completely in red. Red blouse, red trousers, red shoes, even red lipstick and polished nails. It wasn't just clothing, it felt deliberate, almost ceremonial. Before she jumped, she reportedly scattered joss paper along the corridor, like an offering for the afterlife. People said the whole thing felt less like an impulsive act, and more like the beginning of something dark. Not long after her death, stories started spreading that she had left messages behind. Some said letters had been sent to building staff and a few residents, warning that her spirit would come back for those who had wronged her. The details changed depending on who told the story, but the threat at the center of it stayed the same. She hadn't left in peace. At first, most people brushed it off. They thought it was just grief, shock, gossip, all the things that happen after a tragedy. But then the strange incidents began. Residents started hearing heavy thuds in the middle of the night, as if someone had fallen from above. People rushed into the hallways expecting to find something, but there was never anything there. Just silence. Then came the stories of footsteps in empty stairwells, whispers in the corridor, and glimpses of a woman in red standing motionless at the far end of the hall before disappearing. And then, only days later, another woman died in a similar way, from nearly the same spot. That's when fear really took hold. People began saying the woman in red had returned. They called her the red-clad ghost, a restless spirit full of grief and fury, unable or unwilling to move on. As more tragedies followed over the next couple of years, the legend only grew stronger. Every new death, every unexplained sound, every claimed sighting seemed to confirm what terrified residents already believed. Some families moved out because they truly thought the place was haunted. Others left because the fear itself had become unbearable. And honestly, once an atmosphere like that settles over a building, every shadow starts to look wrong. Every reflection feels suspicious. Every sound in the night becomes something you can't explain away. That's part of what makes this story so haunting. It isn't only about a ghost. It's about how grief, superstition, and fear can wrap around a community until no one knows where reality ends and legend begins. And then there's the question people always ask. Why red? In Chinese culture, red is powerful. It's tied to life, force, passion, and intensity. But when that same color is connected to death, especially a death filled with pain and resentment, people believe it can give rise to a spirit that is unusually strong. That's why the image of this woman dressed head to toe in crimson stayed burned into people's minds. It felt symbolic, like she had chosen not just how to die, but how to be remembered. Some reports suggested she had been struggling with depression and ongoing distress, possibly worsened by disputes and constant noise in the building. If that's true, then beneath the legend is something deeply sad. A woman who may have felt unheard while she was alive, and whose death became transformed into something larger, darker, and almost mythic. To this day, the tale of the red-clad ghost remains one of Hong Kong's most chilling legends. Maybe it's a ghost story. Maybe it's a tragedy magnified by fear and retelling. Or maybe it's both. Either way, once you've heard it, it's hard to forget the image of that woman in red, standing silently at the end of a corridor, waiting. You know, for as long as people have been telling stories, we've been terrified of the same thing: death. It didn't matter if someone was a king, an emperor, or a mystic hidden away in the mountains. Deep down, they all feared the same ending. And in ancient China, that fear gave rise to one of the darkest obsessions of all: immortality. One of the clearest examples is the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang. He didn't see death as a natural end. He saw it as an enemy, something that could be fought, maybe even defeated. He ordered alchemists to make an elixir that would let him live forever, and he sent a Taoist seeker named Xu Feng across the sea to search for the legendary Penglai mountain. But Xu Feng never came back. Some believed he perished on the journey. Others whispered that he found something too strange, too dangerous to ever return with. Either way, the emperor's dream ended the same way all human dreams of physical immortality seem to end: with death. But what's fascinating is that Taoism itself didn't simply let go of the idea of immortality. It changed what immortality meant. At its heart, true Taoist cultivation was never really about keeping the body alive forever. It was about something far deeper, and honestly, a little more haunting. It was about the spirit surviving beyond death. To Taoist practitioners, immortality wasn't about clinging to life. It was about moving beyond both life and death entirely. The body was always temporary. The soul was what endured. And that distinction really matters, because somewhere along the way, people began to twist it. Not everyone who claimed to follow Taoist teachings walked the same road. Throughout history, there were wandering sorcerers and rogue alchemists, often grouped together as Jianghu practitioners, who borrowed Taoist symbols, talismans, and rituals for their own purposes. They promised people incredible things: immortality, protection, supernatural power. But their methods were focused outward. They relied on swallowing strange substances, performing forbidden rites, and trying to control invisible forces. And I think that's what made those practices so tempting. They offered shortcuts: no patience, no inner discipline, no real transformation. Just power, fast and direct. And that's where the story starts to become truly disturbing. There's an idea tied to corrupted Taoist cultivation called the 5 hells to immortality. Even the name feels wrong, doesn't it? Unlike traditional Taoist teachings, this belief claimed that enlightenment could only be reached through unbearable suffering. The path was described as 5 brutal ordeals: freezing cold, consuming fire, the destruction of the body, emotional sacrifice, and forced silence. At first glance, you might think these were symbolic trials, metaphors for spiritual struggle. But if you look at old folklore and scattered historical accounts, it seems some people may have taken them literally. The ice hell came to represent absolute isolation, fear, and abandonment. The fire hell reflected unchecked desire, rage, and emotional torment. The tearing apart of the body symbolized confronting corruption within oneself. The destruction of the heart meant severing emotional attachment. And the silencing of the tongue was said to erase lies, though in some stories, it erased something even worse: identity itself. What makes it even more unsettling is that this whole idea may have grown from a misunderstanding. Traditional Taoism honored the 5 sacred peaks of China, mountains believed to stand between heaven and earth. Pilgrimages to those peaks symbolized harmony with nature, spiritual balance, and elevation of the soul. But over time, because the written characters for peak and hell looked similar enough to stir confusion and myth, some groups may have turned that sacred journey into something darker. A path of ascent became a path of suffering. Pain itself became proof of devotion. And then there's another belief that makes this all feel even more intimate, more unsettling. In Taoist thought, the body already carries its own hidden enemies. Some Taoist texts speak of the 3 corpse spirits, parasitic entities said to live inside every human being. They feed on desire, fear, excess, and weakness. They whisper temptation, chip away at your resolve, and on certain days, they were believed to report your sins to the heavens, shortening your life. Whether you take that literally or as a metaphor, the meaning is powerful. The real obstacle to immortality isn't some demon waiting outside of you. It's the darkness already living within you. And that, to me, is what makes this legend so haunting. Because true Taoist cultivation teaches restraint, balance, humility, and non-attachment. But when those teachings are misunderstood, or worse, deliberately corrupted, the search for immortality becomes something twisted. It stops being about transcendence and becomes obsession. It stops being about harmony and becomes torment. And that leaves us with a question that's honestly hard to shake. If eternal life really were possible, what would it ask from us in return? Peace? Suffering? Wisdom? Or the loss of everything that makes us who we are? Maybe immortality was never meant to be ours. Maybe the real horror isn't death itself, but the refusal to accept it. And maybe that's the truth hidden inside the legend. The 5 hells were never a road to eternal life. They were a warning. You know, when people think about Hong Kong, they usually picture speed. Crowded streets, bright lights, everyone moving fast, always in a hurry. But the moment death enters the picture, everything changes. The pace slows. People speak more softly. Even the smallest gestures start to matter. And that's why funerals in Hong Kong feel so different. There are certain things people simply do not do. To someone from the outside, those rules might sound like superstition. But for many locals, especially those who've been to enough funerals, they don't feel silly at all. They feel like quiet lines you do not cross, out of respect for the dead and, maybe, for your own safety too. Usually the funeral follows a careful structure. The family chooses a funeral home and decides what kind of service to hold, depending on their beliefs. In Hong Kong, you'll find Taoist, Buddhist, Christian, and Catholic funerals all happening in the same city, sometimes even in the same building. On the day itself, incense is lit, wreaths are placed around the hall, and a priest or ritual master leads the ceremony. The family bows, prayers or sutras are recited, and the person who has died is honored in a very formal, very deliberate way. One of the most striking rituals happens in Taoist funerals. It's called breaking hell. A Taoist priest, dressed in ceremonial robes, uses a peachwood sword and performs a series of symbolic movements, sometimes over flames or shattered tiles. The idea is to help guide the deceased out of the underworld, through its levels of judgment, and make sure they can move on properly. It isn't really meant to scare the living. It's meant to help the dead leave peacefully and not remain behind. Years ago, some families would even stay through the night, keeping vigil beside the deceased until morning. That custom has mostly faded now, but the feeling behind it still lingers. The dead should not be left alone. A lot of these customs go back a long way. In the earlier days of Hong Kong, there weren't formal funeral homes the way there are now. Families sometimes kept bodies temporarily themselves, or burials happened in less organized ways. As the city became more crowded, that became harder and harder, and eventually charitable coffin houses were established. One of the best known was connected to Tung Hua Hospital in the late 19th century. These places gave families somewhere to keep the dead while they arranged burial, cremation, or transport back to an ancestral hometown. Modern funeral homes eventually took over, of course, but even now, they still carry that same atmosphere. Quiet halls, cold air, the smell of incense hanging in the background. A kind of heaviness people feel, even if nobody says it aloud. And then there are the taboos. These are the things people remember most. When mourners give condolence money, it usually ends with the number 1. So instead of a round number, it might be 101 or 501. After that, the family gives back a small white envelope, sometimes with a tissue, a sweet, and a coin inside. Each thing means something. The tissue is for wiping away grief. The sweet is to soften the bitterness. The coin is to restore balance. But here's the important part. You're not supposed to take those things home. You eat the sweet right away. You spend or donate the coin. You use or discard the tissue. Taking any of it home is said to bring misfortune back with you. Some people brush all this off. They say it's old-fashioned, that none of it means anything anymore. But not everyone feels that way. If you ever speak to people who work in the funeral industry, you'll hear stories, usually told quietly, reluctantly. Stories about strange sounds in empty halls, sudden cold patches when no window is open, smells that appear out of nowhere. I once heard an account about a family at a funeral suddenly catching the scent of barbecue pork rice and later realizing it was exactly the smell of the dish sold in the deceased's old cafe. And then there's the story people tell, almost in a whisper. A body was said to have vanished from a coffin during a funeral. The coffin was still there. The offerings were untouched. Nothing else had moved. Everyone panicked. Then someone suggested maybe the deceased did not want to be cremated. So the family knelt and made a promise aloud. And when they looked again, the body had returned. No one ever claimed they could explain it. That's the thing about death in Hong Kong. People don't always talk about it openly. So the silence gets filled with ghost stories, rumors, old warnings, and half-believed truths. Funeral homes become mysterious places in people's minds. Lately, there have been efforts to make death less frightening, with exhibitions and public events meant to help people face it more openly. And maybe that's a good thing. But even so, even people who say they are practical, modern, completely rational, often still follow the funeral rules. Because really, the question has never been whether the taboos are true. It's what happens if, just this once, they are. I want to tell you about an old tradition from the remote, fog-covered mountains of Shaanxi, a custom so eerie and so deeply human that it still feels like something halfway between history and legend. Long ago, when the villages there were isolated and the mountain roads were harsh and unforgiving, people who died far from home often had no easy way to be buried where their ancestors rested. And for many families, that mattered deeply. Home was not just a place for the living. It was where the dead were meant to return. So out of that need, a strange and haunting practice took shape. It was known as corpse escorting, and the men who carried it out were not ordinary travelers or undertakers. They were ritual specialists, men believed to understand both the physical dangers of the mountains and the unseen dangers of the spirit world. You can almost picture it, can't you? A narrow trail winding through the dark, wind slipping through the trees, A figure in a faded indigo robe and straw sandals walking through the night, carrying a small gong and a spirit bell, leading the dead back toward the village they belonged to. It sounds like a ghost story, but for generations, people believed it was real. By the late Qing period, this tradition had become especially associated with Taoist ritual practitioners in the Shaanxi region. Families turned to them when someone died far away and needed to be brought back across dangerous terrain. It was not simply transportation. It was considered a sacred responsibility, one that demanded courage, discipline, and ritual knowledge. The preparation of the body was exact. The dead were wrapped carefully, often in dark cloth, and protective charms were placed on or around them. Talismans were used to guard the body and calm the soul. Every step was meant to preserve dignity and keep harmful forces away during the journey. One detail that people still talk about is the way the bodies were said to be moved. According to old accounts, the dead were secured upright with bamboo poles and bound in a line at measured distances from one another. In the darkness, from far away, it might have looked as though they were hopping or walking through the mountain passes themselves. That image, more than anything else, is probably why the tradition became wrapped in so much mystery. Not everyone could be included in such a journey. There were strict rules, shaped by spiritual beliefs and local customs. Only certain deaths were considered suitable for escort. Those who died peacefully were thought to be safer to guide. But people who died violently, dishonorably, or under troubling circumstances were often excluded because their spirits were believed to be restless or dangerous. In some versions of the tradition, women and very young children were also not escorted, tied to old ideas about purity, vulnerability, and the soul's readiness for such a passage. Along the route, the escort might stop at what people sometimes called a corpse inn, hidden resting places tucked away in lonely mountain areas. These were not inns in the ordinary sense. They were sparse shelters, used as temporary stops where the body and its guide could remain until the journey resumed. There, more ritual protections might be performed. The body would stay covered, the charms left in place, and sometimes a local caretaker would help watch over the dead until dawn, or until it was safe to continue. There was often a final soul-guiding ceremony too, where the ritual master helped separate the spirit from the world of the living and direct it toward peace. That mattered deeply. The fear was never just that a body might be lost on the road. It was that a soul might fail to find its way. And that, to me, is what makes this tradition feel so moving beneath all its strangeness. Yes, it is eerie. Yes, it feels supernatural. But at its heart, it came from love, grief, and obligation. Families wanted to bring their people home. Men like the old escorts, perhaps someone like Master Liang instead of the names history forgot, took on that burden and walked into darkness so the dead would not be alone. Today, the practice has nearly vanished. Roads were built, transportation changed, villages became less cut off. The resting inns fell silent, and the ritual knowledge faded with the generations. What remains now is a mixture of memory, folklore, and reverence. But even now, when people speak of corpse escorts in Xiangxi, what lingers is not only fear. It is respect. Because those men were doing more than carrying bodies. They were standing at the threshold between worlds, trying to make sure that even in death, a person could find the way home. Have you ever been to Bride's Pool, tucked away in the northeastern hills of Hong Kong? On the surface, it feels peaceful. There's a quiet waterfall, thick green forest all around, and this strange hush in the air that makes people lower their voices without even realizing it. Most hikers stop there to admire the view and move on. But if you talk to the locals, they'll tell you this place carries an old sadness with it. And once you hear the story, it's hard to look at those waters the same way again. The version I heard begins a long time ago, during the Qing dynasty. There was a young bride named Mei Lin, dressed in a deep crimson wedding robe, being carried toward her marriage in Sha Tao Kok in a traditional sedan chair. The journey should have been joyful, full of ceremony and music. But as the bridal procession came near the waterfall, the weather suddenly turned. Rain came down hard, the path became slick with mud, and the stream swelled with rushing water. One of the bearers lost his footing. In an instant, the chair tipped, and Mei Lin was thrown into the torrent. She tried to fight her way back up, but her robe was heavy, soaked through almost immediately, and it pulled her down. Before anyone could save her, she vanished beneath the water. They searched, but she was never found. And that, people say, is how the place came to be known as Bride's Pool, named for a wedding day that ended before it ever truly began. But like most old stories, it didn't stay in just one form. Over the years, people kept telling it, and each retelling changed something. In one version, Mei Lin never wanted the marriage at all. She was being forced to leave her home and marry someone she did not love. By the time the procession reached the waterfall, her heart was already broken. In that telling, she stepped out on her own, walked calmly to the edge, and disappeared into the pool by choice. Some say her spirit still lingers there at night, dressed in red, standing near the water as though she's still waiting for a ceremony that never came. Then there's another version, softer at first and somehow sadder because of it. In that one, the bride was secretly in love with one of the young men carrying her chair. Her family had promised her to another man, and the two lovers could see no way out. So they made a plan. When the procession reached the falls, he pretended to stumble. The chair toppled, everyone panicked, and it looked as though the bride had been swept away and lost. But according to that version, the two escaped together into the mountains and were never seen again. Some people like to believe they found freedom. Others say their souls never really left the place, and that they still drift through the mist together. What makes the story cling so stubbornly to that place is that it doesn't feel impossible. Before a stone bridge was built there in 1906, people actually had to cross the stream. And if you imagine a woman in a layered bridal gown, traveling in bad weather over wet ground, it's not hard to see how one misstep could turn fatal. That's part of what makes the legend so unsettling. It sounds like folklore, but it also sounds like something that really could have happened. And then, of course, there are the real tragedies that followed. That's when the ghost stories grew louder. Some drivers claim that on wet, foggy nights, they've seen a woman in red standing by the roadside, raising her hand as if asking for help. But when they stop, she's gone. Others say they've heard quiet sobbing near the water, or the faint sound of someone slowly combing long hair, even when no one else is there. And one of the eeriest stories of all comes from people who say they looked into the pool expecting to see their own reflection, only to catch the blurred image of a bride staring back at them instead. Now, maybe it's just folklore layered over grief. Maybe it's the kind of place where one tragedy makes the next feel heavier, until history and rumor become impossible to separate. That happens sometimes. A real sorrow settles somewhere, and over time people give it a face, a name, a color. In this case, a bride in red. Still, if you ever find yourself walking through Plover Cove, and you come upon the quiet, misty waters of Bride's Pool, you may feel it too. That strange stillness, that sense that the air is holding on to something old. And for just a moment, with the waterfall murmuring and the trees standing silent around you, it's easy to imagine that somewhere nearby, Mei Lin is still waiting, caught between memory and legend, between the wedding she never reached and the life she never got to live. Do you believe in ghosts? There's a story from Thailand that people still whisper about, even now. It's one of those old tales that never really fades, because it isn't just frightening, it's heartbreaking too. It's about love that refused to let go, even after death. This happened long ago, in the old riverside area of Phra Kanong, on the outskirts of Bangkok. Back then, there lived a young woman named Nalin, and she was deeply devoted to her husband, Mek. They didn't have much, but they had each other, and for them, that was enough. Their life was simple, quiet, and full of hope. When Mek was called away to serve in the war, Nalin stayed behind, carrying their child and counting the days until he would come home. But life can be unbearably cruel. While Mek was still away, Nalin went into labor. It was long and painful, and in the end, neither she nor the baby survived. That should have been the end of her story. But it wasn't. Her love was too strong, or maybe her sorrow was too deep. Somehow, her spirit remained in the house, still waiting, still believing her husband would walk back through that door. And when Mek finally did return, tired and wounded from battle, he found Nalin there, just as he had hoped. She welcomed him home, and for a while, they lived together as if nothing had happened. Mek didn't realize that the woman beside him was no longer among the living. The neighbors knew. Of course they knew. But no one dared tell him. They had seen enough strange things by then, enough to understand that Nalin's spirit had become dangerous. Fear settled over the village. People kept their distance. They lowered their voices, because anyone who tried to reveal the truth was said to suffer for it. As the story goes, Nalin's grief slowly twisted into anger. She could not accept losing the life she was meant to have, and she could not bear the thought of anyone taking Mek away from her again. So the haunting grew darker. The village lived in terror, while Mek remained trapped inside this impossible, ghostly version of home. Eventually, though, the truth found its way to him. Can you imagine that moment? To realize the person you've been eating with, speaking with, sleeping beside, is someone you already lost? The shock of it, the heartbreak, the disbelief. Mek was devastated. Desperate for help, he turned to a respected monk, a man known for wisdom and compassion. In some versions of the story, that monk is said to have had a deep understanding of restless spirits and how to guide them gently toward peace. With the monk's help, Mek finally faced Nalin for what she truly was. And somehow, in that painful moment, everything changed. Her anger began to loosen. The illusion she had been clinging to could no longer hold. She understood at last that her life was over, and that the man she loved knew the truth. What makes this story so sad is that Nalin was never just a monster. She was a wife who loved too deeply, a mother who never got to hold her child, a soul caught between longing and loss. And when the ceremony was performed, when prayers were offered and her spirit was urged to let go, she finally released her grief. Before leaving, she is said to have made one last promise to Mek, that their paths would cross again in another life. That's why this legend has stayed alive for so long in Thailand. It isn't only a ghost story. It's a story about devotion, sorrow, and the kind of love that becomes dangerous when it has nowhere to go. People remember Nalin not just because she frightened them, but because they understood her pain. And of course, stories continue. Visitors talk about feeling an eerie stillness near the shrine, or sensing that someone is standing just behind them when no one is there. Some claim they've heard soft crying in the distance, or caught sight of a woman in traditional dress for only a second before she vanished. No one can prove these things, but that's how legends survive, isn't it? Through stories passed from one person to another, each one carrying a little fear, a little wonder. Over the years, this tale has been retold in films, television dramas, books, and stage performances. Each version changes a little, but the heart of it stays the same. A woman who loved so fiercely that even death could not quiet her. And maybe that's why people still remember her. Because beneath all the fear and the ghostly shadows, this is really a story about grief, about what happens when the heart refuses to accept goodbye. So whether you believe in spirits or not, the legend of Nayland lingers for a reason. It reminds us that love can be beautiful, but when it is tangled with loss, it can also become something haunting. Have you ever heard the old Hong Kong story about a flat on Nathan Road where a simple mahjong night turned into something no one could ever explain? If you haven't, let me tell you this one carefully, because even now, it still gives people chills. The story is often called The Four Who Played as Six, though some people tell it a little differently. It's about four friends, one cramped apartment, and two silent figures who should never have been there. It happened in the early 1950s, on a damp spring night, in an aging walk-up building along Nathan Road. Back then, those flats were small and worn, with steep, narrow stairs, peeling walls, and barely enough space to breathe once four people sat around a mahjong table. Still, that didn't stop friends from gathering. Mahjong was how people passed the time, especially late into the night. So four friends came together that evening. One of them, a man named Ming, had invited the others over for a few rounds. The room was hazy with cigarette smoke, teacups sat near the edge of the table, and the clicking of mahjong tiles rose and fell in a steady rhythm. Outside, the city carried on as usual, but inside that little flat, the world felt closed off, as if the night had sealed them in. At first, everything was normal. Then, in the middle of a round, Ming suddenly stopped moving. He didn't speak right away. He just stared past the others, his face turning pale. Finally, in a shaky voice, he said, "Don't turn around too fast, but I think there's someone standing behind you." Of course, the others thought he was joking. One laughed. Another told him to stop trying to distract everyone. But Ming didn't laugh with them. He just kept staring, frozen in place, like all the warmth had drained out of him. That was when the others slowly turned. And there they were. Two strangers stood behind the table, quiet as stone. They weren't speaking. They weren't smiling. They were only watching the game, their eyes fixed on the tiles as if they had been standing there all along. The door had been locked. The windows were shut. No one had heard footsteps on the stairs, and yet somehow, in that cramped room, there were now 6 people instead of 4. The friends panicked. Chairs scraped the floor. Someone knocked over a cup. Tiles spilled across the table as all 4 men lunged for the door and rushed down the staircase. They were shouting so loudly that neighbors came out to see what had happened. By the time they reached the street, people were already gathering, looking up at the building, asking what was wrong. The men kept yelling that there were ghosts upstairs. Before long, a crowd had formed on Nathan Road. People from nearby shops and passing trams stopped to stare. Someone called the police, and officers soon arrived to force their way through the growing crowd. They hurried upstairs and entered the flat, expecting to find intruders or pranksters, or at least some explanation. But when they stepped inside, the room was empty. Completely empty. The mahjong table was still there. 4 chairs were still pulled close. The tiles were scattered where the players had left them. Teacups still sat warm on the table. But the 4 friends who had run out screaming were gone. That was the part no one could understand. The men had been seen fleeing the room. People on the street heard them. The police came almost immediately, and yet somehow, when they investigated, it was as if the flat had swallowed the whole night and left only the table behind. In Cantonese, certain mahjong phrases can sound dangerously close to words about death and misfortune. And old players know plenty of taboos. Some believed the arrangement on that table suggested that all 4 friends were doomed the moment the wrong tile was played. Whether that was superstition or something darker, no one could say for sure. After that night, the rumors spread fast. People began gathering outside the building again and again. Some swore they saw shapes moving past the windows when no one lived there. Others said that long after midnight, they could hear the unmistakable sound of mahjong tiles being shuffled, then set down one by one, as if a game were still going on in the dark. A few even claimed they saw 4 figures seated around a table inside, but when they looked closer, the figures seemed to have no heads. Newspapers picked up the story, and that only made things worse. Some writers mocked it, calling it old-fashioned superstition. But in a strange way, that only fed the fear. The more people denied the haunting, the more others became convinced that something truly unnatural had happened in that flat. And no matter who moved in afterward, nobody stayed long. Some left after only a few nights. Some said they felt watched. Some said they woke to the sound of tiles clacking together in the next room, even when the room was empty. And some refused to say anything at all. They just packed up and left. Over time, the story became part of Hong Kong folklore. People tied it to an old mahjong superstition that warns players never to complete a certain pattern involving the west wind, or everyone at the table may go west together. In everyday speech, that can mean dying. So naturally, people began to wonder, did one of the friends make a forbidden move that night? Did they invite something into the room without knowing? No one ever found a solid answer. That's what makes the story linger. It isn't just about ghosts. It's about the blank space where an explanation should be. 4 friends went in. 6 figures were seen. Then somehow, no one was left at all. Today, if you pass that stretch of Nathan Road, you might not notice anything unusual. The building looks ordinary enough. People come and go. Business carries on. Life moves forward, the way it always does in Hong Kong. But if you ask the older locals, some will still lower their voices when they mention that place. And a few will tell you that late at night, if the street is quiet and you stop beneath the old windows long enough, you might hear the faint, dry clatter of mahjong tiles from somewhere above you, as if the players never really left, as if the game is still going on. And maybe, just maybe, there are still 6 at the table. I grew up in Thailand, where stories about spirits and signs from the dead are just part of everyday life. One belief I heard all the time as a kid was about moths, especially big ones that suddenly appear inside the house. People would say that when that happens, it can mean someone who has passed away has come back to visit their family. The way elders explained it was always the same. After someone in the family dies, especially someone very close like a parent or grandparent, a moth might quietly enter the house, settle in one spot, and then vanish without anyone noticing when it left. A lot of people believe that it is the spirit of the person returning for one last visit. I do not know how common that belief is in other places, but in my family, it was something people took seriously. I was raised mostly by my mother and my grandmother. My mom was busy studying and working, so my grandmother, her name was Molly, was really the one who looked after me growing up. We were very close, and for a long time she felt like the center of my world. When I was about 12, our family got the news that she had cancer. Everything changed after that. Her health declined quickly, and less than a year later, she passed away. Before she died, my mother told me about something unsettling that happened one night. She said she heard loud pounding noises coming from inside the walls of the house, like someone was banging hard from the other side. It was so strange that she even asked the neighbors the next day if they had been repairing anything or making noise nearby. They said no one had been home. In Thai folk belief, unexplained banging or crashing sounds in the house can be seen as a bad sign, almost like a warning that someone in the family may soon die. Maybe it was just coincidence, but after my grandmother passed, my mother never forgot it. About 100 days later, we held the memorial ceremony for her. In Thai Buddhist tradition, the 100-day mark is important. It is believed to be a point where the spirit has completed its journey, and the family makes merit, invites monks to chant, and offers blessings in memory of the person who died. That day, our house was packed with relatives. I remember standing downstairs, feeling a little lost and overwhelmed by all the noise and movement. I was still young, and I do not think I fully understood the weight of what the day meant. Then suddenly, I heard people upstairs speaking in anxious voices. And right at that moment, in the middle of the afternoon, a large moth flew into the house. It came straight toward me and landed gently on my dress. It just sat there, completely still. I panicked and shook it off. The moth fluttered down and settled on a stack of folded towels near the staircase. Then it stayed there without moving. My mother saw it and immediately froze. I still remember the look on her face. She quietly went to shut the doors and windows, and for a long time, she just stood there watching it. Other relatives gathered around too, but no one wanted to touch it. It remained there for more than an hour, calm and motionless, as if it belonged there. Then, sometime later, when everyone's attention drifted back to the ceremony, it was gone. No one saw it leave. My mother and several relatives were convinced that the moth was my grandmother, that she had returned to see us one last time on the 100th day after her death. Maybe it was nothing more than chance. I cannot say for sure. But there was one more thing that happened that day, and honestly, it still gives me chills. Those voices I heard upstairs belonged to some family friends who were trying to calm my little cousin. She was only a toddler at the time. Out of nowhere, she pointed behind the adults in the room and said, "Grandma, Grandma is here." Then she said it again. My grandmother had helped care for her too, before she became too sick. So hearing those words from such a small child frightened everyone. Even now, I still do not know what to believe. Maybe it was grief. Maybe it was coincidence. Or maybe, just maybe, my grandmother really did come back to see us one last time. So, we really believed a quick trip out of the city would make everything better. Me, Rivan, Samir, Annika, and Priya were all exhausted, completely drained from the traffic, the heat, the noise, and that dull feeling of living the same day over and over again. So when Rivan found this ridiculously cheap guest house in a quiet little hill town, it felt like exactly what we needed. The pictures online showed a charming old place with fresh paint, warm lights, and simple but comfortable rooms. Honestly, the low price should have warned us. But we wanted an escape, so we ignored the feeling. By the time we got there, the sun was already going down, and the place looked wrong. It wasn't charming. It wasn't cozy. The walls were stained and peeling. The windows looked like they hadn't been cleaned in years, and the whole place felt colder than the evening air should have allowed. Out front, hanging at an angle, was an old wooden sign that read, "Hollow Lane Guest House." I still remember the caretaker. He stepped out so quietly it startled us. Tall, bony, hollow-faced. He didn't greet us, didn't smile, didn't ask about our trip. He just handed over the room keys and said, in this flat, careful voice, "Your rooms are upstairs. Don't walk around after midnight." We laughed. I wish we hadn't. That first night, the silence was the worst part. There were no crickets, no wind, no distant cars, nothing. Just the old house settling now and then, the floorboards giving these slow little creaks like someone shifting their weight somewhere nearby. I woke sometime around midnight. At first I thought I was dreaming because I could hear whispering in the hallway. Soft, uneven, almost like several people speaking at once. Then it got louder, more urgent. Some voices sounded angry, some sounded terrified. And then I realized, this is the part I still can't explain. They were saying our names. Samir kept insisting it was just the pipes or the wind or maybe people outside. But there was no wind. And when I looked at Annika and Priya, both of them looked just as shaken as I felt. The next morning, we tried to act normal. We even joked about it over breakfast, like saying it out loud would make it less real. Later, while wandering around the back of the house, we found this old locked door near the kitchen. The wood around it was scarred with long, deep scratch marks, like someone had clawed at it from the other side. Priya stepped back immediately. Ravan tried to laugh it off and called it an old pantry or storage closet. But none of us really believed that. The second night was worse. At exactly 1 a.m, the whole house changed. Not gradually, instantly, like something had been waiting for that exact moment. Doors started slamming somewhere upstairs. Heavy footsteps moved across the ceiling even though there was no floor above us. The air turned freezing. Then, at the far end of the hallway, I saw someone standing there. Or something. It was thin and pale, with wet hair hanging over its face. I couldn't make out its features properly, except for these dim reddish eyes glowing underneath the strands. It didn't walk toward us. It sort of glided, slowly, almost gently. And then it spoke. Very softly. Leave. Now. That was enough. And then, just like that, morning came. Sunlight spilled through the dirty windows. The voices stopped. The cold lifted. The front door slowly creaked open on its own. We didn't pack. We didn't speak. We just ran. We left that town without looking back. Later, before we caught the bus home, Priya spoke to an old woman from the village. The woman listened quietly, then leaned closer and said, "That guest house has stood empty for many, many years. It remembers the people who enter. Some come back different. Some never come back at all." We returned to the city, and on the surface, life carried on. Work, traffic, messages, meetings, all of it. But some nights I still wake up shivering, even in warm weather, because I hear someone whisper my name from the darkness beside my bed. And every time that happens, I think of Hollow Lane Guest House. Still standing. Still waiting. And sometimes I wonder if that warning came in time, or if that place has already followed us home. So, my younger brother Mason and I used to cut through the cemetery on the way home. It shaved maybe 15 minutes off the walk from school and work, and after a long day, that felt worth it. Mason loved messing with me. That was just who he was. He knew creepy places got under my skin, so of course he thought it was funny to act like nothing ever bothered him. Anyway, one evening we got off work earlier than usual, and the sun was still hanging low, not quite gone yet. It was the end of August, the kind of time when the air is usually still warm even after sunset. But the second we got near the trees by the cemetery, everything changed. I got this sharp chill all over me. Not just cold exactly, more like the whole place felt wrong. Mason was smacking his gum, loud as ever, and he just laughed and said, "Don't start. We walk through here all the time. It's just dirt and headstones." I didn't argue. I just lit a cigarette and kept walking behind him. Then I heard this awful sound. Wet, panicked, choking. I looked up and it was Mason. I ran to him right away. He was bent over, grabbing at his throat, and I started hitting him between the shoulders as hard as I could. Once, twice, over and over. It felt like forever, even though it was probably only a minute or two. Finally, he coughed up the gum. Later, he said he must have stepped into a dip in the ground, lost his footing, and sucked in air so fast it pulled the gum straight into his throat. The second he spat it out and caught his breath, I looked up, and that's when I saw it. There was something out over the graves. I still can't explain it well. It could have been smoke drifting weird from my cigarette. It could have been a person standing farther off, maybe even some animal moving through the markers. But in that moment, it looked like a shape just hovering there, not quite solid, not quite real. And I can tell you this, every hair on the back of my neck stood up. Mason said later he felt something too. He admitted the air had turned unnaturally cold, but he blamed all of it on choking and freaking himself out. We got out of there fast after that. Neither of us said much. Then, as we were leaving, I noticed one more thing. There was this little orange cat sitting on top of a grave. She was perfectly still, just watching us pass by. She didn't run, didn't meow, didn't even blink much. Just sat there like she belonged in that place more than we ever could. That scared me more than the figure did, honestly. We went home, and after that, neither of us really talked about it. A few days later, I started asking around without making it sound like I was spooked. Just casual questions. Neighbors, friends, anybody who lived near the cemetery. One older man whose backyard backed right up to the fence told me there'd been an orange cat hanging around that cemetery for as long as he could remember. He even showed me an old photo once. And I swear, it looked exactly like the one I saw that night. Same small body, same bright coat, same stare. But here's the strange part. One of the groundskeepers said there was no cemetery cat. Said nobody fed one, nobody kept one there, and he'd never seen any orange cat living on the property. Mason still won't really talk about that night. He says he was choking. He wasn't paying attention to anything around us, and he never saw a cat at all. Maybe he's right. Maybe I was rattled and my mind filled in the blanks. But I still remember how cold it got. I still remember that shape over the graves. I've actually had something like this happen to me, and I still think about it sometimes. It was in 2013, and I was about 11 years old. My family and I had spent several weeks in Slovakia for the summer, and the day we were meant to fly back to England, we had a ridiculously early flight, around 6:30 in the morning. So, of course, my dad woke me up somewhere around 3 a.m. because, parents always want to get to the airport hours before they need to. I remember being half asleep, just dragging myself out of bed, pulling on my clothes, and going downstairs to brush my teeth. Everything felt quiet and heavy, like that strange stillness you only get in the middle of the night. Once we were all ready, we loaded the suitcases into the car, and I climbed into the back seat. Before we drove off, I remember looking back at the house. It was completely dark outside, and I was just sitting there thinking about how much fun I'd had during the holiday. Then I looked up toward the top balcony and saw this little orange glow, like the end of a lit cigarette. At first, I didn't think anything weird about it. Most of my family smoked back then, so I figured someone must have left one burning. I pointed it out to my dad, and he saw it too. He got annoyed straight away, muttering under his breath, and hurried back inside to put it out. The rest of us stayed in the car while we waited for him. And I kept staring up at that balcony. That's when I saw the glow lift up, just slightly, like someone had picked up the cigarette. Then it brightened for a second, like someone had taken a drag, and after that, it lowered again. A moment later, I saw my dad's phone light appear inside the room. He moved through the darkness, reached the balcony area, and then the glow disappeared. Then he came back out to the car. For a second, I tried to convince myself maybe it had been my dad all along. Maybe he'd picked it up before putting it out. But the timing didn't make sense. I had seen the cigarette being smoked before his light even appeared in the room. And that's the part that's always stayed with me. It felt like someone, or something, had been standing up there. Later on, I told my cousin Mila about it. She's only a few years older than me, and she went quiet straight away. Then she said she'd seen something strange there too. Her story happened when they were leaving the house one morning for the airport as well. Only their flight was later, so it was already getting light outside. As they were driving away, she happened to look up toward that same top balcony and saw a figure standing there. She said it raised its arm and gave this slow, deliberate wave. She told me the shape looked wrong somehow. Not clear enough to make out properly, but dark, still, and watching. What really stayed with her was the feeling. She said it felt like it was staring directly at her, like she could feel its eyes following the car as they pulled away. And then there's the last story, the one from my granddad, which somehow makes it all even stranger because he's the least nervous person in the family. He's never been scared of that house. In fact, he always says if anything is there, it should be afraid of him. One afternoon, everyone else had gone out, and he was home on his own, cutting the grass with one of those loud handheld mowers. If you've ever used one, you know they make such a racket that you can barely hear yourself think. He said that while he was mowing, he glanced up toward the same balcony and saw the curtain shift. Just slightly. And behind it, he saw what looked like a dark hand, like someone was pulling the fabric aside to peek out at him. He turned instinctively, really fast, and at that exact moment, the mower struck a stone and sent it flying past where his face had been a second earlier. If he hadn't turned when he did, it could have hit him straight on. He always said whatever spoke to him had warned him. My granddad does believe the house is haunted, in his own way, but he's never been bothered by it. He built that house himself. He bought the land, laid the foundations, and made it into a home. So he just shrugs and says that if there is something there, then it's the guest, not him. And honestly, the way he says it is so matter-of-fact that it almost makes you feel better. Almost. I want to tell you about something strange that happened to me, my sister, and her boyfriend one New Year's Day a few years ago. It was January 1st, 2019, and honestly, the day started exactly the way you'd expect after New Year's Eve. I was wrecked. Hungover, exhausted, anxious, that whole miserable combination. To make it worse, one of my friends and I had made the brilliant decision to walk home from a party in the middle of the night instead of just sleeping there. It wasn't a quick walk either. We ended up stumbling almost 7 kilometers in the freezing cold, completely drunk, and it took forever. At the time, it felt hilarious and adventurous. The next morning, not so much. So, I'm back at my parents' house, lying in my old room, half asleep, still feeling like my body's been hit by a truck. Then I hear this soft little whining sound. At first, I'm confused, just trying to figure out where I am. I look down beside the bed, and there's our family dog, Alvin, staring up at me like, "Come on, get up." He needed to go outside. I'd forgotten my parents weren't home, and my sister was out too, so it was on me. I dragged myself out of bed, threw on some clothes, and took him out. And let me tell you, standing up fast when you're that hungover is brutal. But once I got moving, it helped a little. It was one of those classic Swedish winter mornings on the West Coast. Bitter wind, icy ground, gray sky, that damp cold that gets through everything. The thermometer didn't look that bad, but the wind made it feel way colder. My face was numb in seconds. Still, there was something nice about being out there with Alvin. He was this small, shaggy little poolie, full of personality, and even in that miserable state, I remember thinking how good it felt to have him trotting beside me. When we came back inside, he was in one of those playful moods, totally fired up. I started messing around with him, hyping him up even more, and we had one of those silly little play fights we always used to have. He loved that. I loved it too. I still miss him so much when I think about moments like that. After a while, I gave him a chew bone, and once he settled down, I went back to bed. Now, the layout of the house matters here. My room was right near the hallway, and across from it, a little off to the side, was my old bedroom, the one my sister and her boyfriend were using at the time while they were between apartments. I fell asleep again and didn't wake up until around noon. I got up, made coffee, fixed something to eat, and sat down in the living room with the TV on. The house had a really open layout, so from the living room, you could pretty much see everything except the hallway and the bathrooms tucked back there. And that hallway, I've never liked it. Even in daylight, it always gave me this awful feeling. Like if you walked between the living room and the hall, you could feel something behind you. Not just the sense of being watched, but the feeling of someone being right there, just over your shoulder. Close enough that the back of your neck would prickle. It always made my whole body tense up. Anyway, back to that day. Alvin came over while I was eating and gave me that look dogs have when they know exactly how to manipulate you. So of course I gave him a little piece of my sandwich. Then I let him out on the lawn for a bit, brought him back in, and spent most of the afternoon just lying on the couch recovering. Later that evening, my sister and her boyfriend came home. It was already dark by then, which is completely normal in Sweden that time of year. In winter, it feels like the sun barely shows itself before disappearing again. The mood in the house was actually really nice. My sister and I fought constantly growing up. We could argue over absolutely anything. We knew exactly how to get under each other's skin. But around that time, things had started to soften between us. We were finally acting more like adults, and less like enemies pretending to be siblings. She was pregnant then, very early on, with their first child. She'd told us the news just a little before that, so she wasn't drinking. But her boyfriend and I each had a beer, and we all sat on the couch together with Alvin. He always wanted to be wherever everyone else was. If he wasn't up on the couch with us, he'd disappear against the black, shaggy rug because he was just as dark and scruffy as the carpet. You had to be careful not to step on him. We watched a movie, talked a bit, just had one of those quiet, cozy evenings that feel especially good after the chaos of a holiday. By around 10:30 or 11, we were all tired enough to call it a night. I remember feeling relieved, actually, because I always slept easier in that house when I knew other people were there. So we all brushed our teeth, said goodnight, and went to our rooms. I put on some random YouTube video like I used to do when I wanted background noise while falling asleep. I wasn't fully asleep yet when I heard it. Footsteps coming up the stairs to the front door. Then the sound of the front door opening, then closing again. Then someone walking inside. Alvin exploded into barking and ran straight toward the hallway like he always did when someone came in. But then, suddenly, he stopped. And the silence after that. I still remember it. It was horrible. Thick. Heavy. The kind of silence where you can hear your own heartbeat and feel cold spreading through your whole body. I knew my parents were away. They were abroad and weren't due back for another couple of days. So right away I was confused and then scared. I could hear my sister and her boyfriend moving too. They'd heard it. But almost immediately I got this feeling, deep in my gut, that whatever had come in wasn't a person. I know how that sounds, but it was the exact same feeling I used to get in that hallway when I was younger. This dark, angry, overwhelming sense that I was not supposed to step out there. My whole body reacted at once. My throat tightened, my shoulders locked up, my stomach dropped. I could feel adrenaline just flooding through me. At the same time, I was thinking, what if it is a real person? What if someone's broken in? I couldn't just stay in my room and let my sister's boyfriend deal with that alone. And then I thought about Alvin. What if someone hurt him? That was enough. At the exact same moment, my sister's boyfriend and I opened our bedroom doors and looked out. We just stared at each other for a second, both of us with the same expression. And honestly, it would have been funny if it hadn't been so tense. Like something out of a cartoon. I checked Alvin first and saw that he was okay, just confused, standing there staring toward the hall. I asked, "Was that you?" He said, "No, I thought it was you." It was freezing. Proper January cold. Dark as pitch outside, except for the weak outdoor lights and the stars overhead. In front of the house, there was a garage straight ahead, a paved area leading to it, parking off to one side, and the big fenced lawn on the other side with bushes separating everything. There weren't many places someone could hide without us seeing them. We checked everywhere. The driveway, around the garage, by the bushes, the yard. Nothing. No person. No movement. No sound. And what struck me was how fast we'd gotten outside. Whoever we heard would have had only seconds to vanish, and there was nowhere obvious for them to go. We just stood there looking at each other, trying to make sense of it. I remember saying something like, "What just happened? We both heard someone come in." And he said, "There has to be some explanation. There just has to be." My sister came out too and asked what was going on, and we all ended up standing there talking in the cold, trying to come up with anything logical. Maybe the door hadn't latched right. Maybe the wind caught it. Maybe we imagined part of it. But the thing is, it didn't feel like imagination. We heard footsteps. We heard the door. Alvin reacted exactly the way he always did when someone came home, right up until the moment he reached the hallway and went silent. And this wasn't even the first time something like that had happened in that house. Later on, my parents told us they'd experienced the same thing more than once. One of them would be in the kitchen, hear someone come in through the front door, call out thinking the other had arrived home early, and get no answer. Alvin would run toward the hallway barking, then go quiet. And when they checked, nobody was there. I still don't have a clean explanation for it. If it had only happened once, I'd probably chalk it up to a mistake, bad acoustics, a loose door, something like that. But hearing that it had happened several times to different people in the house made it much harder to brush off. What's strange is that it seems to have stopped since my parents replaced the old front door with a newer one that locks automatically. I haven't heard any new stories about the footsteps in a long time, but that night stuck with me. Not just because it was creepy, but because all three of us heard it. It wasn't just a dream, and it wasn't just me being paranoid in that old hallway. To this day, when I think about that house, I still remember that feeling. The footsteps, Alvin barking, the silence right after. That part is what gets me the most. Hey everyone, watching Paranormal M. How's it going where you are? Let me know what the weather's like where you live. Over here, it's been a mix of chilly and sunny days lately. It's not exactly perfect, but I'm still really happy just to be here sharing my paranormal experiences with you. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you'll be the first to catch the newest videos. Good night. So, not too long after that strange thing with my oldest boy accidentally recording something in his room, something started happening with my younger son, Mason. He was about 4 at the time, maybe just a little older. There were several nights when I'd wake up out of nowhere to the sound of him screaming, not just crying, but truly terrified. His room was on the main floor, right near his older brother's, and my bedroom was all the way upstairs, so every time it happened, I'd be flying down the stairs in the dark with my heart pounding. Most nights, by the time I got to him, he was still kind of half asleep. I'd sit beside him, calm him down, tuck him back in, and by morning, he wouldn't remember much. I kept telling myself it was probably just nightmares, maybe night terrors, the kind of thing little kids go through. But there were 2 nights that felt completely different. One night, I rushed in and found him sitting straight up in bed, crying hard, fully awake. I climbed onto the bed, held him close, and asked him what was wrong. He looked right at me and said, "There's a demon in my room." I can still remember the feeling that hit me when he said that. My stomach just dropped. I asked him what he meant, hoping maybe I'd misunderstood, but he just kept repeating it, getting more upset each time. Then he told me something that honestly still turns my stomach when I think about it. He said the demon was lifting his head off the pillow and then dropping it back down. He described it so clearly, like it wasn't just some blurry dream. He kept saying it had happened again and again. And then he told me it was standing in the corner of the room. Of course I looked. I checked the corner, I looked everywhere, but there was nothing there. What made it even harder to brush off was that it didn't just happen once. It happened again. And after that, he would bring it up during the day too, not only in the middle of the night. Over the following weeks, maybe even a couple of months, he kept describing the same thing every time. The demon, the corner of the room, and his head being lifted and dropped back onto the pillow. I know children can have vivid dreams and night terrors. I know that. But the way he described it, and the fact that he talked about it later in broad daylight, when he was calm and fully awake, that really stayed with me. It shook me in a way I still can't fully explain. Hey, I've gone back and forth on whether to share this, because even saying it out loud still feels unreal. But it stayed with me for years, and I can still picture it so clearly. This happened sometime around the late 2000s or early 2010s. I was probably somewhere between 9 and 11. We were at this ordinary neighborhood park, the kind with a baseball diamond, a walking trail through a patch of trees, and some construction happening off to one side. Near the trail, there was this big round concrete tank or basin sitting by itself. It was the middle of the day, overcast but bright enough to see everything clearly. Nothing felt creepy or unusual. I was there with my mom, just walking like normal. A couple of older ladies were ahead of us on the path, and they passed that concrete structure without reacting at all, like there was absolutely nothing strange there. Then, when my mom and I got to that same spot, I turned my head to the right for no reason I can explain. And that's when I saw it. There was something hovering just above the concrete tank, not standing on it, hovering. It was sitting cross-legged in midair. The figure looked almost human at first glance, but not really. Its skin was this deep bluish color, but not flat or solid. It had this strange layered quality, like there was movement underneath it, almost like light shifting underwater. I remember blinking, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, and then realizing it had 4 arms. Its eyes were yellow, sharp, and fixed directly on me the moment I noticed it. It wore something that looked like a robe or cloak in blue and gold, but the patterns on it wouldn't stay still. They kept subtly shifting, not wildly, not like it was flickering in and out, just enough that every time I tried to focus on one detail, it seemed to rearrange itself. And the second we made eye contact, everything changed. The sounds around me dropped away like someone had turned the world down. The park was still there, but distant. My ears started ringing. My body suddenly felt heavy, like moving would take too much effort. I remember thinking I should step back, or say something, or do anything at all. But I just stood there. And the weirdest part is, I wasn't afraid. Not calm exactly, but not scared either. Just completely locked in. I could hear my mom saying my name, Mara, but it sounded far away, even though she was right beside me. Then she said it again, and this time it sounded closer, like I was surfacing out of something. And then all at once, everything came rushing back. The sound, the feeling in my body, all of it. My mom grabbed my arm and pulled me forward, and we moved fast down the trail. I looked back one time. It was still there, hovering in the same spot, watching. It didn't look angry. It didn't look welcoming either, just completely still, calm, like it had been there long before we noticed it and would still be there after we left. I barely talked about it for years. Then, a few years ago, I mentioned it to my mom out of nowhere, and to my surprise, she remembered it too. She told me she thought about it for a long time afterward, but eventually shoved it out of her mind because it unsettled her so much. I've never had another experience like that, nothing even close. What I still can't stop thinking about is that shift when we locked eyes, the muffled sound, the ringing, the strange heaviness, like time bent for a moment. I should probably start by saying I'm 39 now, and all of this has unfolded over roughly the last 25 years. When I was a kid, my mom used to test what she called my intuition. She'd hold up playing cards and ask me to guess them. A surprising amount of the time, I'd get either the number or the suit right. At first, it felt like a game, but over time, it started to feel like something more than that. As I got older, I began noticing things in the corners of my vision. Little movements, shapes that didn't make sense. The kind of thing you almost brush off until it keeps happening. Eventually, there was this presence I became so used to that I would actually say goodnight to it almost every night for several years. Friends hated sleeping over at my house. They all described it differently, which somehow made it feel even stranger. One would say it felt like something heavy was pressing on their chest. Another would say they just felt deeply uneasy, like they were being watched, and they could never fully relax enough to sleep. When I was about 18, I started trying to have out-of-body experiences. One night, I came incredibly close. I remember feeling this strange lightness, like I was peeling away from myself. And when that final sensation at the top of my head seemed to slip free, I panicked and snapped right back into my body with my heart pounding. That was around the time I think I had my first real encounter with what people might call a shadow figure. A few nights later, I fell asleep and felt like something was pressing down on my chest, crushing me. In the dream, or whatever it was, I remember shutting my eyes tightly and counting to 3 so I could force myself awake. Since then, there have been a lot of other experiences. Even now, completely awake and completely sober, I still catch figures out of the corner of my eye almost every day. Sometimes they seem to peek around doorways. Sometimes they dart past. Sometimes they look more like dark wisps or a blur of smoke that vanishes the second I focus on it. One of the clearest moments happened not that long ago while I was working from home. My bathroom sits at an angle from my office, and from the mirror beside the sink, I can actually see part of my desk and computer. One morning, around 10, I glanced into that mirror and saw what looked like a shadow person, about 6 feet tall, just standing there. I looked away, then back again. I blinked, stared, tried to make sense of it, but it was still there. Then I turned and saw it directly, not just in the reflection, and it drifted off to the right toward the window and disappeared. Things have been quieter since then, at least compared to before. But a couple of weeks ago, I saw what looked like a dark arm reach around the edge of the wall and tug at a hanging cable hard enough to make it swing. At this point, I don't know exactly what I'm asking for. I just know it feels like something has been around me for a long time, and I've never really been able to understand what it is. I'd just like to make some kind of sense of it. I've believed in the paranormal for as long as I can remember. Even when I was little, I was the kind of kid who would happily curl up and watch every ghost show I could find. I was completely fascinated by all of it. Over the years, I've had a handful of experiences that stuck with me, but this one has never left me. This happened when I was a teenager, probably around 14 or 15. My mom and I had gone with my extended family to Newport, Rhode Island, and we were staying at my aunt's timeshare, a place my family had been visiting for years. It was one of those familiar family spots that felt lived in and safe, which honestly makes what happened feel even stranger. My younger cousin, Mason, and I were sharing a room at the end of a short hallway. If you walked into the condo, you'd go straight down the main hall, turn right, and our room was the only one there. It felt a little tucked away from the rest of the place. On the second night, Mason was snoring so loudly that I couldn't fall asleep. I know for a fact I was awake. I kept shifting around in bed, turning one way and then the other, trying to get comfortable. At one point, I ended up lying near the foot of the bed, just staring across at him, annoyed because I'd already tried to wake him enough to get him to roll over and stop snoring. I remember rolling my eyes and turning my head, and that's when I saw someone standing at the end of my bed. At first, all I noticed were the legs. They were wearing fishnet stockings. Then, as I pulled myself back toward the headboard, I saw more of the figure. A dark skirt, long reddish curls falling past the shoulders, and the outline of a tall person standing there with one hand on their hip. What made it so horrifying was that I couldn't really see their face. The room wasn't pitch black. There was light coming in through the window behind them, enough that I should have been able to make out details. But instead, most of their face and part of their body looked swallowed in shadow, almost flat and black, like the light just stopped where they were. And they were facing me, just standing there, still, as if they were watching me. I was absolutely frozen. I couldn't move, couldn't think, couldn't even look away. I just stared. Then I did the most cliché thing possible. I yanked the blankets over my head, counted as steadily as I could, and finally forced myself to look again. They were gone. The second I realized that, I practically dragged Mason out of sleep. I didn't even try to be quiet. I called his name loudly enough to wake him up, and I made him turn on the TV because I was too terrified to sit in the dark. He was half asleep and irritated, but he did it, then rolled over and went right back to sleep. I didn't sleep at all after that. I stayed awake the rest of the night with the television on, just waiting, listening, watching. Nothing else happened, not that night and not for the rest of the trip. But I have never forgotten that figure. Out of everything I've experienced, that was the clearest, the strongest, and easily the most unsettling. Even now, I can still picture exactly how they looked standing there at the end of my bed. So, I've gone back and forth for years about whether to even tell this story, because the truth is, I still don't have a neat explanation for what happened. Even now, thinking about it gives me this weird, uneasy feeling. I'm not saying it was something paranormal, not for sure anyway, but I know it wasn't normal, and I know I didn't imagine it, because my girlfriend at the time, her name was Marissa, saw it too. This happened when I was 18, a little over a decade ago. Back then, we lived in a second-floor apartment, and from our bedroom window, you could see straight into the building across from us. It was one of those older apartment blocks, maybe 3 stories tall, with rows of windows facing ours. For a couple of weeks before the main thing happened, Marissa kept waking me up in the middle of the night, telling me she saw something strange in one of the windows across the street. She'd be genuinely shaken, and I'd always brush it off. I was a deep sleeper, and honestly, I just didn't want to deal with anything creepy at 2 in the morning. I'd mumble something half awake, tell her it was probably nothing, and we'd go back to sleep. But then one night, something happened that made me start paying attention. I'd just bought this new glass pipe earlier that day, one of those novelty ones with a reggae design on it. Right before bed, I packed it and stood by the window for a minute. And out of nowhere, The pipe felt impossibly heavy in my hand. I don't mean slippery or awkward, I mean heavy, like somebody had suddenly swapped it for something solid and weighted. It dropped straight out of my fingers and shattered on the floor. I just stood there, staring at the broken glass and everything spilled out around it. I remember feeling frozen, like something was wrong in a way I couldn't explain. I didn't even look back out the window. I just locked it, cleaned up enough to ignore it, and went to bed with this awful feeling in my chest. A few nights later, around 3 in the morning, Marissa and I were walking back from my brother-in-law's place, which was in the back of the property. We were climbing the stairs to our apartment when she suddenly told me, really quietly, to look over. At first, I barely glanced. I figured it was just people hanging out late, maybe some kind of party in one of the apartments across the way. Nothing unusual. But then I looked again, really looked, and my stomach dropped. What I saw were figures, but not people. They were completely black, darker than the room around them, like shadows except solid somehow. They were moving in this stiff, unnatural side-to-side rhythm, almost like dancing, but not in any way a real person would dance. Their arms were raised at these sharp angles, jutting up from where their shoulders should have been, except it didn't even look like they had necks or real heads. No faces, no features, just these impossible shapes. One of them had this bent body that looked almost zigzagged, like it had been folded the wrong way. 2 others seemed fused together. One leaned forward in front of the other, but both still swaying in that same rigid, mechanical motion as the rest. There were colored lights flashing in the room, red, green, blue, like cheap party lights, but the light didn't hit them. That's one of the parts I still can't get over. It was like the colors moved around them instead of landing on them, like they weren't really part of the room at all. What made it even stranger was that the windows around that apartment looked normal. Above them, there was a man pacing back and forth while talking on his phone under this dim yellow light. In another nearby window, a guy was sitting down reading, completely calm, same warm yellow light. At first, that almost made me question what I was seeing. Then, everything changed. Because both of us felt it at the exact same time. Those things knew we were watching. They didn't stop moving. They didn't turn to face us. But somehow, unmistakably, we felt their attention lock onto us all at once. It's hard to describe unless you've felt something like that before. It was like standing in front of a huge room full of people right before speaking. That crushing pressure in your chest, but darker, heavier, pure dread. Marisa grabbed me and we ran inside. We were only outside for maybe 10 seconds after noticing them, maybe 15 at the most, but it felt longer. We rushed into the apartment, went straight to the window, and looked back out. And they were gone. The figures, the movement, all of it, gone. The colored lights were still flashing in the room like nothing had happened. The yellow-lit windows nearby looked completely ordinary. It was like the whole thing had just been erased. For a long time after that, I was genuinely scared. I read everything I could, trying to find anything that matched what we saw. Shadow people, dimensional stuff, visual distortions, anything. The closest idea I ever found was that maybe they were some kind of shadow beings, and the normal-looking people in the neighboring windows were just part of whatever disguise or illusion was happening. But honestly, I don't know. I still don't know. All I know is that it was real enough for both of us to see it, and real enough that I still think about it all these years later. And even now, it still gets under my skin. So this started a couple of years ago, when I turned the spare bedroom in our house into a little office and craft space for myself. It became my spot almost immediately. I'd sit in there for hours doing school assignments, working on little art projects, writing letters, or just watching something to unwind. And not long after I settled into it, I started getting this strange feeling that I wasn't alone. It was like being watched. At first, it didn't feel fully hostile, just present. Heavy, maybe. I tried to ignore it because I grew up being told that if you acknowledge that kind of thing, you give it more power. So I kept my head down and acted like nothing was there. But honestly, I think the effort it took to ignore it only made me more aware of it. After maybe a year of using that room, the feeling changed. It got darker somehow, more intense, and it didn't matter what I was doing in there. I could be focused on homework, making something with my hands, watching a movie, anything at all. The moment I got too absorbed and let my guard down, I'd feel it again, stronger than before. And even though I never really saw it in the usual sense, I started to know exactly what it looked like. It's like my mind could map it out from pure instinct. A tall, black shadow figure in the corner near the door. So tall it seems bigger than the room itself, like it has to hunch slightly just to fit under the ceiling. Not moving, never stepping forward. Just fixed there in that corner, as if it's part of the wall. Flat in a way that's hard to explain, almost not fully solid. And all it ever does is stand there and watch me. Just me. It's never thrown anything, never made noise, never done any of the dramatic things people usually talk about. It's quieter than that. Worse in some ways. It just stands there with this constant attention on me, like it's waiting, like it wants a reaction. I stopped spending time in that room around a year ago. Not because I was panicking or terrified to walk in, but because I got tired. Tired of feeling drained. Tired of that sensation at the back of my neck, like something was right behind me, breathing there, studying me. And sometimes, it doesn't even seem to stay in the room. I'll feel it in the hallway now and then, or when I step into the laundry area and reach for the light. Still never in front of me, never off to the side, always behind me, always just out of sight, but unmistakably there. Then last night, for the first time, it showed up in my sleep. Before bed, I'd been reading about witchcraft history, mostly the way it connects to women and folklore and all of that. I had a few books open online, added some to my cart, and watched a video about making protective bells for the home. Right in the middle of that video, the bathroom light started flickering. That light stays on at night for practical reasons. The porch light stays on outside, and the bathroom light stays on inside so nobody has to stumble around in the dark half asleep. The bulbs aren't even that old, maybe a year or so, and they've never flickered before. But this was strange. When I paused the video, the flickering stopped. When I pressed play, it started again. Pause, it stopped. Play, it flickered. Eventually, I turned the video off completely and went to bed, telling myself it had to be some weird coincidence. Then around 6 in the morning, when my first alarm went off, I woke up from something that didn't feel like a normal dream at all, and it looked back. What really stayed with me was that I wasn't terrified. I wasn't frozen either. I just felt calm, blank almost, completely neutral. And as I kept staring at it, I could finally make out a face, or something like one. It was wearing a gray plague doctor mask. Not exaggerated, not theatrical. Just a plain, old-looking mask with a normal-length beak and these deep, black, endless eyes. That part is what I can't stop thinking about. Why is it so interested in me? I've never spoken to it, never confronted it. I've walked past that corner plenty of times, sure. I've talked about it, but I've never invited it in, never challenged it, never reached toward it in any way. A few other details might matter, I don't know. I collect crystals and old little trinkets, but I'm careful about what I bring home. I only keep things that feel safe to me. things I choose based on intuition more than anything else. We also have several cats and a dog, and I live in a trailer on land that's been in my family for decades. I don't know what this is, or why it seems attached to me, or why it finally crossed into my sleep last night. I just know it feels patient, observant, like it's been waiting for something from me this whole time. And honestly, I'd really appreciate any guidance at all. So, when I was about 16, maybe 17, my younger sister Danny and I ended up sharing a room. She was about 5 or 6 years younger than me then, still very much a kid. We moved into our older brother's old room after he left home. It was the biggest room in the house, with the nicest light, and to us, it felt like an upgrade. We put 2 beds in there and thought it would be fun. But honestly, from the very beginning, something about that room felt wrong. It's strange, because my brother had stayed there for years and never mentioned anything unusual. But for us, the whole space felt heavy. That's the only word I can really use for it. Heavy. Like the air in there pressed down on you. We both felt it, even before anything started happening. Around that same time, people in my friend group had been hanging around these abandoned places on the edge of town. Then things got ugly. The police got involved after a few girls came home bruised, and there were all these stories going around about rituals, animal remains, and initiations that had turned violent. I never knew how much of it was rumor and how much was true, but the atmosphere around all of that was dark, and it stuck with me. Then, things started happening in our room. At first, it was scratching in the walls. That awful kind of sound that makes your skin crawl because it always seems close, but never close enough to explain. We tried to be rational. We thought maybe it was a mouse, or pipes, or the house settling. But the sound was too deliberate, too near us. I remember one night hearing it right beside my head, so close it felt like something was scraping the wall inches from my pillow. I panicked, jumped up, and bolted for the door so hard I nearly ripped it open. My sister heard it too. She heard all of it. The room was always creaking. The floor, the furniture, everything. Even when nothing was moving, it felt like something in there was restless. We started sleeping with a lamp on because neither of us could stand the dark anymore. Not long after that, I began having sleep paralysis, and it wasn't occasional. It got bad. Some nights it happened more than once. I became scared to go to sleep because I knew what might be waiting for me the second I drifted off. Then, one night, I woke up feeling something gripping my ankle. I couldn't move, and I heard this low, guttural voice saying my name. Not shouting it, not whispering it, just saying it in this awful, deep tone that didn't sound human at all. I still get chills thinking about it. My parents believed us, mostly because they could see how terrified we were. We weren't making it up. We were exhausted, anxious, and constantly on edge. But they didn't really know what to do. So after a while, we fell into this horrible routine of just enduring it. Pretending it was normal, even though something unsettling happened in that room almost every night. And the weirdest part was that it was only that room. Nothing like it happened anywhere else in the house. One night, my sister was lying in bed when she suddenly ran out crying. She said something had pinched her hard on the back. When we looked, there were red marks there. Clear ones. She was shaking. Another time, I was in the kitchen with my grandmother when we heard a huge crash from upstairs, followed by this dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. I already knew, somehow, that it had come from our room. We ran upstairs and found that a small bust of Jesus we kept on a shelf had fallen. But it hadn't just fallen straight down. It had ended up under a table, dragged across the floor in a path that made no sense at all. There was no natural way it could have landed there. Things kept happening after that. Different noises, different moments. the same awful feeling. It continued until I moved out at 19. And then, just like that, it stopped. The room went quiet. My sister stayed there by herself after I left and never said anything else happened. And for me, the sleep paralysis disappeared too. Completely. After all that time, after how constant it had been, it was just gone. I could finally sleep without dread. I felt lighter, calmer, like I'd stepped out from under something I hadn't fully realized had been crushing me. A few years later, the house burned down. My parents moved somewhere else, and eventually my husband and I rebuilt on the property and moved in. I was nervous at first, more than I wanted to admit. But nothing like that ever happened again. We've had a few odd things over the years, sure, but we always knew the reason for them. Nothing touched that feeling from back then. Whatever was in that room when I was a teenager, it never came back. And to this day, I still don't know what to make of it. I just know what it felt like to live through it. I was about 10 when my mom and my former stepdad rented this house in a quiet little neighborhood on the nicer side of town. It was one of those places where every house looked almost exactly the same. Same shape, same layout, same materials, just painted different colors. But the one my mom chose had this huge extra room added onto the back. It was enormous, bigger than the garage, and somehow that made the whole place feel even stranger. From the moment we moved in, the house felt off. It was darker than anywhere we'd lived before, darker than the apartments we came from, and as a kid, I think I picked up on that kind of thing more strongly. You know how children sometimes sense when something doesn't feel right, even when they can't explain it? That was me in that house from the very beginning. During our first week there, we were still in the chaos of moving, trying to settle in while school was already going on. It was a stressful time for all of us. One of those first nights, a package showed up at the house. It only had our address on it. No name, no return address, nothing. When we opened it, there was a book inside about witchcraft and summoning spells. That scared my sister and me immediately. We had just moved in, and that was the first strange thing to arrive at our door. My mom was horrified. She and my stepdad tore it up and got rid of it in a dumpster a few streets away. At the time, we thought it was just some creepy mistake. Looking back, it felt more like a warning. A few months after we moved in, my mom started saying she saw shadows in the hallway. My older sister said the same thing. I didn't actually see them then, but I was still scared a lot because the house was always so dim and heavy. Around that same time, there was a lot of tension in the family. People were angry, arguments were constant, and everything felt fractured. We stopped seeing relatives as much. We stayed home more. Everybody kind of pulled inward. Honestly, I still believe that all that tension made the atmosphere in the house even worse. There was supposed to be this tall, shadow-like figure that would appear in the hallway or move through it. And there were always these little noises, scratching at the bathroom door, scratching near the closet in my room, sounds in the hall when no one was there. I remember one night really clearly. I was in the bathroom, sitting there with my old iPod, just minding my business, when I heard this faint scratching at the door. At first, I thought it was my sister messing with me, because that was exactly the kind of thing she'd do. So I called out, "What?" For a second, nothing happened. Then the scratching came back, slower this time, like someone with a long fingernail was dragging it across the outside of the door. I told it to stop, and it actually stopped. When I came out, I went straight to the back family room where my sister was sitting. I told her not to do that while I was in the bathroom because it freaked me out. She just looked at me, completely confused, and said she'd been in the back room the whole time. I accused her of lying, but she kept insisting she hadn't gone near the hallway. Even now, when I think about that moment, gets under my skin. Because whatever made that sound was right outside the door with me. A while later, my uncle, my tío, came to stay with us from out of state for a couple of weeks. He slept on the floor in the big back room, and my sister and I stayed out there too, because we didn't get to see him very often and wanted to be close to him. That room connected into what used to be the original living room, then into the kitchen. From where we slept, you could see into the kitchen if the light was on, and standing near the island was something small. At first I thought maybe someone had gotten up for water, but as my eyes adjusted, I could see it more clearly. It looked like a little girl. She had long hair and was wearing a white dress, but I couldn't make out a face. I froze. I remember wanting to scream, but I couldn't. My uncle and my sister were both asleep, and I didn't know what to do. I just pulled the blanket over my head and stayed there, trying to convince myself I wasn't seeing what I thought I was seeing. After a while, I looked again. She was gone. That was the only time I ever saw that figure, but it stayed with me. For years in that house, I had horrible dreams. Dreams about dark figures, demons, things trying to reach me while I slept. There were a few that repeated. One looked almost blue, with glowing yellow eyes and sharp teeth. Another was this long, shadowy shape with stretched out hands, and every dream with that one felt soaked in red. I was just a kid, and those dreams felt so real that even now I can still picture them. There were plenty of other things that happened over the years, too many to list one by one. My mom had her own stories. My sister did too. It wasn't just me. Then, after we'd lived there for a few years and were finally moving out, another strange package showed up. Same as before, just our address, no name, no return address. And inside was another book about spells. That was when some of the neighbors finally told us what they knew. Apparently, a couple had lived there years earlier. At first, they seemed friendly, normal even, but eventually things got bad. The boyfriend became abusive, the police were called often, and after a while there were parties, drugs, strangers coming and going at all hours. One neighbor said the girlfriend had gotten involved with occult stuff and had started practicing things inside the house. I don't know how much of that was true, and I can't prove any of it. But whatever happened there, it felt like something ugly had been left behind. The strangest part was that the house never seemed to keep renters for long. Families moved in and out constantly. People would stay less than a year and leave. After hearing that, I couldn't help wondering whether they had felt things too. Even now, after all these years, I still dream about that house. Not always the terrifying parts anymore. Most of the time it just appears out of nowhere, like a place my mind still hasn't let go of. No matter what kind of dream I'm having, somehow that house always finds its way back in. So I've been living with my partner since early fall, and for the longest time, everything felt totally normal. Calm, cozy, nothing strange at all. But a couple of weeks ago, that changed, and I still can't really explain why. We have a newborn, just about 3 months old now, so I'm home with the baby most of the day by myself. At night, I sleep in a separate room with him so my partner can get decent sleep for work, which means I spend a lot of time alone. And before I say anything else, no, I really don't think this is just exhaustion. The baby actually sleeps pretty well most nights, and this didn't start when I was at my most sleep-deprived. At first, it was little things. I'd think I heard footsteps moving through the house, sometimes at night, sometimes during the day. Our place is tiny, so every sound carries. I can hear someone step onto the porch from the back room, and I can even hear the cats crunching their food in the kitchen. So when I started noticing what sounded like someone walking around, it got my attention. Then there were moments where I thought I saw someone standing near the doorway, or just moving past the room where the baby and I were. Not clearly, Not enough to say for sure, but enough to make me look twice. Part of me tried to explain it away. I'd had this awful dream one night about someone standing outside the window by our bed, and in the dream, they came inside. Ever since then, that window has made me uneasy. So I thought maybe my brain was just stuck on that, making me paranoid. But the weird part is, I never felt outright terrified, more unsettled than scared. And the cats never reacted to any of it, which made it easier to brush off. Then one night, I was lying in bed and heard a noise. I couldn't even tell you exactly what it was, just something that made me pause. Right after that, I was sure I saw my partner step into the room. I looked up, and no one was there. I tried to let it go. A minute later, he actually did come in. I remember looking at him in the dark and saying, "What?" And he just stood there for a second and said, "Never mind." I asked, "No, what? Did you hear that too?" And he said, "Yeah, what was that?" I told him I didn't know, and then he said he thought he heard someone say, "Hey." I immediately told him to stop because he was freaking me out. He kind of brushed it off and said maybe one of the cats made some odd sound, but I remember thinking, no way, that did not sound like a cat. The next day, though, he admitted that he'd heard it clearly. A man's voice, plain as day. He thought someone might actually be in the house, and that's why he got up to check on me and the baby. And that's what really got me, because he is not the type to get out of bed in the middle of the night unless something feels seriously wrong. That was the first time I told him I'd been hearing things too. The footsteps, the almost seeing someone moments, all of it. He tried to keep it light and joked that maybe we had a ghost, but a friendly one. He even said the energy felt calm, like maybe it was someone watching over us. One of our grandfathers maybe, keeping an eye on the baby. I wanted to believe that. I really did. But then a few days ago, it happened again, and this time it was broad daylight. I was in the kitchen making a bottle, just me and the baby at home, and I heard a man's voice say, "Hello," right near me. Not far away, not muffled, close. I turned around immediately, and of course, no one was there. The room was empty. I told myself maybe I imagined it. Maybe I misheard something outside. Maybe my brain filled in a sound that wasn't really a voice. But deep down, I know what I heard. My partner still isn't worried. He keeps saying that if it is something, it doesn't feel bad to him. But I don't know. That's the part that bothers me. What if something doesn't feel threatening at first? What if it's pretending to be harmless? I hate even saying that out loud, because I don't want to feed into it or make it worse. I barely even like thinking about it. The only thing that calms me down is the cats. They wander through the whole house like everything is perfectly fine. No staring into corners, no puffed up tails, no weird behavior. If they seemed upset, I think I'd be losing it by now. What makes this all feel even stranger is how sudden it was. I'd already been living here for months. I'd already been alone in the house during the day. I'd already been sleeping separately with the baby for a long time. And then, out of nowhere, this started. So yeah, I don't know what to make of it. Maybe there's a logical explanation. Maybe stress is doing something weird. Maybe it's nothing. But whatever it is, it feels real when it happens. And honestly, I just needed to say it out loud, because keeping it all in my head has started to make me spiral a little. So, this happened when I was waiting at my university library for my mom to come get me. It was around 7:45 at night, and I was just sitting there quietly, cutting out some charts I'd printed for class, totally in my own little world. Then this young woman walked up to me and started talking about God. She said she was sharing her faith and telling people about her church. Now, I'm really not a religious person at all. Honestly, religion usually makes me uncomfortable. But she seemed calm and sincere, and I didn't want to be rude, so I just listened. She started telling me her story, and at the end of it she said, "That was the first time I felt the Holy Spirit." I was just trying to be polite and keep the conversation going, so I asked her, "What does that feel like?" And she looked at me and said she could show me right there. I said yes, mostly because I'm curious by nature. I'm not religious, but I do believe there's more to life than what we can always explain. So I figured, why not? She placed her hand on my shoulder and started praying. Then she asked me to repeat a few words after her. I felt a little awkward because we were literally in the middle of the library, but at that point, I was already committed, so I just went along with it. While I was repeating what she said, I noticed her hand felt freezing cold. Not just cool, like shockingly cold. But at the same time, it didn't feel heavy or solid the way a hand normally does. It almost felt weightless, like it was barely touching me and hovering at the same time. I know that sounds strange, but that's the closest I can get to describing it. When she finished praying, I opened my eyes and asked her, "Are you cold?" She immediately said no. So I touched her hand just for a second, and it was actually warm. Warmer than mine even. And that really threw me off. I told her what I'd felt, and she just kind of smiled and said it was a sign. But what stood out to me was that she didn't seem excited about it. I don't know, I expected more of a reaction. She was just calm, almost too calm. Right then, my mom called to say she was outside, so I told the woman I had to go. Before I left, she said, "If you ever see me here again, come talk to me." I started packing up my things as fast as I could because I didn't want to keep my mom waiting. And I mean, it couldn't have been more than a few seconds. Maybe 5 tops. But when I looked up, she was gone. I was sitting near the entrance, and the library was pretty empty by then, so I thought maybe she'd stepped outside. I looked around inside first. Nothing. Then I went out front and scanned the whole area, but she wasn't there either. I could see a few people farther off, people I'd already noticed leaving earlier, but not her. Nowhere. And that's when I started feeling off. My body suddenly felt heavy, like all my energy had dropped at once, and my head started to ache. Later, when I thought back on everything, a few details started bothering me. She didn't have a purse, no backpack, no phone that I could see. She was holding a few church pamphlets, but she never offered me one, which seems odd considering the whole conversation was about faith. And even after I told her I felt something during the prayer, she still didn't hand me anything or invite me anywhere. Another thing, she asked for my name early on and kept repeating it like, "Maya, right?" every so often, but she never actually used it naturally in conversation after that. It felt almost like she was trying to make sure she remembered it for some reason, but I've never had an experience like that before. And my dad, of course, thinks I met a ghost. What makes it even creepier is that my university was built on land that used to be a military post, and people have shared all kinds of paranormal stories about the campus over the years. So, honestly, I still don't know what to make of it. I'm not saying she was a ghost, but I am saying I've never forgotten her. I've been trying to make sense of something that happened in my family, and honestly, I still don't fully know what to believe. My grandmother, Lila, lived alone in a big old house right in the middle of the city for nearly 3 decades. She was always very independent and never wanted to stay with anyone. She also had a difficult relationship with her children, including my mom. But one thing about her was certain: she prayed constantly. Every single day, she would spend hours praying in that house. When my mom was about 16, a priest came to bless the home. During the blessing, he became uneasy and said something in the house felt deeply unsettled. He told the family that whenever he tried to pray, it felt like something was interrupting him, almost as if there was a presence pushing against the prayer itself. Years later, my grandmother was still living there alone. At one point, she hired a few men to do some construction in the back part of the property. Since the weather was warm and the backyard had tall trees and cool air at night, they decided to sleep outside under a covered area. After a few nights, they told my grandmother they had been hearing a woman crying in the dark. Not just softly, but in a way that sounded full of pain. Then one night, they said they saw a woman with long black hair standing near the trees. They were so frightened they left the job unfinished and never came back. Even though my grandmother could be very harsh with my mom still cared for her when she became seriously ill over the last couple of years. She helped her recover, looked after her, and stayed by her side. But even then, my grandmother would still speak badly about her to other people. It hurt my mom deeply, but she kept caring for her anyway. Not long ago, my grandmother passed away in our home. My mom was devastated. Even after everything, she loved her and wanted to honor her properly, so she brought her back to her house for the final rites. Then something strange happened. Either the night of the funeral or the night after, my mom was lying in bed when she felt something tapping her lightly, almost like a fingernail touching her skin several times. Right after that, she felt a crushing weight on her chest and shoulder, like someone had sat down on her. She said in that moment she felt an overwhelming dread, like something had gone very wrong. By the next day, her body felt so weak and heavy that even climbing the stairs became difficult. She had to pull herself up using her hands. She told my dad she needed to see a doctor because she felt like whatever was happening was getting worse fast. On the way to the clinic, they passed a church where a feast day celebration for a saint was taking place. They decided to stop and go inside. That saint is known in our area for a special blessing where 2 candles are placed in an X shape near the neck. The moment my mom received that blessing, every bit of pain left her body. Instantly, completely. She was shocked. One second she felt crushed, and the next she was fine. Before that happened, when she first started feeling sick, she had told someone she trusted. That person told her they had seen something similar in their own family and believed it was caused by a spirit attaching itself to someone. They even said that in cases like that, the affected person could die within 30 days. Hearing that terrified my mom. That was last week. Then yesterday, the same staff member told my mom that ever since she went to that house, she hasn't felt right. She's been feeling weak, unwell, and she says the symptoms are almost exactly the same ones my mom had. Now my mom believes that something has always been wrong with that house, and that my grandmother's constant prayers may have been the only thing keeping it contained. And now that she's gone, whatever was being held back is starting to show itself. I really don't know what to think, but that's what happened. And the whole thing has left our family shaken. Last night I was doing a short NSDR session, maybe around 25 minutes, and somewhere in the middle, something happened that didn't feel like a normal thought or daydream. It felt more like I had stepped into something real. All of a sudden, I was back in one of the apartments I lived in as a kid. Not the very first one, but the place we stayed in for a few years. The one that still carries the strongest memories for me. What made it so strange was that I wasn't there as my younger self. I was there as who I am now, standing in that place at night. The building was always so empty back then. Hardly anyone lived there, maybe a few families at most. And the entrance to our floor always had this dim, shadowy feeling, especially after dark. It was never fully welcoming. It felt unfinished, silent, and a little unsettling in a way I could never really explain. I used to pretend it didn't bother me, but honestly, There were nights when I would rush through that hallway because it felt like something was there. And during this NSDR session, I didn't feel like I was remembering that space. I felt like I was actually there, standing in that exact dark entrance as the person I am today. Then came the part that really stayed with me. I had this strong sense that my younger self was there too. Not seeing me clearly maybe, but sensing me. Feeling some presence in the dark and reacting to it, running because of it. And the wildest part was this feeling that maybe I was that presence. Like somehow, in that moment, I was the thing that used to scare me when I was younger. Like I had slipped into an old moment and, for a second, became part of it. It wasn't crystal clear visually or anything like that. It was more about the feeling of it, and that feeling was incredibly real. Deep, strange, and honestly a little emotional. It felt like two versions of me crossed paths for a moment. Like time folded in on itself just enough for me to step into something that had already happened. I still don't really know how to explain it. It didn't feel like a dream. It felt more like I tuned into something that was already there, like I touched an old memory in a way that was somehow alive. And I've been thinking about it ever since. I want to start with a little context, because I feel like what happened last night makes more sense with the backstory. I grew up in a very religious Muslim household. My mother has always been deeply devoted, and faith has been the center of her life for as long as I can remember. But for me, religion never settled into my heart the same way. Even as a kid, a lot of the stories and imagery frightened me more than they comforted me. As I got older, especially in my teens, I started questioning everything. I read more, thought more, and eventually came to the conclusion that I just didn't believe in it the way my family did. At first, that was a hard thing to admit to myself. It felt heavy, almost like grief, but over time, I accepted it. Even so, I've always had this strange respect for people who are sincerely spiritual in a gentle, compassionate way. I think I envy them a little. They seem to have this sense of purpose, this deeper meaning that guides them. And when belief makes someone kinder, more patient, more human, I can understand why people cling to it. For me, living without that has left this emptiness I can't really describe, and years of depression haven't exactly helped. On top of that, I've dealt with sleep paralysis for a long time. A lot of times I've tried to explain it away, but some experiences have felt so vivid, so invasive, that I honestly don't know what to make of them. I felt something grab my arm before. I've heard whispering right by my ear. I've had dreams where I'm dragged through dark places for what feels like hours. And over the past year or so, there's been this figure that keeps appearing. This tall, smoky, human-shaped shadow. The first few times I saw it, I was terrified. But eventually, because it usually just stood there watching me, and I'd wake up before it got too close, I almost got used to it. Not comfortable, exactly, but familiar. The last time I dreamed about it, I remember not panicking. It just sat across from me, completely still, like it was studying me. It never spoke before. It just lingered. And then there's something else. Sometimes when I'm home alone, I hear my name being called. A few weeks ago, I heard it in my younger cousin's voice more than once, which really shook me. That was one of the moments that made me think, okay, either I'm losing my grip on reality or something is seriously wrong. I'm not making any of this up. I know how it sounds. I really do. But whether or not I follow a religion, I've come to believe there are things out there that are dark and malicious. So, last night, my older sister and I ended up watching a video that had been recommended to me. One of those videos about sinister spirit encounters and how Christianity interprets them. It wasn't cheesy horror movie stuff. It was more historical, more serious, and somehow that made it worse. The narrator started mentioning names, reading old phrases aloud, and both of us got this immediate, unmistakable feeling that the atmosphere had shifted. It felt wrong. We turned it off before it finished and put on some calming background sounds instead, just to shake the mood. I actually fell asleep on the couch for a little while after that, and I was completely fine. Nothing weird. But when I went to my room, that uneasy feeling came back. I asked my sister to sit with me for a bit, hold my hand, and say a prayer over me. Maybe it was psychological, maybe not, but hearing sacred words, especially ancient ones, has always felt like it carries some kind of weight. I left my bedside lamp on. I remember that clearly. I also put on soft ambient music, and it was sometime around 3:20 in the morning when I finally drifted off. And almost immediately, I woke up inside a dream, so I let her guide me. We were walking through this enormous hallway, way too wide to feel normal, with low lighting and that awful hollow silence that large empty buildings have. Someone passed us, and I instinctively grabbed onto her arm tighter. Then my legs gave out beneath me, and I dropped to the floor. But the second I hit the ground, I was dragged backward. Not like I slipped, not like I fell. I mean dragged, suddenly and forcefully, across a long stretch of floor, like something had yanked me. I somehow managed to pull myself up, and my sister looked at me and asked, "Are you okay?" The way she said it chilled me instantly. She sounded too calm, too flat, too cold. My real sister would have been panicking, helping me up, asking 100 questions. And in that moment, I knew. I looked at her and said, "You're not my sister." And she said, "No, I'm not." Her face started to distort, like it was going out of focus, and I squeezed my eyes shut because I couldn't bear to look at her. I kept repeating to myself, "This is just a dream. This is just a dream. This is just a dream." I tried to force myself into a lucid dream so I could escape. I imagined a scene from a movie I love, something familiar, something safe. Suddenly I was there, inside that setting, and for a second I thought I'd done it. I saw the car, the street, everything exactly how I'd pictured it. But the person I'd wanted to see wasn't right. When he finally appeared, he didn't speak. He just stared at me with this intense hatred and raised a gun. I panicked and tried to make the gun fail, like changing the rules of the dream. But I knew I wasn't in control. So I forced the scene to change again, and suddenly I was floating through space. Stars, clouds of color, silence. It was beautiful for maybe 2 seconds. Then, I was slammed back into a warped version of my bedroom and thrown to the floor. That was when I saw it. The shadow figure. It was standing in the middle of the room, darker than the room itself somehow, with edges that looked like smoke or ash moving in water. It said something to me, but I still can't remember the exact words. It didn't rush me at first. It just seemed entertained, like it was enjoying how helpless I was. I pushed myself up, and it knocked me down again. I shut my eyes and tried to escape, tried to imagine somewhere else, and I ended up on a quiet street. There were 2 cats sitting on a set of steps, and I remember feeling this desperate hope, like maybe something gentle still existed in that dream. I crouched down and started petting one of them. Then I heard this low growl, and the cat under my hand changed. It became this horrible, raw mass of flesh. I can still remember the texture of it under my fingers. That moment genuinely made me feel like all comfort had been stripped away from the dream. Then I was back in my room again, on the floor, with that thing closer now. This part is what's really stayed with me. I said to it, "I'm not afraid of you." And it answered, in this warped, muffled voice, "Oh, really?" The conversation was in English, which is not even my first language, and for some reason that made it even more unsettling. I asked why it was doing this to me, but it ignored the question. Instead, it started flickering around the room. 1 second in the corner, then suddenly right beside me. I could barely stand. My whole body felt heavy and wrong. So I asked it, "What's your name?" It laughed. I'm not going to write the name out. I can't. Even now, it makes my skin crawl. I was crying in the dream by that point, and I said the only thing I could think of. I told it, I believe in God. God will protect me. And it came closer and said, you know that isn't true. I know you don't believe. That sentence hit me harder than anything else because it felt like it knew exactly where to wound me. I kept repeating it anyway. I said every sacred phrase I could grab from memory, from different faiths, almost frantically. Anything that sounded holy, anything that might push it back. But it didn't react with fear. If anything, it seemed almost amused. It came so close it was touching me, as if it wanted to prove that none of my words meant anything. Then it pushed me backward. I fell in this horrible, slow motion way, and when I landed, it covered me completely. Not like a person pinning someone down, more like smoke being poured over me, sinking into every part of my body. At first, it was suffocating. I was horrified. But then the sensation changed, and that might be the most disturbing part of all. It became strangely euphoric. My own body reacted in a way that made me feel disgusted with myself. And it whispered, very softly, I know you like this. It kept saying my name. I felt violated, repulsed, trapped. At one point, I could see my real body lying in bed from above, like I was hovering near the ceiling looking down at myself. I tried over and over to get back into my body, like diving toward it. But every time I failed, I was pulled back into that room with the thing still over me. Eventually, somehow, I made it back. I woke up all at once. My room was completely dark, and that's what sent me into full panic, because I had left the lamp on. I know I did. I jumped up and turned it back on immediately. Nothing was there, of course, just my room. But my heart was pounding so hard I thought I might be sick. When I checked the time, it was 3:48 a.m. I had only been asleep for maybe half an hour, but it felt like I'd been trapped in that nightmare for an entire night. I use a smart bulb, so once I calmed down enough to think clearly, I opened the app on my phone to check the schedule. The shut-off time had changed. It had been set to turn off at 3:35 a.m. I never set it that way. I always leave it scheduled for much later in the morning. Seeing that made my blood run cold, because it meant the light had gone out right after I fell asleep. And it lined up almost perfectly with the moment everything in the dream became darker and more violent. Maybe there's a rational explanation. Maybe there is. But in that moment, it did not feel rational. By the time the sun came up, I still hadn't gone back to sleep. I felt dirty, honestly. Not physically dirty exactly, more like something had gotten under my skin, into me somehow. The first thing I did in the morning was take a shower because I couldn't stand the feeling. And ever since, I've just been sitting with these questions. What was that thing? Why does it keep coming back? Did I invite something in by watching that video and listening to those names? And the part that scares me most, did it leave something behind? Some kind of mark, spiritually or emotionally, that's not just going to disappear because daylight came. I know some people will hear this and say it was just a nightmare, just sleep paralysis, just stress layered on top of old fears. And maybe that's true. I'm not closed off to that possibility. But what I felt was so vivid, so personal, so deliberate, that I can't just brush it off. So that's what happened. And honestly, I'm still scared. You know, when people talk about skinwalkers, a lot of the time the story gets twisted into something flashy or exaggerated. But from the way I first heard it told, it was always something darker, sadder, and far more serious than a campfire legend. Skinwalkers, as they were described to me, were said to be people from within the Navajo community who learned what's often called bad medicine. And the truly frightening part wasn't just the power people believed they had, it was the choice behind it. These were said to be individuals selfish enough, bitter enough, to turn against their own people and break sacred taboos in exchange for power. A lot of the details surrounding how they begin are kept secret, and honestly, that silence feels intentional. But in the stories I heard, their path involved acts so disturbing and unnatural that most people wouldn't even want to repeat them out loud. From what I was told, their behavior could vary depending on who they were before they crossed that line. But the one thing that stayed the same in every version was this: they were deeply self-serving. They didn't act for the good of anyone else. They separated themselves from the community, and whatever they became after that, it wasn't something people wanted near their homes or families. Most stories place them out on the edges of Navajo land, moving in the late hours, keeping to the dark, where the road ends and the open land begins. And the fear around them wasn't random either. People said their cruelty was most often directed toward the Dene themselves. What made the stories especially unsettling were the abilities people connected to them. The best known, of course, was shape-shifting. The teller I remember most clearly, an older man named Tomas, said that in many accounts, a skinwalker had to kill an animal, skin it, and wear that hide in order to take its form. But even then, the transformation was never supposed to be perfect. He described them as wrong somehow, the skin hanging oddly from the body, the limbs bending in ways they shouldn't, the eyes sometimes looking too human. That image stayed with me, because it wasn't just about becoming an animal. It was about becoming something close enough to fool you for a second, but wrong enough to haunt you after. And then there was the mimicry. That was the part that made people lower their voices. The idea that something out there could call to you in a familiar voice, could sound like someone you know, someone you trust, just enough to make you step closer. Some stories also said they could carry powders or curses meant to harm or poison, not always through direct attack, but through something quieter, more deliberate. And one thing I heard again and again was this: speaking too freely about them was dangerous, especially using certain names. The belief was that talking about them too openly might draw their attention, and that alone was enough to make people stop mid-sentence. As for where these stories belong, they were always tied to the Four Corners region, to places in Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and Colorado. That's where the stories live, and where they make cultural sense. So when people claim they saw a skinwalker way off in some faraway place with no real connection to that history, it usually tells you one of two things. Either they're borrowing a name they don't fully understand, or they ran into something else entirely. And honestly, I'm not sure which possibility is worse. You know, hearing one of those story channels the other night brought back something I hadn't thought about in years. I was sitting there with my wife, listening, and all of a sudden, this memory came rushing back from when I was around 12, maybe 13. Back then, my mom and I had just moved into this small house tucked behind another one. At first glance, it felt like any ordinary place. You'd walk in and see the living room right away, the bedrooms off to the side, the bathroom near the front, and then a narrow hallway leading straight toward the kitchen in the back. Nothing about it looked strange, but almost from the beginning, something about that house felt wrong. Heavy. Like the air inside it was pressing down on me. I remember one day my mom realized she had forgotten something inside and asked me to run back in and grab it. The second she said it, this awful wave of fear hit me. I didn't even know why. I just suddenly felt like I absolutely did not want to go back in there alone. But I did. When I opened the door and looked down the hallway toward the kitchen, I saw him. There was this figure standing near the railing at the far end, almost like he had been waiting there. He looked like a man, but not really a person, more like a shape made out of pure darkness. No face, no features, nothing I could make out. Just this black silhouette, darker than the room around him. He was leaning slightly, almost casually, like he was looking down at the counter. And then he turned his head toward me. I can still remember the fear that hit me in that moment. I grabbed what my mom had asked for and ran out as fast as I could. I told her what I saw, but she brushed it off and told me I had a wild imagination. After that, it didn't stop. That same feeling kept coming back, stronger and stronger. Sometimes I'd catch that dark figure near the kitchen. Other times I'd feel like he was standing in the hallway, just outside my line of sight. A lot of the time, I'd only notice him in the corner of my eye as I passed by, and every single time it left me frozen with fear. Then there was this one afternoon that really stayed with me. I had gone to a birthday party at a neighbor's house nearby. We were outside playing, running around, getting dirty, and my mom told me to go home and change my clothes. I didn't want to go by myself, so I asked my neighbor and her cousin to come with me. I figured that if I wasn't alone, maybe nothing would happen. We went inside, laughing and talking, probably louder than we should have been. I remember telling them to keep it down because the woman who owned the house was older and hated noise. I thought maybe she'd come out and complain. But then, just like before, that fear came over me again out of nowhere. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move. It was fast, like something had dropped or leaped down from the railing at the end of the hall. I stopped cold. The girls saw my face change and asked me what was wrong. I told them nothing, but inside I was panicking. I just wanted to get out of there. We were about to leave when the front door suddenly opened by itself. What made it worse was that door was old and heavy, and it always scraped against the floor when you pushed it open. It stuck every time. You had to force it. There were even marks on the tile where it dragged. So when it opened on its own, we all just stared at each other. And then we heard it. A voice, right there near the doorway, going, "Shh." Not loud, not angry, just close. But there was nobody there. We ran back and told my mom and the other adults everything, but no one believed us. To them, it was just kids getting worked up over nothing. We stayed in that house for a while after that, and honestly, whenever I had to be there alone, I avoided being inside as much as I could. I'd stay out in the yard for hours, just so I wouldn't have to walk through that hallway or look toward that kitchen. I never found out what it was. I still don't know if it was some kind of spirit, something attached to the house, or something my mind could never make sense of. All I know is that what I felt in that place was real, and even now, after all these years, I can still picture that dark figure standing at the end of the hall, turning to look at me. Hey, I'm not going to share my exact age or anyone's real name, but this happened a few years ago, and I still think about it more often than I'd like. It was at a wedding in an old estate in rural Spain, a little outside Madrid. I was around 11 at the time, and back then, I kept to myself a lot. I was one of those kids who could be surrounded by people and still feel completely alone. I didn't really know how to fit in, so I usually just drifted off on my own. And honestly, strange things had already happened to me before that night. Things I could never really explain. People always said it was my imagination, or that I was mistaken, or that I'd seen something in the wrong light. But deep down, I've always known when something felt wrong, and I've learned not to ignore that feeling. The wedding itself was huge, probably well over 100 people, and aside from a few relatives and cousins, I barely knew anyone there. During the day, it was actually nice. There was a long table full of amazing food, Everyone was laughing, and I spent a while running around with my cousins. By the time evening rolled in, though, the whole place had changed. The adults were drinking, dancing, shouting over the music, just having the time of their lives. I didn't want to be in the middle of all that noise, so I wandered off to a quieter part of the building. Not too far, but far enough that the music sounded distant and muffled. I remember there was an old couch there, and I sat down with my phone, half distracted, messing around with some colorful bracelet bands I'd brought with me. The room felt dim and still. What stood out most was this small rectangular window set high up on the wall, maybe 8 feet off the ground. It was the kind of thing you wouldn't pay much attention to, until you suddenly did. Out of nowhere, I got this wave of goosebumps. You know that feeling when the air changes for no reason, and your body notices before your mind does? That's what it felt like. I tried to shake it off, told myself I was just tired. Then I looked up toward that window, and something passed by it. Not walking, not running. It moved too smoothly for that. It was like it glided across the opening. I froze. I didn't get a full look at the face, but I could tell it looked like a girl, or at least something shaped like one. I saw long, dark, perfectly straight hair, and something pale trailing behind her head like a veil. Her skin, or whatever I saw of it, looked almost unnaturally white. Not just pale, more like paper in moonlight. I told myself I had imagined it. I really did. I thought maybe I was overtired. Maybe my eyes had played a trick on me. Then it passed the window again. A second time. And that's when my whole body just dropped into panic. I started crying immediately. Not the dramatic kind, just pure fear, the kind that hits you before you can even think. I dropped everything, my phone, the bands, all of it, and I ran straight back toward the music and the crowd I'd been trying to get away from. I found my mom and a couple of my cousins and tried to explain what I'd seen. I was shaking, crying, barely getting the words out. But nobody believed me. They just smiled awkwardly, patted me on the shoulder, and treated it like I was telling some spooky little kid story. I've replayed that night so many times in my head. I'm older now, and I've tried to leave it in the past, to file it away as one of those things I'll never have answers for. Most days I can. Most days I can convince myself it belongs to another part of my life. Still, every now and then, it comes back to me. That window, that veil, the way it moved. And I can't help wondering when something unexplainable will happen again. Because if it does, I already know how it'll go. I'll be the only one who believes me. Hey, I just need to say this out loud because I feel like I'm carrying it around by myself, and it's getting heavier. For context, I'm 19, I'm from Nigeria, and that matters because where I come from, people don't always separate dreams from spiritual things. A lot of us grow up hearing that some dreams mean more than they seem, so when this started happening to me, it didn't feel easy to brush off. A few years ago, I had this dream that really shook me. In it, I was outside my own body, almost like I was watching myself from somewhere above, and there was this dark presence trying to force its way in, like it wanted control. I had to fight it off. When I woke up, I told myself it was probably just some weird, intense dream. I've always liked scary movies and creepy stories, so I convinced myself my imagination had just gone too far that night. But it didn't stop there. Since then, I've been having dreams that feel way too real. It's like I'm stepping into another version of my life, or another version of me, and I'm living through whatever she's going through. Sometimes I'm eating in the dream. Sometimes I'm running. Sometimes I'm barely surviving. There are also these recurring themes that keep coming back. Family members trying to harm us spiritually, people around me acting strange, me being warned not to accept food, not to trust what I see, not to let my guard down. And because of the culture I grew up in, all of it feels loaded. None of it feels random. I tried doing what I thought would help. I started praying more. I tried being more spiritually alert, more intentional, more connected to God, because my mother is very prayerful, and that's what I've always seen people do when something feels wrong. But somehow, instead of getting better, it got worse. What used to happen maybe once or twice a week started happening almost every night. Last night was especially bad. In the dream, something tiny entered my mouth. I think it was an insect, and I started choking. The scary part is that it felt like I was choking both in the dream and in real life. In that same dream, I remember hearing this warning very clearly. Don't let anything enter your mouth. And while I was struggling, I saw two figures near a staircase, just watching me. One of them looked almost human, and the other had this unsettling shape to it. They were just sitting there, laughing, like my fear was entertaining to them. Then some stranger appeared and tried to help me, tried to get me to spit everything out, and for a moment, I woke up. Only for a moment. I fell asleep again, and this time my mother was there, offering me food. And even in the dream, some part of me knew I shouldn't take it, but I still did. Then the night before that, I had another one. In that dream, there were these women who wanted me to help them rescue another girl. It all seemed urgent, and I agreed, but after I helped, they asked me something terrifying. They wanted us to switch souls. I said no. Thank God I said no. Even in the middle of all that confusion, I knew enough to refuse. But again, there was food involved. Again, there was this feeling that everything came with a trap hidden inside it. I'm exhausted. That's the honest truth. It's gotten so bad that I've started dealing with insomnia. I dread nighttime now. I don't even want to sleep because I already know something awful is waiting for me there. And the sleep deprivation is starting to affect everything. My mind feels worn down. Old feelings I thought I had buried are coming back too. Depression from when I was younger. Dark thoughts I don't want to entertain. Thoughts that scare me because I know where they can lead if I'm not careful. My dad thinks it's all just dreams. My mom, on the other hand, gets very anxious and sees danger in everything. So talking to either of them doesn't really leave me feeling safe or understood. I even looked into sleeping pills because I'm desperate. But one of the main side effects I keep seeing is vivid dreams and nightmares. And I honestly don't think I could survive anything more vivid than what I'm already experiencing. So right now, I feel trapped. Too scared to sleep, too tired to function, and too overwhelmed to know what to do next. I'm saying all of this because I need help. I need relief. I need nighttime to stop feeling like a threat. Because every evening, when the sun starts going down, I can already feel the fear building in me. I start wondering what version of the nightmare is coming this time, what I'll see, what I'll feel, whether I'll wake up gasping again. I just want peace. I just want one night where I can close my eyes and rest without feeling like I'm entering a battle. So this happened when I was still in school, and even now, I can't explain it in a way that feels completely right. I was in biology class one afternoon, and our teacher had just finished the lesson. She told us to copy the notes from the blackboard into our notebooks, so everyone had their heads down, writing. While we were doing that, she was walking around the classroom, just checking on us like teachers do. And then, all of a sudden, everything changed. She happened to glance out the window, and I remember her whole expression shifting. She looked genuinely panicked. Not confused, not surprised, panicked. She hurried out of our classroom and went straight to the class next door, brought that teacher back with her, and made her look outside too. And the second teacher reacted the same way. The two of them started shutting all the windows in our classroom and told us very firmly not to look outside. My biology teacher even pulled out her phone and quickly took a picture of whatever it was she had seen. Now, my biology teacher and I were pretty close. I loved science, and she had a soft spot for me. So a couple of days later, when things had calmed down a little, I asked her what had happened. She hesitated, but then she showed me the photo. And I still remember the feeling I got when I saw it. There was a human-like figure standing on top of a building. It had very long hair, and technically, yes, it looked like a person. But something about it felt wrong. The photo was zoomed in, so the quality was terrible, and that only made it worse somehow. You could make out the shape clearly enough, but not enough to feel certain. My teacher told me the figure had been moving in a strange way too. Very stiff, very slow, almost mechanical. She said it looked unnatural, like glitchy little movements instead of normal walking. What made it even more unsettling was this. That building was right next to the one where my family and I lived. Our home was so close to my school that I could literally see our building from the classroom windows. So the second I realized where that figure had been standing, I felt sick. I asked her why she hadn't taken a video instead of just a picture, and she told me she didn't have time. She said the figure had already started moving toward the stairs, like it was about to disappear downstairs, so she just snapped a photo as fast as she could. And to understand why this got under my skin so badly, you have to picture how close those buildings were. They were almost side by side, with this narrow open gap between them. From one building, you could easily see the hallways, doors, and landings of the other. We could all see each other's buildings very clearly. A few weeks went by. Then a new family moved into the apartment building next to ours. A few days after they arrived, I was outside near our front door, just walking around, when I noticed some of the new people across the gap. And then I saw him. A young man standing there, drying his hair. His hair was very long. Later, I found out the family was Sikh, and that explained the hair. They were new to the city, and some relatives who already lived nearby had helped them get that apartment. I even remembered seeing family members come by earlier to speak with the owners about the rent before they moved in. And then something in my mind just clicked. She opened it. And it was him. I'm telling you, it was him. Same height, same build, same long hair, same presence. I felt this horrible, cold drop in my chest. Because here's the part that never left me. Before that family moved in, there was no one in that building who looked like that. Hardly any families lived there to begin with, and I knew all of them by sight. There was no tall young man in his 20s living there. No one with that kind of height, no one with that hair, no one with that face shape. And in the photo, you could even make out the outline of a beard and mustache. So how had my teacher photographed someone standing on that rooftop before he was even supposed to be there? That's the part I still can't explain. And honestly, I'm not sure I want to. Hey everyone, welcome back to Paranormal M Channel. How's your day been? Still having trouble falling asleep? Let us help you unwind and drift off by listening to some paranormal stories together. And thank you so much for sending in your personal paranormal experiences. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you'll be the first to catch new videos on the channel. Now go ahead and get comfy in bed, snuggle up under your blankets, put on your headphones and lose yourself in today's paranormal stories. I need to tell you about something that happened to me that I still can't fully explain. Before any of it started, I'd already been awake for nearly 2 days. I met up with a friend, we went out, and we drank way too much. I'm talking full blackout. At one point, I fell into a small wooden table and smashed the area around my brows on both sides. I also had a sore spot near my right temple afterward, so I wasn't exactly in great shape. After that, everything turned into a mess. On my way back, I got stranded because the ride had been sent to the wrong location, and the buses weren't running for hours. So I spent the rest of the night wandering around half lost, exhausted, trying to get myself back to the city. Eventually, I made it to a bus stop, waited forever, and finally got home. By then, I was sobering up, just completely drained. Later that night, I still couldn't sleep. I was lying in bed, scrolling on my phone, stuck in my own head. I felt awful about how the whole night had gone. I was embarrassed, disappointed in myself, and replaying everything. My friend, whose name is Mason, had ended up getting kicked out of his hostel because of the damage I caused, and he had to sleep in his car. That part really got to me. By around 4 in the morning, I knew I had to at least try to sleep. So I put my phone down, closed my eyes, and almost immediately, the darkness changed. Instead of just blackness, I started seeing these vibrating lines, like a strange electric fuzz. Then it began to form into what looked like the inside of a building. The only way I can describe it is that it felt like some grand stone hall from another world, almost ancient but somehow futuristic too. I know that sounds ridiculous, but that's honestly what it looked like. I remember thinking, okay, I'm hallucinating. That has never happened to me before, but in that moment I was weirdly calm about it. I just watched. Then, a figure appeared. It looked human, but not fully solid. More like it was made of colored light, almost like TV static mixed with rainbow tones. It was standing right where my bed was, except it seemed to float through the space instead of touching anything. What really got me was that when I moved my head, it didn't disappear. The figure stayed exactly where it was, and so did the whole scene around it. It felt less like I was imagining something, and more like I was seeing into another place. The figure started moving its arms up and down, almost like it was trying to get my attention. My heart was pounding. I was amazed and terrified at the same time. I kept thinking, what is happening right now? Is this some kind of spirit? Some kind of being? It all felt way too real. Then, it started walking toward me. That's when I panicked. I jolted upright, shouting and swearing, completely freaked out. I grabbed my phone and turned the flashlight on straight away because I was honestly scared out of my mind. I sat there for a minute trying to calm myself down, telling myself maybe it had just been some kind of dream or strange half-awake state. But I didn't feel asleep. I felt awake, just shaken and sort of trapped in this strange trance. Then, I noticed something in the room. There was this patch of light hanging in the darkness. Not on the wall, not reflecting off anything, just suspended there in space. When I pointed my flashlight toward it, it would seem to fade, but when I lowered the light, it would come back. At first, it looked like a soft, floating glow, about the size of an orange. No sharp edges, just this dim little cloud of light moving around the room. But then, it changed. It started to look like a hand. It went on for several minutes, though it felt much longer. At that point, I completely lost it and started calling my mom over and over until she answered. I woke her up and told her she had to stay on the phone with me because I was terrified. I explained everything as it was happening, and she said I sounded clear and aware, just shocked and frightened. I was literally describing the thing while watching it move. I eventually hung up because I wanted to try recording it. I did get a video, but it's incredibly hard to see anything on it. You really have to look closely. I remember noticing the movement most near the top of the frame. You can believe me or not, that's up to you. I know how unbelievable it sounds, but I'm not making this up, and I know what I saw. What stays with me most isn't even the fear. Yes, I was scared in the moment, really scared. But underneath that, there was also this strange sense of awe. And afterward, this deep calm. Looking back on it now, the whole thing feels less threatening and more meaningful somehow. I still don't know whether what I saw was something caused by exhaustion, alcohol, the injury, or something spiritual, something other. I honestly can't tell you. I just know that for a few minutes that night, it felt like something reached through the dark and let me see it. I didn't hear most of these stories until after my wife's family had already moved out, which honestly made it even stranger to learn about later. For a while, my wife's younger brother was staying with us, and so was her sister and her husband. After they left, I found out they'd both had some unsettling experiences in our apartment. My brother-in-law used to sleep in one of the spare rooms, and he told us he would sometimes wake up and see these dark, shadowy shapes in the room while he was lying in bed. One time, it happened 3 nights in a row. By the 3rd night, he got so fed up that he actually shouted at whatever it was, telling it to leave him alone. My sister-in-law had even more disturbing experiences. Her husband worked changing shifts, so he'd often leave very early, sometimes before sunrise. One morning, after he had already gone to work, she was still lying in bed when she felt the mattress dip, like someone had just climbed in beside her. Naturally, she turned over, expecting to see her husband, but instead, she was faced with something that only looked like him. Another time, again after he'd already left for work, she said something that appeared to be him grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her right out of bed. We're Muslim, and from what we've been taught, experiences like this are often connected to jinn, beings that can take on different forms. I can't explain why it seemed to focus on my brother-in-law and sister-in-law, or why it was especially aggressive toward her. What I do know is that after they moved out, neither of them ever reported anything like that again. These days, it's just me, my wife, our son, and our daughter living here. About a year ago, my son started acting nervous in ways that stood out to me. Every evening before sunset, he'd make sure the outside doors and windows were shut. And if he noticed a dark room with the door cracked open, he'd go close it right away. When I asked him about it, he brushed it off and said he just didn't like the dark. Later, my wife told me something he had asked her that he never said to me. He wanted to know if someone had been in his room while he was sleeping. He sleeps in the same room my brother-in-law used to use. One night, he woke up on the top bunk and looked toward the mirror. In the reflection, he thought he saw the outline of someone lying in the bottom bunk. Since then, he's gone back to acting like himself, and as far as I know, he hasn't seen anything else. My wife and daughter have never mentioned seeing anything unusual either. As for me, I've heard things. Every now and then, I'll hear a whisper somewhere in the apartment. It's always quick, too quick to make out clearly. The best way I can describe it is like someone passes by me in a hurry and, without stopping, leans close enough to whisper a single word into my ear before moving on. A few weeks ago, I was taking an afternoon nap in my room while the kids were out in the living room playing video games. I was dreaming, though I can't remember what about. In the middle of it, I felt like something whispered to me the same way I sometimes hear around the house, and it startled me awake. After a little while, I drifted off again, and it happened a second time, then a third. Since then, everything has been quiet again, but I still think about it. Because when something happens once, you can dismiss it. When it keeps happening in different ways, to different people, in the same place, that's a lot harder to ignore. tell you something I've carried with me for most of my life, and I know how strange it sounds, but I also know what I experienced. I wasn't covering for something else, and I wasn't confused. The fear I felt was real, and it stayed with me for years. This started when I was very young, maybe 6 or 7. Back then, my family lived in an old house on a quiet street, and that's where it began. I used to see what I can only describe as shadow children. At first, I thought of them almost like playmates because I was a kid and I didn't understand what I was looking at. I'd talk to them, follow them with my eyes, even try to get closer. Meanwhile, my parents just assumed I was downstairs entertaining myself, using my imagination. But these things didn't feel imaginary. It's hard for me to describe what they looked like, because even then, trying to focus on them felt wrong somehow. Their shapes were there, like darkness had taken on a body, but their faces, or maybe their heads, were the worst part. Every time I tried to really look, it was like my mind slipped. It hurt in a way I still can't fully explain. There's one night I remember more clearly than anything else, and it was the last time I ever saw one. I'd stayed up later than usual. I was exhausted, half awake really, and I remember seeing it standing there in my room. Only this time, it wasn't child-sized. It was taller, full-sized, more like a grown figure made out of shadow. And what still gets to me is that I knew it was aware of me. I knew it was watching. Then it smiled. I can't even say for sure what the smile looked like, whether it was pale or sharp, or just somehow visible against the dark. I only know the feeling it gave me. It looked at me the way a predator looks at something cornered. And after that, something happened. Something in my head. That's the only way I know how to say it. I remember letting out this terrified scream, and then everything just cut. The next thing I knew, I woke up drenched in sweat, tucked neatly into my bed. That alone scared me, because I never slept tucked in like that. My mom didn't do that either, not even when I was little. The next morning, I asked her how I ended up there, and she told me she'd heard me screaming, came into my room, settled me into bed, and let me sleep. Maybe that should have comforted me, but it didn't. It only made the whole thing feel even more real. After that night, I was terrified of the dark for years. Not just as a little kid, but well into my teens. I had to force myself through it slowly. Nightlights, sleeping with doors open, making myself sit in dark rooms until I could breathe normally again. It took a long time. I did eventually get better, but I never went back into that house. Not once. Even now, as an adult, bigger, stronger, confident in most situations, nothing has ever made me feel as helpless as those things did. For a long time, I tried not to think about it too much. I pushed it down and kept moving. Then years later, I found out I wasn't the only one. 2 of my friends told me they'd had experiences with shadow children when they were younger. One of them had even lived on the same block I did. What really shook me was that he brought it up on his own. I hadn't told him anything about what happened to me. He had no reason to say it, no story to match mine, and yet he described the same kind of fear. There's one more part of this that's hard to talk about. Years later, I was diagnosed with schizophrenia. I know people could easily say the 2 things aren't connected, and maybe they're right. Maybe I would have developed it no matter what. But I didn't have those symptoms when I was a kid, and I still catch myself wondering whether those experiences did something to me. Whether, if they had never happened, my life might have unfolded differently. I try not to live in that question too much. I'm medicated now, I'm stable, and I'm doing okay. But the memories still get under my skin. So that's my story. And if you've ever experienced something similar, shadow children, shadow figures, anything like that. I'd really want to hear it. Even just knowing someone else understands that kind of fear makes it feel a little less lonely. Hi, I'm telling you this because, honestly, I don't really know what else to make of it anymore. I live in a very old family house, one that was built sometime in the 1950s, long before I was born. My great-grandparents built it after they left the countryside and started over in the city. So this place has a lot of history in it, a lot of memories. It's not just a house to us. A few years ago, my grandfather passed away here on the property. Back then, strange little things would happen once in a while. We'd feel a soft breeze move through the room, even when all the windows were shut and the air was completely still. It was unsettling, but never in a harsh way. I guess I convinced myself it was just his presence passing through gently, and that eventually he had found peace. But over the last few years, something else has been happening, and it feels different. Things keep getting misplaced around the house. Small things mostly. Keys, socks, shoes, shirts. Things that don't seem important until you know for a fact you left them somewhere, and then they're suddenly gone. At first, it was easy to brush it off. I thought maybe I was distracted. Maybe someone moved something and forgot. But it's been happening too often now, and for too long to ignore. My father used to joke about it. He'd say there were little goblins living under the old fig tree in the yard, and whenever something vanished, he'd laugh and say, "There they go again," or blame some ghost in the house. I always laughed with him. It was just family nonsense, you know? The kind of thing people say to make the weirdness feel harmless. But lately, I'm not laughing as much. Just a few nights ago, I found my sleep shirt tucked in with the clothes that were about to be sent to the laundry shop. I know I didn't put it there. I'm absolutely sure of that. And it's not the first time. There have been keys that disappeared from the exact place they were left, clothes that turned up in odd places, and other little things that seemed to drift around the house without explanation. I think I could still force myself to believe I'm imagining all of it, if it weren't for what my dad told me. He said one night he was up late working in the dining room when he saw a figure move past the doorway. He described it as tall, strange, and almost see-through. At first, he assumed it was my mother, just passing by. But then he realized that couldn't be right, because she was already asleep in their room. And besides, she isn't tall. Neither was my grandfather, which makes the whole thing even harder to explain. So now I don't know what to think. For a while, I wondered if it was some mischievous little spirit, like the stories people tell about goblins or hidden beings that like to play tricks. But I have a much younger brother, and in our traditions, that should mean he's protected. So if it isn't something like that, then what is it? And why is it here? That's the part that's been bothering me most. Not just that things are moving, or that someone saw something unexplained, but that this presence doesn't feel familiar. It doesn't feel like my grandfather. It feels like something else, something we don't understand, sharing space with us in silence. And I'm really not sure what I'm supposed to do next. Hey, so I've been a nurse assistant since 2023, and I work in pediatrics. I spend a lot of time caring for other people's kids, and somehow, life brought me into this beautiful, strange little family of my own. My boyfriend and I have a boy we call our son. His name is Gale now. Well, that's the name I'll use here. He's 16. We took him in when he was around 10, not legally, but in every way that matters. His dad had passed away. His biological mother was never really there for him, and over time, he just became ours. He calls us Mom and Dad, and that's exactly what we are to him. A couple years ago, he moved in with my boyfriend after my boyfriend got his own place, and I'm there all the time. In spring of 2025, they moved into a different house, closer to Gail's school and a lot more central than the old place. Right away, one thing stood out. The bathroom smelled awful at random times. Not just bad plumbing bad, something heavy, rotten, hard to explain. My boyfriend even mentioned people never seemed to stay in that house very long. At first, nothing felt obviously wrong. Or maybe it did, and we just brushed it off. Then one night, maybe 6 weeks after they moved in, Gail was sleeping over at a friend's house. It was really late, around 1 in the morning. My boyfriend and I were lying in bed upstairs in the dark. No TV, no lights, both awake but quiet. And all of a sudden, we heard this huge slam from downstairs, like the front door had been thrown open. We both froze. Then we heard footsteps. My boyfriend raised his voice and said something like, "Seriously, kid? It's way too late. You had your mom worried." He said it like Gail had just come home and was about to get lectured. But we both knew Gail wasn't coming back that night. He was trying to make it known that somebody was in the house and that they weren't alone. And then, the front door closed again. Softly. That was it. After that, things started happening more often. One day I was home alone before a night shift. I had cleaned up, made the bed, straightened everything. Later, when my boyfriend came home with Gail, the bed looked wrong. The blankets had been disturbed, like someone had laid down for a while and then gotten up. It wasn't me. From that point on, little things kept shifting around the house. Nothing was ever stolen. No money missing, no food disappearing, nothing like that. Things just moved. At first, we really tried to tell ourselves it had to be a person. Maybe the landlord had a spare key. Maybe someone was sneaking in. We clung to that explanation for months because it felt safer than the alternative. But it stopped making sense. Why would anyone come in so often just to move things around and leave? Then came the night that changed everything. We had dinner and gone upstairs to bed. Our room was upstairs. Gail's was downstairs. He wasn't tired yet and said he wanted to watch a movie with us later. Very teenager style, he said, "Give me like an hour. I'm doing something." I remember seeing him put his headphones on and head toward the bathroom. I went upstairs and got into bed with my phone. My boyfriend was next to me working on his tablet. I know exactly how long we were there because I was playing a game with a timer running. After maybe 15 or 20 minutes, my boyfriend kind of sighed and called out Gail's name. I told him, "He won't hear you. He's got headphones on." A few minutes later, Gail shouted from downstairs, "What?" My boyfriend looked at me, confused, because neither of us had said anything again. But he answered, "When you come up, bring me my laptop." A little while later, Gail came upstairs holding it, looking annoyed, and said, "Why didn't you just grab it when you were downstairs?" We both just stared at him. I said, "What do you mean?" My blood ran cold. Because my boyfriend had not moved. Not once. I had the timer right there in my hand. We had both been upstairs the whole time. My boyfriend told him, very calmly, "Nobody went downstairs. Ask your mom." And Gael looked at me, waiting for me to laugh or admit we were messing with him. But I just nodded and said, "We've been here the whole time, baby." He went pale. Then he explained that he'd heard footsteps, heard the fridge open and close, heard my boyfriend's voice call him from outside the bathroom. He even took one headphone off because he thought he was being rushed. But when he answered, the voice suddenly sounded like it was coming from upstairs. That night, Gael slept in our bed. He was terrified. He kept trying to talk about it, and my boyfriend kept shutting it down. Later, when Gael had settled a little, I asked my boyfriend if he'd noticed other things too. He went quiet, wouldn't look at me, and then he said, very softly, "If I told you everything I've seen here, you might stop coming over." That sentence has stayed with me, because he has always acted strange in certain parts of the house. He hates when I stand too close to the upstairs railing. He'll distract me, steer me away from certain corners, keep me from looking in certain directions. It made me wonder if something had happened to him there, if maybe he'd seen something, or even been touched or shoved. The thing is, I don't really see things. I feel them. I sense when something is there, when the energy changes, when the air gets thick or the back of my neck turns cold. My boyfriend, though, he's always been the kind of person who sees more than he wants to. He's told me stories before, about sleep paralysis, dreams that came true, shapes in the room, things like that. So one day, I decided to do something desperate. I talked to the house. I came over after work while the boys were out at band rehearsal. They're both musicians. And I stood there and said out loud, basically, "Look, I know this might be your place too. I'm not here to cause trouble. I take care of this home. I clean it, I care for it, I keep the garden alive. The boys are messy, you know that. I'm trying to help. So please, let's live peacefully together. You can be here, just don't scare me." I know how that sounds, but that night, nothing happened. So of course I started thinking maybe it worked. Then in late January, my boyfriend and Gael left on a music trip for a few weeks, and I had to look after the house and the cat while they were gone. The first night I stayed there alone, I could feel something upstairs while I was downstairs. Then when I went upstairs, I felt like something was below me. It was like the whole house was breathing around me. I was folding clothes in the bedroom when suddenly I felt this icy presence right behind my back. Not a draft, not a cold room, a presence. I turned around and looked at this large instrument case my boyfriend keeps by the wall, and while I was staring at it, it lifted itself upright. I cannot explain to you how hard my heart was pounding. I thought I might actually pass out. That case had never moved on its own before. Never. And I did the only thing I could think of. I pretended I hadn't seen it. A minute later, I casually leaned it back against the wall like that was a normal thing to do. Then I turned back to the laundry, and almost immediately, I felt that same presence at my back again, stronger this time, like it wanted me to turn around again. So I closed my eyes and whispered, "No, we had an agreement. You said you wouldn't scare me. Please respect that." And just like that, the feeling disappeared. She's very into spiritual work, candles, cleansing, all of that. Not reckless, just experienced. Before we went in, I warned her. At night, we do not talk about what happens in this house. If anything happens, we discuss it in the morning. The second she stepped inside, she stopped and frowned. She said, "This place feels awful, heavy, like there are too many things here." That night, the windows were open because the house traps heat and feels suffocating. My friend sat by the front window to get some air while I washed dishes. After a while, I noticed she kept staring outside with this really tense look on her face. Then later, she started staring at the staircase leading upstairs. I turned on the light over the stairs and told her there was nothing there. She nodded, but she did not look convinced. A while after that, she said she was tired and ran upstairs to the bedroom. I stayed behind to lock up and finally use the bathroom. I'm terrified of bathrooms at night in that house, so I never shut the door all the way. While I was in there, with the door slightly open, I heard someone come downstairs and knock lightly. I said, "What is it, sweetheart? Do you need the bathroom?" And from upstairs, my friend yelled, "What?" I froze. I washed my hands so fast I nearly slipped, then ran upstairs. She was in bed and immediately asked me to sleep on the outer side, near the railing, which I hate because I always sleep facing the wall. But I did it. Then she asked me, "Is that your cat?" I looked toward the stairs and said, "No, she's downstairs eating." My friend pulled the blanket over her head. We went to sleep like that. The next morning, I woke up on the floor, which is normal for me if I sleep on the edge. But honestly, thank God I don't see what other people see, because there's a huge gap under that bed, and I don't ever want to know what might be there. By late morning, the house felt lighter again. My friend said, "At night it gets much worse." Then she told me everything. She said that when she had been staring out the window the night before, there was a woman's face right there outside, less than a meter away, looking around the property. Not a vague shadow, a face. She said every time she looked back, the woman was still there, trying to catch her eye. The only reason she knew it wasn't a real person was because I couldn't see her. Then the woman vanished. After that, my friend saw what looked like a man standing partway down the stairs. Not fully visible, more like legs and the lower shape of him. When I turned the light on, he disappeared. When I turned it off, he came back. She said the knock on the bathroom door definitely wasn't her. And the reason she made me sleep on the outer edge of the bed? She said there had been a man peeking over the upstairs railing, watching us. Watching me. Making eye contact with me, while I was completely unaware. She told me something that really stayed with me. She said whatever was in that house knew I couldn't see them, so they didn't waste energy trying to show themselves to me. But they absolutely knew who could see them. That was why they targeted her. And probably why they targeted my boyfriend and Gael too. As we talked, the house got heavier again. I got goosebumps all over, my body's usual warning sign. My friend started trying to make sense of the pattern, because whatever was there didn't behave the same with each of us. With me, it mostly watched. It tested me, but didn't go too far. With my boyfriend, it caused chaos, throwing clothes down, shifting furniture, making messes. With Gael, it was crueler. Knocking on his door when he was alone, moving his chair while he sat in it, pulling the blanket off him in bed, saying his name when no one else was home. So she looked at the instrument case and said, "Do what you did before if you're a kid." Nothing happened at first. Then the case slowly straightened on its own. She leaned it back and said, "Move it again if you're a good boy." And it moved again. She smiled at me and said, "This one isn't dangerous. Mischievous, yes, but not dangerous." And right then, a violent slam exploded through the house. The bathroom door had shut so hard it sounded like it might split. All the windows were closed by then. No wind, no draft, nothing. Then we heard footsteps. Not light ones, not subtle ones. Heavy, dragging, deliberate. I whispered, "I've never heard them this clearly before." The steps moved through the house, not toward us at first, but straight to the front door, the one I had locked. Then something grabbed the handle and started wrenching it. The door shook so violently the wall behind the bed rattled. The headboard banged. It felt like the whole house was being yanked apart. And my friend shouted, "Even the child spirit is scared of this one." I started praying, talking, begging. I said all kinds of things, half crying, half gasping, telling it to rest, to move on, that its time on earth was over, that it deserved peace. I don't even remember all of it. It didn't help. Then my friend yelled, "Stop! Please, you've done enough! Stop!" And somehow, it did. Just stopped. 5 minutes later, when we finally got downstairs, she lit a candle. The flame flickered hard, like something was trying to blow it out. I asked if that was bad, and she looked at me and said, "Bad enough that if it goes out, we leave everything and run." The candle stayed lit, but we still did what we had to do and got out of there as fast as we could. And that brings me to now. The boys are back today, and I'm going over tonight. Honestly, I don't know exactly what lives in that house. I don't know if it's one thing, several things, leftovers of people, something attached to the place, or something attached to us. What I do know is this: that house answers back, and whatever is there knows each of us very, very well. Honestly, this is one of those things I still can't fully explain, but it stayed with me ever since. My granddad, Arthur, died in 2006, about a year before I was born, so I never got the chance to know him. When I was younger, I didn't really think too much about that, but the older I've gotten, the more I've found myself wondering what he was like, what it would have felt like to sit with him, talk to him, or just have one memory of my own with him. I play guitar every now and then, and a few years ago, my nan gave me his old guitar. Since then, it's been sitting on a stand in the corner of my room. I've always liked having it there. It feels special, even if I couldn't really say why. One night, my friend's dog was staying over. She's a lively dog during the day, full of energy, but she's not the kind of dog that barks for no reason. And when it's bedtime, she settles down straight away. So that night, I put her bed at the foot of mine, and just like usual, she curled up and went to sleep. Then, out of nowhere, she suddenly lifted her head like something had caught her attention. At first, she seemed confused, like she was trying to work out where the sound or feeling was coming from. Then she locked onto the corner of my room, right where the guitar was. She got up, walked over to it, sniffed around it, and then just started barking like mad. Not playful barking either. Proper, intense barking, staring right at the guitar the whole time. What made it even stranger was that she was usually so obedient. Normally, one quick no, and she'd stop instantly. But this time, she completely ignored me. She just kept barking and barking until my nan woke up, came upstairs, and we both had to take the dog downstairs to calm her down. At the time, I remember thinking it was weird, but I didn't let myself dwell on it too much. I just went back to bed. That night, though, I had a dream that felt different from any dream I'd had before. In it, I was much younger, maybe 8 or 9, sitting on the floor of my room with an old stuffed bear I hadn't seen in years. The dog was there too, racing around happily, full of energy. Then this man sat down with the guitar and started playing All I Have to Do Is Dream. The second he started playing, everything felt calm. The dog settled immediately, and I just sat there watching him. I remember feeling this overwhelming sense of comfort, like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. And more than that, I had this deep feeling that the man playing was someone important to me, someone safe, someone I should know. When I woke up, I couldn't shake it. Later on, I mentioned the song to my family, and that's when I found out my granddad used to play and sing that exact song to my mom and uncle when they were little, almost like a lullaby to help them fall asleep. That's the part that really gets me, because before all of this, I'd never dreamed about him. I hadn't even spent much time thinking about him in any serious way. And yet somehow, that song appeared in my dream, tied to his guitar, right after the dog reacted so strangely to it. So I still find myself wondering whether that was his way of reaching out to me. Maybe not in some dramatic, ghost story kind of way, but just in a quiet, gentle way. Almost like he was saying, I know you. I'm here. You're part of me too. I'm not someone who believes every paranormal story I hear. I'm pretty on the fence with that kind of thing. But I also can't ignore how personal this felt, or how much peace it gave me. And what makes it even more interesting is that even the people in my family who don't believe in anything supernatural still seem to have at least one story they can't explain. Either way, I know this. It didn't feel frightening. It felt loving. And that's why a part of me will always believe it meant something. Hey, I've never really been able to explain this properly, but this happened during the COVID lockdowns, around April 2021. I was about 12 back then, and since schools were shut down, my mom sent me to stay with my cousin's family out in their village, so I wouldn't be stuck bored at home all day. My uncle there, well, I'll call him Uncle Raffy, had this little delivery truck, and he used it for work. He used to take me with him a lot because I could help carry the smaller stuff, and he liked saying it was a good way for me to get familiar with the roads around the area. Most nights, we'd be home by maybe 9 or 10. Nothing unusual. But one night, one of the deliveries took way longer than expected. We started driving back close to 11:30 p.m. The roads were completely empty. You know how villages get at night. Everything shuts down early. People go to sleep, and the whole place feels almost too quiet. We were on this road with thick forest on both sides, just darkness everywhere except for the truck's headlights. At first, I didn't think much of it, but after a while, I started noticing we should have reached the next village already. Then more time passed, and still, just forest. No houses, no lights, nothing. I looked over at Uncle Raffi, and I could tell he was getting nervous. He was gripping the wheel tighter, staring straight ahead. He didn't say anything, probably because he didn't want me to panic, but I could feel it. Something was wrong. That road had never taken that long before. Then, up ahead, we saw this heavy fog drifting across the road. And that's it. That's the last thing I remember. When I came to, the first thing I felt was freezing water soaking through my shoes. I was disoriented, like my head was packed with cotton. Uncle Raffi was next to me, groaning a little, and then he grabbed his phone and turned on the flashlight. What that light showed us, I still get chills thinking about it. We were still inside the truck, but the truck was sitting in the middle of a river. The water was shallow, maybe a little above our ankles, but it was ice cold. Uncle Raffi shoved open the door, and we climbed out, just standing there shivering, trying to understand what we were looking at. Then we turned around, and I swear, my whole body went cold. Behind us, not far at all, was the edge of a steep drop, basically a cliff. Somehow, we had gone over it. We should have crashed. The truck should have been wrecked. We should have been badly hurt, or worse, but we weren't. Not a single cut, not even a bruise. And the truck, from what we could see in the dark, didn't look smashed up either. It made no sense. Uncle Raffi checked his phone again. No signal, but he could still see the time. It was around 3 a.m. We had lost more than 3 hours. At that point, there was nothing else to do, so we started walking upstream through the dark, following the river against the current. I remember feeling exhausted and scared, and just wanting to see another person. After a while, we finally spotted a few lights in the distance, a small group of houses. We knocked on one of the doors, and this family let us in for the night. They didn't ask many questions. I think one look at us told them enough, and somehow, it was completely fine. No major damage. It honestly looked like someone had gently set it down in the water. It took a whole group of men to pull it back out. What really stayed with me, though, happened as we were leaving. One of the older men from the village came over and spoke quietly to my uncle. He looked in the direction we'd walked the night before, and then looked back at us. He said, "It's a good thing you went upstream. If you had followed the river the other way, you would have ended up near the old cemetery and the morgue." I still don't know what happened that night. I don't know how we lost those hours, or how we went over that drop and survived without a scratch. I just know it was the most terrifying thing I've ever lived through. And honestly, I'm still grateful I made it out at all. I want to share a memory from when I was very little, probably around 2 or 3 years old. This would have been in the early 1980s, when I was staying with my grandparents in a quiet part of Washington state. They lived in a secluded house surrounded by trees, the kind of place where it felt like the outside world was far away. Even though I was so young, I've always had unusually early memories, and this is one that has stayed with me in a very clear and specific way my whole life. At the time, my little bed was set up in a big back room of the house, right near a huge window that looked out onto a wooded yard. I remember being put down for an afternoon nap like usual. Everything felt normal. When I woke up, I heard this soft tapping sound on the window. I stood up and looked outside, and there was a figure standing there. It looked human in shape, but not like an ordinary person. The best way I can describe it is that it looked like it was made completely of green glass. Not transparent like a ghost, not shadowy, not wearing anything that shimmered that way. The whole figure itself looked smooth, solid, and glass-like. At first, I wasn't scared at all. It actually felt playful. The figure leaned closer to the window and put its hands around its eyes, like someone trying to peek in better. Then it waved at me. I remember laughing and waving back. It felt almost friendly, the way an adult might try to make a small child smile by being silly. But then, something changed. It moved its hands and flipped them upside down around its eyes, almost like it was making a strange mask or a pair of upside-down goggles. I can still picture that gesture so clearly. And the second it did that, my feeling changed completely. I wasn't uneasy first. I wasn't confused first. It was instant, overwhelming terror. I started screaming as hard as I could. My grandmother came rushing into the room because I was crying so hard I could barely catch my breath. I pointed toward the window, but by then, there was nothing there. My grandfather checked outside and around the house, and he didn't find anyone. Now, as an adult, I understand that memories from that age can be complicated. Early memories can be shaped over time, reconstructed, or influenced by emotion. I'm not claiming with certainty that this was something paranormal, or even that it was definitely something outside the window at all. But what's always stayed with me is how consistent the memory has been for decades. Not just what I saw, but the emotional shift. It began as something light and almost funny, and then, in a single moment, it became one of the most frightening experiences I can remember. I've always wondered what to make of it. Was it some kind of vivid waking dream? A hypnopompic hallucination after sleep? A child's mind interpreting something ordinary in an extraordinary way? Or something else entirely? I still don't know. I just know that the memory has never left me. I still think about this sometimes, even now. It happened during the summer break, not long after I'd finished primary school, back in the mid-2000s, in my little village in Merseyside. It was one of those unusually hot English summers where every day seemed golden and endless, and all I wanted to do was be outside. Me and my friends were always off on our bikes, disappearing for hours, convincing ourselves every ordinary path or field was the start of some adventure. One evening, my best friend Mikey was at mine, and we got talking about ghosts. I was obsessed with anything paranormal back then. I'd recently watched a film about people trying to hear messages from the dead through recordings, and I was glued to those ghost hunting shows on telly too. I loved how frightening it all felt, especially at that age, when your imagination could turn anything into something eerie. So, naturally, we decided we were going to try it ourselves. Mikey went home and came back with this old cassette recorder he'd found, along with a couple of tapes. That night, when it was properly dark, probably around 9:30 or so, we walked over to the old churchyard near my house. The gates were always open, and even though we'd passed through there loads of times in daylight, at night it felt completely different. The church itself was just this dark shape in front of us, and beyond the walls you could see the glow of a few streetlights and the occasional car slipping by on the road. Other than that, it was silent. We sat on the step outside the church door, trying to act brave, though I'm sure we were both nervous already. I pressed record on the cassette player and, putting on my best ghost hunter voice, said, "Is anybody there?" Then we left it for a few seconds, just letting the tape run before stopping it. We honestly expected nothing. It was just kids messing about, trying to spook ourselves. But when we played it back, my voice came through first, clear as anything. Is anybody there? And then, right after it, there was another voice. A woman's voice. Not faint, not crackly, not something you had to strain to hear. It was clear, calm, and right there on the tape. She said, "Behind the yew tree." I can still remember the feeling that went through me when I heard it. It was like every bit of warmth left my body at once. Me and Mikey absolutely panicked. We ran, we swore we were never going back, and that was that. Except, of course, it wasn't. Because the very next day, in broad daylight, we went straight back. This time, we stood in front of the church instead of sitting on the steps, like that somehow made us safer. We used the recorder again, asked the same question, and once again, when we played it back, the same woman's voice answered. After that, we started asking more. Proper questions. We wanted to know who she was, what she wanted, whether she was really there. And every time, there came a reply. I kept watching Mikey out of the corner of my eye, because part of me was convinced he had to be winding me up somehow. But it wasn't him. The voice sounded older than either of us, worn and weak somehow, like someone speaking through illness or exhaustion. We asked her name and she said, "Lila." That name stuck with me. So did the way she spoke about her husband, Walter. She called him, "My dear Walter," more than once. There was something sad in her voice, something tender. We asked her how she'd died, and she told us she'd been ill. We asked if she was buried there in the churchyard, and she said yes. Then, somehow, we ended up following her, and there it all was. Her name, Lila. Her husband, Walter, buried with her. The details matched what we'd heard. I remember just staring at that gravestone, feeling like the world had tilted slightly and would never sit right again. We went back a few more times after that and tried speaking to her again. Sometimes we got responses, sometimes less than before. Then life moved on, as it does. Me and Mikey drifted a bit during our teenage years, and eventually the whole thing became something we didn't really talk about. But I never forgot it. A few years later, I went back on my own and tried again, this time using my mobile phone to record, but nothing happened. I've gone back more than once over the years, really, always with the same quiet hope that maybe I'd hear that voice again. I never did. Still, that experience never left me. It changed something in me. Before that, ghosts and hauntings were just spooky fun, just stories and late-night television, and the thrill of being scared. After that, I couldn't look at it the same way anymore. I wasn't just wondering whether there might be something beyond what we understand. I felt like I'd brushed against it. A few years ago, when Mikey and I were back in touch properly, I brought it up again. I didn't have to explain much. He remembered it too. Every bit of it. That, more than anything, is what stayed with me. Not just the voice, not just the grave, but the fact that I didn't experience it alone. There's someone else in this world who was there with me, who heard what I heard, who knows I'm not inventing it. I still don't know who or what we were speaking to. I don't know if it really was Lila. I don't know why that old cassette recorder seemed to matter, or whether it did at all. But I do know this. Whatever happened in that churchyard all those years ago changed the way I see the world. And even now, part of me still wonders what would happen if I found another old tape recorder, went back to that same spot, and asked one more time, "Is anybody there?" So, I grew up in South Texas, where stories like this are just part of life. The kind of place where Hispanic and indigenous traditions run side by side, and from the time you're little, you hear about lechuzas, la llorona, brujas, all of it. In my family, those stories were never treated like entertainment. They were warnings, lessons. We were taught that if there's healing in the world, there's harm too, and my grandmother took protecting us from that seriously. This happened maybe a little over 20 years ago, back when I was still in high school. My grandfather started saying there was a woman in white who walked along the porch outside his house late at night. Most of the family brushed it off. They thought maybe age was catching up with him, or that he was imagining things. But he was completely certain about what he'd seen. I was always the curious one when it came to the paranormal, so I asked him when she showed up. He told me, late at night, when everything goes quiet. And if you've ever been out in rural Texas after dark, you know exactly the kind of quiet he meant. Not just nighttime quiet, deeper than that. The kind of stillness that settles in around 2 or 3 in the morning, when there are no cars passing, no dogs barking, no music in the distance. It feels like the whole world is asleep. So I started staying up, waiting. I wanted to see her for myself. Night after night, I'd sit there watching, listening, hoping to catch even a glimpse of this woman in white my grandfather swore was there. But I never saw anything. After a while, I gave up. I figured maybe it was just one of those stories that belonged to him and not to me. Then years passed. Around the time my daughter was born, I had something happen that I still don't fully know how to explain. I call it a dream because I don't know what else to call it, but it didn't feel like an ordinary dream. I remember floating above the bed, looking down at myself, my wife, and the baby sleeping beside us. Everything was calm, still. But what stood out most was this feeling. Someone was gently stroking my hair, almost the way you'd comfort a child. Then I started drifting back down, toward my body, and just as I was about to return, something stopped me. A hand came up, soft but firm, like it was telling me to wait. That's when I saw her. She was dressed in white, and somehow I understood that my head had been resting in her lap the whole time. She was the one smoothing my hair back. She looked at me and said very softly, "Shh, not yet. Let him sleep." Then she turned her attention back toward my body and smiled. That's all I remember. But ever since that night, I've carried this strange certainty that the woman who once watched over my grandfather is somehow with me now. And I don't mean that in a frightening way. It's never felt evil. If anything, it feels protective, like she's standing nearby, keeping watch, waiting until it's time to move on to whoever needs her next. I still think about it, about whether a spirit can follow a family line, whether something meant to protect one person can choose another. I don't know the answer. I just know that ever since that night, I've never felt like she was a stranger. So this all started back in 2020, when my family bought a second apartment. The place had belonged to an elderly couple. The husband had passed away there, and his wife, who was known for being deeply spiritual and devoted to her faith, eventually sold it to us for much less than we expected. At the time, it just felt like one of those unusual but lucky deals. When we first moved in, nothing seemed off. Everything felt normal. Back then, I was going through a rough patch emotionally. I had just come out of a breakup, and I wasn't in the best headspace. Since the apartment wasn't our main home, I used to go there by myself a lot, especially during the lockdown period. I'd sit alone for hours with my game console on, all the lights off, just enjoying the quiet and trying to shut my mind off for a while. And honestly, at first, I liked the solitude. But then, little things started happening. Sometimes the air in the apartment would suddenly turn freezing cold for no reason. I'd feel this strange heaviness in my body, like I was being weighed down. Other times, I could swear I heard chairs scraping or a table shifting in the next room. I kept trying to explain it away, I told myself it was probably the neighbors upstairs, or the building settling, or just my imagination working overtime. Still, there was this fear that would come out of nowhere. A few times I remember saving my game in a panic, grabbing my keys, and rushing out without even really knowing why. I just felt like I needed to leave. Then one night, something happened that really stayed with me. The apartment had 3 bedrooms: my parents' room, mine, and a guest room. The living room opened into the dining area, and the fridge was right there near the kitchen. It was around 1 in the morning. I was sitting by the window in my room. The lights were off, and the only light came from this small, warm lamp I had on. Outside, the street was completely empty, just those dim yellow streetlights lighting up the road. No people, no movement, nothing. And then, inside my room, I noticed a shadow. At first, I tried to be logical about it. I thought maybe someone had walked past outside and their shadow had somehow stretched into the room. But I was right next to the window. I looked outside immediately, and there was no one there. Not a single person. When I turned back, the shadow was gone. And almost at that exact moment, my mom started pounding on my door. She kept telling me, "Come out! Come sleep in our room!" I remember being confused because I felt fine, shaken maybe, but I didn't want to admit it. I asked her what was wrong, but she wouldn't explain. She just kept insisting. So I took my phone and went to sleep in their room that night. The next morning, I asked her what had happened. She told me she'd explain later, once we got back to our main house. And when we did, she finally told me this. She had been lying on the sofa that night, scrolling on her phone, when she saw what looked like a person standing near the fridge, just staring at her. At first, she thought it was my dad. She casually asked for a glass of water, but the figure didn't move. It just stood there, looking at her. Then she called my father's name louder, expecting him to respond, and suddenly that figure ran into the kitchen. She got up and followed it right away, but when she reached the kitchen, no one was there. Then she checked the bedroom and found my dad fast asleep. That was when she panicked and ran straight to my room. Even then, I always felt uneasy there. Not terrified every second, just watched. And heavy, like the air itself didn't want me staying too long. A while later, I started feeling dizzy whenever I spent too much time there. At first, I blamed it on staring at a screen for too long or not sleeping properly. But then another incident happened. One afternoon, my ex came over. We were in my room watching a movie in the dark, just relaxing, sipping soda from glasses. Out of nowhere, one of the glasses slid off the shelf and smashed on the floor. There was no reason for it to fall. I turned on the lights, cleaned everything up, and went to the bathroom for a minute. When I came back, we hugged, and just as we were about to sit down on the bed, we both froze. There were tiny office pins scattered all across the bedspread. The weird part was, those pins were normally kept in my parents' room, on a completely different shelf. Neither of us had moved them. And somehow now they were spread out exactly where we were about to sit. That was already enough to make our skin crawl. Then we heard it, the sound of furniture dragging in the dining area. Chairs scraping, something shifting heavily, like someone was moving things around. My ex got really frightened and said we had to leave right then. So I walked her home, and after that I went straight back to my parents' place. Not long after, my mother and I told my grandmother everything. She's a very devout woman, and she took it seriously right away. She contacted a religious man she trusted, and he gave her something blessed, telling her to place it somewhere hidden deep inside the apartment. We also did a cleansing ritual there. I remember my grandmother burning cleansing herbs and prayers over a bowl, then asking me to carry it and place it exactly where I had first seen that shadow in my room. The second I set it down, I felt overwhelmingly dizzy. It was so intense, like the whole room spun around me in circles. For a moment, it felt impossible to stay standing. And then, just as suddenly, it stopped. Everything went calm. The apartment felt different after that. Lighter. It's hard to explain unless you've felt something like that before, but the heaviness that used to sit in the rooms was just gone. Even now, every once in a while, I still get a faint, uneasy feeling when I'm there alone. Not the same kind of fear as before, just a little chill in the back of my mind. But whatever used to be there, I don't think it's there anymore. And sometimes I wonder, maybe it finally found peace. So, I still think about this one camping trip all the time. A few years ago, my family and I went camping out near the mountains, and one night, my sister Mara decided it would be fun to start telling scary stories around the fire. At first, it was the usual creepy stuff, but then she started talking about skinwalkers and kept repeating the name over and over. The second she started, I felt wrong. I've always been really sensitive to things other people don't seem to notice, and almost immediately, I got this deep feeling of dread in my stomach. It was like this heavy ache settled in my gut, and suddenly, I felt way too alert for a normal night sitting around a campfire. I kept getting the feeling that something was behind me, watching me. I couldn't shake it. My younger cousin was getting nervous too, but not in the same way. He just hated scary stories. Me, I felt like something had actually noticed us. That night, the sleeping setup was split between two trailers. My sister, my mom, my grandma, and I were in one, and my cousin was in the other with my uncle. Before everyone turned in, my cousin straight up told me, "I'm not leaving the trailer tonight. I don't care what happens. I'm too freaked out." That stuck with me. Later, when I was just starting to drift off, I heard movement outside. Not light footsteps, heavy ones. Slow, deliberate steps moving around our trailer. At first, I tried to explain it away. I told myself maybe it was a bear, or maybe some other big animal wandering through the campsite. But even then, it didn't feel right. The sound was too intentional, too aware. And then I heard a voice outside. "Allie, I'm scared." It sounded like my cousin, almost. That's the only way I can explain it. It was close enough to be him, but something was off. It was like whatever was speaking knew what his voice sounded like, but didn't understand how fear actually sounds. It was pretending. The voice felt hollow. I froze. Then it said, "Allie, please come out here. I don't want to go to the bathroom alone." I still didn't answer, because right away, my mind went to one question. Why would he come to me instead of waking up his dad? And if there was really a large animal outside, why would he just be standing there talking? Everything in me was screaming that it was not him, so I stayed completely still and said nothing. The voice called again, and this time it sounded more irritated, less human, like it was losing patience. That weird, almost right quality got worse, and by then I knew with absolute certainty that whatever was outside was not my cousin. Then everything went quiet. A few seconds later, I heard the footsteps stop right outside our trailer door. I can still remember how terrified I felt in that moment, just staring into the dark, barely breathing. Then came the scratching. Slow at first, then more deliberate, dragging across the outside of the door. And then something shoved the trailer hard enough to make it shake. That woke my sister up. She looked over at me, and I must have looked completely panicked, because I put my finger to my lips and silently begged her not to make a sound. Thank God, she understood and stayed quiet. The scratching went on for a little longer, and then eventually it stopped. Whatever it was had moved on, or given up. The next morning, I went straight to my cousin and asked him, "Did you leave your trailer at all last night?" He looked at me and said, "No. Did you? I heard something outside ours too." That was the moment every last bit of doubt disappeared. It hadn't been him, and it hadn't been me either. A few weeks after we got home, I looked up the area where we had camped and found out it was right along the edge of the Appalachians. After that, none of us ever wanted to go back. And honestly, neither did I. You know, my father died when I was very young, just 3 years old, back in the early 1980s. He died after falling down a flight of stairs while he was drunk. After that, a lot of blame got thrown at my mother, especially from his side of the family. His father, my grandfather, seemed to hold her responsible in some deep, bitter way, and over the years I heard people say he even cursed her, and all of us connected to her. My earliest memories are not gentle ones. I remember fear before I even understood what fear was. I remember my father hurting my mother, and I remember watching things no child should ever see from my little bed. Later, my mother told me about a moment outside the house when I was only around 2 or 3. My father had slapped her in front of me, and I had picked up a little branch and tried to hit him with it. She said he turned and kicked me away. That story stayed with me. After he died, my mother and I moved to the town where her parents lived. That became home. Once in a while, I still visited my father's side of the family, but it never really felt like I belonged there. My grandfather was a hard, controlling man. He ruled over the farm and over everyone in it, especially my grandmother, who seemed to live her whole life in quiet suffering. They had horses and other animals, and I think the horses were part of what drew my mother into that family in the first place. She loved them deeply. Years passed. By the early 2000s, I was away studying in a distant city, trying to build some kind of life for myself. By then, my mother had fallen deep into alcoholism. Around that same time, my grandfather was close to death. My uncle and cousins reached out to my mother, but she never told me. She had so much anger toward them that she kept me out of it completely. Then one day, I got a letter from the court. It said my grandfather had disinherited me on his deathbed. The reason they gave was that I had shown no interest in him. But I knew, or at least I felt, that the whole thing had been arranged by the others on that side of the family, so they could keep the land and everything else for themselves. I was young then, angry and impulsive. I tore the letter into pieces on my way to meet friends at a bar, and I remember saying out loud, "Fine, we'll settle this in hell, you old bastard." I never challenged it legally. At the time, I told myself I belonged to my mother's side anyway, not his. I wanted nothing from them. But over the years, loss kept visiting my mother's side of the family, one after another. My aunt's husband died in the mid-1990s. A few years later, my grandmother died from cancer. Then more tragedy came. My cousins, my mother, my grandfather on her side too. Little by little, that whole branch of the family seemed to disappear, until it was basically just me and my aunt left standing. And for all those years, there was this shadow in the background, my paternal grandfather. It was like some part of me stayed bound to him through hatred. I didn't think about him every day. Life itself was already heavy enough. My whole life had been shaped by trauma in one way or another. But somewhere deep in me, he was still there. And once I saw that, something in me let go. I forgave him. Not because what he did was acceptable, not because the past changed, but because in that moment, I no longer wanted to carry him as poison inside me. When I woke up, that feeling stayed. It was like love, but not sentimental love. Something bigger, calmer, cleaner. It stayed with me the whole day, strong and unmistakable. Even now, I can still remember it. And honestly, I believe something was released that night. Maybe him, maybe me, maybe both. Sometimes I feel like he had been trapped somewhere inside his own darkness, and through that dream, through that forgiveness, I helped him move on. That's what it felt like anyway. And for the first time, that story no longer feels like only a story of violence, blame, and grief. It also feels like a story of release. Hey, I'm Marin, and I'm hoping you can help me with something a little unusual. My family and I are putting together a weekend hike on the Appalachian Trail in Vermont. There'll be 8 of us total, and we're all pretty seasoned hikers, so we're comfortable with long miles, rough terrain, and being out there for a few days. We're planning to start early Friday morning and wrap up sometime Sunday evening, and we're aiming for a section that's around 24 to 27 miles. Now, this is the part that tends to make people pause. We're not looking for the prettiest stretch. We're looking for the one that feels off. You know the kind of place I mean. Woods that seem normal in daylight, but the second it gets dark, something about them shifts. Places where every snapped twig sounds too deliberate, where knocking in the distance doesn't quite sound like a woodpecker, where footsteps make you stop because they don't match your own. Maybe there are voices people swear they heard, even when nobody else was around. Maybe there's a shelter or campsite that always seems to come up in a lowered voice, or locals who tell you, real casually, yeah, don't stay there. That's the kind of atmosphere we're after. We're not trying to be reckless, and we're definitely not interested in doing anything stupid. We hike responsibly, we follow leave no trace, and we take safety seriously. But my family has always bonded over creepy stories, old mountain folklore, and those weird moments in the woods that make you question every sound after sundown. Honestly, that heavy, haunted feeling is part of the draw for us. So I'm trying to find a section of the Vermont AT that really carries that reputation. Somewhere isolated, somewhere unsettling, somewhere with history, rumors, legends, whatever people around there still whisper about. If you know of any specific stretches in that mileage range, especially ones tied to folklore, cryptid sightings, strange incidents, or just a long-standing bad feeling, I'd really love to hear about them. And if you've had a personal experience on that part of the trail, something you still think about, I'd want to hear that too. Honestly, ever since I was little, I've had this strange relationship with dreams. I could lucid dream sometimes, and even when I wasn't fully aware inside them, I'd still remember everything in this intense, almost cinematic detail. What really unsettled me was that little pieces of those dreams would show up later in real life, sometimes a few weeks later, sometimes years. At first I brushed it off as coincidence, but after it happened enough times, I started holding on to the details, almost waiting for them to appear. Then it got even stranger. It stopped feeling like I was only dreaming about my own life. Sometimes I'd remember parts of someone else's story before they ever told me. Other times I'd be standing there, about to make a decision, and suddenly it would hit me like a flash. This sharp memory of choosing one option, plus the chain of events that came after it. When I got older, especially during a rough period when I was smoking more than I should have, those flashes started feeling closer. Not years away anymore, more like days, maybe a couple of weeks. I know that sounds wild, and I know how easy it would be to hear this and think I'm losing it, but I'm just telling you what I experienced. When I was a kid, I used to have the same nightmare over and over about my grandmother and my great-grandmother dying one after the other. It scared me so badly that my mom would actually call them to calm me down, and my grandma, being exactly who she was, would reassure me and tell me everything was fine. Then years later, in 2022, my grandmother passed in February, and my great-grandmother followed in April. Same order as the dream. Even the funeral details felt hauntingly familiar, right down to the casket. There was another time with an older cousin of mine. I hadn't seen her in weeks. One night I dreamed she came to me and told me she had died and that she needed to leave. The next day, I found out she'd passed in her sleep that same night. That one stayed with me in a way I still can't explain. Then there was this moment with my ex. Let's call her Shay. She was telling me about someone from her past, and while she was talking, I interrupted her because I genuinely thought I already knew the whole story. I even explained back to her why the relationship ended, and she just stared at me and said, "I never told you any of that." I can't even explain the feeling that gave me. It rattled me so badly that I spiraled. At the time, I was in treatment, and when I tried to explain it to my psychiatrist, she told me it sounded like cognitive distortion. But to me, it felt so real, like I was remembering something that had already happened. One of the creepiest experiences happened when I was younger and thinking about running away. I'd been talking to this random guy online, and before I ever met him, I had this vivid dream. He kept pushing me to smoke, kept crossing lines, kept trying to get me to do things I didn't want to do. In the dream, I remember being in a public bathroom near a station in Philly. He wanted me leaning over a sink while he took photos, and I remember feeling trapped enough that I called my dad and told him where I was. The dream scared me so much that I cut the guy off completely. Not all of it was about people. Some of it was the weirdest, smallest stuff. I once dreamed about this very specific clothing rack, white metal, kind of minimal, with a top bar that could rotate. The dream felt so familiar that I never mentioned it and never bought it. A couple of weeks later, I walked into my parents' garage, and there it was. The exact one. Another time, I somehow knew the inside of a neighbor's house without ever stepping foot in it. My younger siblings used to have playdates there, but I never went inside. Still, I described their kitchen, the living room flooring, the color scheme, even this vase and the tiny details painted on it. I also described what their son looked like, even though I'd never actually seen him. When I told my little brother, he said I got it right. That one really messed with me. I also think one of those visions helped me dodge a relationship before it turned fully abusive. Back in 2020, I had this odd flash of being in a shop with a boyfriend I didn't have yet. We were in Boston in the vision, walking through an anime store, and there was this glass case with Studio Ghibli wallets inside. In the vision, I picked the wallet on the right, and somehow I knew that version of my life ended with constant fights about money, him belittling my art, him storming out and throwing tantrums. Then, in late 2023, I ended up in that exact kind of moment with my boyfriend at the time. Same uneasy feeling, same display case, same two-wallet choice. So I chose the one on the left instead. And even though that didn't magically save the relationship, it did seem to shift something. Over the next few weeks, he started saying cruel things that showed me exactly who he was. Stuff about my family, my upbringing, where I came from. I left quickly after that. The whole thing made me feel like I'd seen the warning ahead of time and barely stepped around it. And honestly, those are just some of the examples. There are more. The ones that scare me most aren't even these short flashes. They're the dreams where I seem to live entire lifetimes. Full lives, childhood to old age, love, work, regret, death. I can remember at least 2 deaths that felt like old age, and others that felt much darker. Those are the ones I have the hardest time talking about. There was also a period after a really serious attempt last year when I became convinced something had shifted. In those last moments, before everything faded, I heard my grandmother's voice so clearly telling me to get up. I remember fighting for air. And afterward, for days, I had this awful feeling that I was remembering things that didn't belong to this version of my life. Parts of my house looked wrong. or different, or newly there. A few paintings in my family home felt unfamiliar, but at the same time, I had memories of them always being there. For about a week, I kept hearing crying in my head. I don't know how to explain that without sounding unreal, but that's how it felt. Like I had slipped sideways into a slightly different timeline. What stays with me most, though, is one particular full-life dream. In it, I went straight to college after graduation and struggled badly. I became a doctor because that's what my father wanted, and in that life, I worshipped that path. I believed his pressure had saved me. I remember graduating. I remember working in a hospital. I remember having a daughter. And I remember hurting her without realizing it, pushing her too hard, the same way I had been pushed. Eventually, she cut me off. My daughter came back in the end, but not in some sentimental, healed way. She came back because I was dying. She spoke to the doctors. She sat there and told me exactly how much I had hurt her, what she had felt then, what she still felt now. I could feel that pain like it was happening to me for real. Then I died. And I remember rising upward, no body, just this transparent outline of myself. I saw another outline, and when we touched, it was like we merged. I don't remember every word that passed between us, but I do remember making a choice to come back down. The strangest part is that the faces in these dreams are almost always blurred. I can focus on places, objects, voices, emotions, but not faces. It's like I'm meant to remember the shape of things, not the identities. And here's the part that still gets me. In real life, I eventually did get checked and found out I actually have ADHD. I'm on medication now, and it's helped me more than I can say. Life feels easier, clearer, more possible. And sometimes I sit there thinking about that dream life, the one where I found out too late, and I can't help wondering if that dream was the reason I finally looked into it here. So yeah, I know how all of this sounds. I know it's a lot. But when you live through enough moments that feel like memories before they happen, it changes the way you move through the world. It makes reality feel thinner somehow. And even now, I still don't know whether these were dreams, warnings, borrowed memories, or something else entirely. I just know they felt real. And some days, they still do.